126. Originally, this matter was over, but the girl suddenly stretched out her hand to stop Anfirin and said angrily, "Who told you to take the blame for me? Stand to the side. This has nothing to do with you." She held back her tears, but her voice was fierce. Clearly, she did not appreciate what he had done. Tang Xinru looked down. She knew it. Meanwhile, Gong Wei was full of questions. She turned her head. "What did you say?" Song Yaoyao was fearless. She sniffed, pointed at Yan Ruiyang, and said in a soft, nasally voice, "I hit him and smashed his head." You. Gong Wei looked at the girl who was trying hard to hold her chest high and felt like she wanted to laugh for some reason. What was wrong with these students? Why were they all fighting to be punished and to receive demerits? Fine, come with me as well. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by something behind her. Gong Wei raised an eyebrow and looked behind her. She was shocked. A group of boys and girls rushed toward them like the wind, holding sticks and brooms. Leading the way was a chubby boy. As he ran, his fat jiggled. How hard it was for him to run in front. Before he arrived, his voice arrived first. "Where is he? Step forward. Who had the guts to bully our top student? He must be tired of living." That's right. Step forward. What a confusing day. Gong Wei removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. She was a little surprised. You guys. But these angry students did not pay attention to her at all as they ignored her. Those that were watching took a few steps back, and a few more, and a few more. It didn't take long before the area was surrounded by the students of class 3 to 3. They moved aside in an orderly manner and cleared out a path. A boy with his hands in his pockets and a band-aid on his face, approached lazily from behind, followed by a tail. This tail was Han Jun. Gong Wei didn't recognize the others, but she definitely knew who the school bully, Shen Xuan, was. She watched as the arrogant boy weaved his way roguishly through the crowd. Like a king inspecting his land, he walked forward and finally stopped in front of the sobbing girl. He leaned over and smiled with disdain as hostility filled his eyes. "Big bro, who should I hit?" Thump. Lu Peng and Deng Qi's grip loosened and Yan Ruiyang fell on the ground. Their legs began to wobble. Arrogant. Let's see if they could still act arrogant. Him, and them. Song Yaoyao pointed her chin and swept her finger across. Her voice was crisp. Shen Xuan nodded and stood up straight. He yawned lazily. "Did you hear her? Go get them." As soon as his command fell, all the girls and boys rushed toward Lu Peng and Deng Qi like a swarm of bees. As for Yan Ruiyang, he was already in a pitiful state. If they hit him anymore, they were afraid they may hit him to death. "Hey, you, are you crazy? Aren't you going to move aside?" Tang Xinru rolled her eyes, glanced at the silly Anfirin, and said with disgust, "Look at you. Did you think you could take the blame for our Yao Yao? You need a bit more training." He was like a fool. When the third class went crazy, they hit everyone that got in their way. Anfirin nodded dopily as his eyes sparkled. "Oh, okay. Tang Xinru, I was just saying it. You could have just listened quietly." Gong Wei was shocked. She stood on the side and roared, "Stop." The crowd paused, but before Gong Wei had the time to breathe a sigh of relief, a new lesson had started. Ow, help. A quivering hand stretched out, asking for help. But the next second, it was dragged back again. "Oh, mercy. I won't do it again. I wouldn't dare. Ow, it hurts." Yan Ruiyang regretted not fainting. He was dizzy and he was in a bad state, but he was not at the stage of unconsciousness. Gulp. He swallowed and started crawling away weakly while no one noticed. Wait, an amused voice sounded behind him. Yan Ruiyang's back went stiff as someone grabbed his collar and pulled him off the ground. "Were you the one who took the lead in bullying my big bro?" "Brother Xuan." Yan Ruiyang wanted to cry, but he had no tears as he turned around and trembled. As soon as he turned around, he saw the beautiful girl with a delicate face standing there with her hands in her pockets. He wanted to die. If he knew Song Yaoyao was so powerful, he would have never dared to bully her. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." His hands trembled as he tried to throw the blame on the two boys who were still being beaten up in the crowd. "They started it." "Oh, really?" Shen Xuan smirked. Suddenly, his fist flew toward the boy's face. Bang! One could faintly hear the crisp sound of bones. Yan Ruiyang fell on the ground helplessly as he widened his eyes in fear. "Brother Xuan. My big bro doesn't cause trouble for no reason. That means, she will only hit someone who's offended her. Understood?" He leaned over and patted Yan Ruiyang on the shoulder politely. But while Yan Ruiyang was still trembling, he punched him again. Another hit for lying. He lifted his fist high, causing Yan Ruiyang to hold his head in fear. He broke down in tears. Hoo, I was wrong, Brother Xuan. I wouldn't dare to do it again. I'm trash. Please spare me." "Fine." Shen Xuan let go and the corner of his lips twitched. "You're so fragile that I'm afraid I might beat you to death." Yan Ruiyang. Hoo. Should he be happy? At that moment, Shen Xuan gave him another kick. "Do you think an apology is enough for offending my big bro? Hand over some money, quickly." As soon as she heard this, Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up and she nodded. "That's right, money." She pulled out her phone naturally, brought up her QR code, and handed it to Yan Ruiyang. "Alipay or WeChat, QQ is also fine." Yan Ruiyang lifted his head with tears in his eye and looked into the girl's excited gaze. Quote. "Once I receive the money, I guarantee Shen Xuan won't bother you again," Song Yaoyao negotiated as she crouched down. "If you give me more, I can even consider protecting you." Yan Ruiyang. Haha. With a depressed expression, he pulled out his phone. But he was trembling so much that he struggled to unlock his phone. Quick. Shen Xuan kicked him out of frustration. Hoo. Yan Ruiyang immediately unlocked the phone and completed the transfer within a minute. Ding, you have received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Wow, Song Yaoyao blinked in surprise as she held onto her phone and ordered, that's enough. Tell them to stop, I forgive them. Enough, stop, Shen Shuan yawned, we're all schoolmates, let's leave them with a bit of pride. The heavily breathing group of students finally stopped. Two boys who were huddled up in the corner sobbing, put down their arms, revealing their swollen faces. Pride, what was pride? Was there any use for pride? Gong Wei lifted her hand and held down her twitching lips. She took a deep breath but couldn't hold back in the end. Are you treating me like I'm dead? Come with me to the disciplinary office. She roared at Shen Shuan and the others. They were all so arrogant, she had to control them before it got too late. Song Yaoyao was satisfied. She patted Yan Ruiyang on the shoulder. Fate brought us together, so we are friends from now on. Every time she patted him, Yan Ruiyang trembled. And no need, as long as you're happy. We don't have to be friends. Huh, what did you say? Shen Shuan narrowed his eyes and his throat twitched. It is your honor that my big bro is willing to be your friend. How dare you reject her? Shen Shuan, Song Yaoyao glared at him. Don't be so fierce, you'll scare people. She crouched on the ground, resting her head on her hands with an innocent expression as she smiled sweetly. Don't be scared, I won't let him bully you. Yan Ruiyang wanted to run away. In fact, he wanted to just change schools. Did she have selective memory loss? Did she forget that she was the one that called Shen Shuan downstairs? Did she forget who had smashed his head? Huh, stop, you, Gong Wei pointed at Yan Ruiyang. She really thought he was quite pitiful. Take him to the nurse's office first. Everyone else, follow me. Don't try to run away. The school has surveillance cameras. Your family didn't send you here to fight. You guys went too far. They even ignored her completely. Did they forget who she was? She was the director of teaching. Yet they fought in front of her. No, to be exact, they teamed up and beat their own schoolmates. Were they rebelling? Miss, calm down, this wasn't what I wanted either. Song Yaoyao blinked. She had already calmed down but her eyes and nose were still a little red. On the surface, she looked well behaved and pitiful. It was bad enough that he bumped into me, but he didn't apologize and he spoke rudely to me. That's why I couldn't resist. She stuck out her tongue aggrievedly. Gong Wei finally understood what it meant to not judge a book by its cover. The more well-behaved this girl looked, the fiercer she was when she lost her temper. She shook her head, but when she looked at Song Yaoyao, she couldn't seem to be angry. How annoying. Even if that was the case, you didn't have to be so ruthless. That's enough, come with me to the disciplinary office. Call your parents and we will discuss what to do next. As a prestigious private high school, Liang had never been as strict as other schools. Not only did they not have evening self-study sessions, but their students were also allowed to bring mobile phones. Apart from the top class being a little stricter, they had practically given up on the other classes. Especially class 3-3, which was famously composed of children from influential families. Amongst these students, one of the leading characters was Shen Shuan. But now, as Gong Wei walked, she couldn't help but glance at Song Yaoyao. The girl was gentle, she had her hands in her pockets as she followed behind without causing any trouble. In fact, she was extremely well-behaved. But this well-behaved girl wasn't just fierce when she hit people, she was also good at convincing people. Even the school bully, Shen Shuan, obeyed her and led the entire class to avenge her. At that very moment, the other students were being dragged back by their teachers, while the teachers without any classes were watching from the sides. They had wanted to stop the fight too, but these students were too fierce. If they approached, they would have been hit as well. The students from the third class who had been involved in the fight followed behind Gong Wei. At that moment, Gong Wei approached three girls and stopped in front of them curiously, which class are you girls from? Shu Yu and the others looked at each other. Miss, we didn't fight. Miss, she is in the third class too, Shen Shuan grinned as he shoved his hands in his pockets. They came here with me. I saw them, he said in a roguish manner. Shu Yu, she shrunk back her neck with hatred, but she did not dare to argue with Shen Shuan. The other girls were even more scared. They wanted to cry, but they had no tears. Gong Wei narrowed her eyes without suspicion. You girls come as well. She simply came to watch the show, but she ended up being implicated. She did not participate in the fighting but she was dragged to the disciplinary office in the end. Wang Mingjiang had something to do in the morning, so he went out for a bit. At this time, he had just returned. He was holding a cup of tea in his hands, but before he managed to sit down, he saw an amazing sight. A bunch of students were passing by like a scene had just been cleared. Wang Mingjiang subconsciously looked at the time. It was meant to be class time. What were they doing? He stood up and walked over to the door, just as a familiar petite figure appeared in front of him. She was well-behaved and cute. Wasn't she the girl that declared she was coming first in the grade? Leading the way was Gong Wei, the director of teaching. That meant, Wang Mingjiang gasped and scanned his eyes across the students. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they looked, and the more shocked he felt. FCK, these were all the students from class 3-3. Yet, here he was, saying that the third class was impressive and finally knew how to study. It hadn't even been 2 days and they were already slapping him in the face. He rushed over and stopped Gong Wei. Miss Gong, what's happening? He looked at the two boys that were surrounded by the crowd. Their faces were swollen and their necks were shrunk back timidly as they trembled. He then looked at the indifference on the faces of the third class. Wang Mingjiang held his face. This was giving him a toothache. Principal, you came back just in time. Gong Wei breathed a sigh of relief. She was just wondering what to do with these kids. These kids from the third class are ridiculous. They beat up some schoolmates right in front of me. How should I punish them? Give them a strike beside their names. But for these prestigious kids, this was like a little scratch. Then, was she supposed to persuade them not to do it again? Everyone here came from an influential background. There were two types of people at Leong. One type was here because their parents had invested in the school, the other relied purely on academic results. The third class was the former, and Infirin was the latter. Persuading a couple of students was easy, but persuading a few dozen. This school was going to be shut down at this rate. Wang Mingzhong's eyes darkened. He wanted to lose his temper but he couldn't. Shen Xuan, you again. He glared at Shen Xuan as he leaned lazily against the railing. Weren't you studying? What happened this time? They bullied us first, he said innocently. What? Wang Mingzhong questioned what he was hearing. Who did they bully? My big bro, Shen Xuan said straightforwardly without feeling embarrassed. Your big bro, who's that? Wang Mingzhong narrowed his eyes and scanned them across the rows of students. To be Shen Xuan's big bro, this person had to be. Just as he was thinking this, a small, weak hand raised up from the crowd. Amongst the crowd, this tiny girl actually looked a bit pitiful. Her soft voice was like a kitten that was trying to act tough. Principal, it's me, Peef, ha 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 ha. The third class suddenly started laughing as they moved aside, making way for the little girl. Song Yaoyao's cheeks were red from being squeezed into the crowd. She tugged on the hem of her shirt and walked over to Wang Mingzhong. Thinking that the man didn't hear, she repeated herself again. Principal, it's me. It took Wang Mingzhong a lot of effort to accept this unbelievable truth. Little Song Yaoyao was Shen Xuan's big bro. FCK. He was certainly getting old and falling behind with the trends. Why was this little miss a big bro? Gong Wei could tell that the principal was getting distracted, so she reminded him, Principal, you haven't told me what to do yet. Oh, yes, what do you think? Wang Mingzhong knocked on his head and snapped out of his daze. I think we should call their parents in for a chat, Gong Wei replied. There's also a student that isn't here. He is getting bandaged at the nurse's office. I reckon he will have to get an X-ray at the hospital later. Okay, let's just call their parents. Wait. What did you say? X-ray. Wang Mingzhong suddenly exploded. Isn't the most seriously injured already here? Why do we need an X-ray? These students appeared seriously injured, but they were just surface injuries. It didn't look like any muscles or bones were damaged. Gong Wei looked at him sympathetically. All this anger was probably giving the principal dementia. No, there's one more student who received a head injury. Wang Mingzhong stumbled and trembled as he pulled out some medicine for his rapid heartbeat. With the pill in his mouth, he roared, who did it? Rather than studying, they were injuring their schoolmates. In front of him, a gentle little hand lifted. The girl blinked her eyes innocently. Principal, that was also me. Ahem. Shen Xuan turned his head and pretended to look outside as he lifted his fist to his lips to hide his smile. Why is it you again? Wang Mingzhong gritted his teeth as he tried to sound friendly, warm, and not so frightening. He smiled slightly and looked at Song Yaoyao. Little miss, have you been threatened? If Shen Xuan forced you to take the blame, you can tell me. Don't be scared, I will help you. Song Yaoyao scratched her head. Oh, what was wrong with these people? Why didn't they believe her? She did all the bad things, she was the instigator. The entire third class fell silent. Tang Xinru lowered her head and her shoulders shook as she tried to hold back her laughter. Han Jun patted Shen Xuan on the back sympathetically. Shen Xuan smirked. Quote. Principal, that's right, I did it. I hit him. Wang Mingzhong breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could someone with good results lead a fight? You guys, he raised his hand and yelled, call your parents. The group quietly contacted their parents. There were so many of them that the office couldn't possibly hold all of them. Thus, the teachers were treated to an amusing scene. A bunch of students kneeled in the corridor like a row of winter radish. It was a shocking scene. Song Yaoyao slowly pulled out her phone and looked at Wang Mingzhong. Principal, should I call my parents too? Wang Mingzhong was silent for a moment. Yes, call them. Okay, Song Yaoyao ran to the corner to make a call. But she ended up calling the Huo Manor. She wanted to call Huo Yunk, but she realized she didn't have her Gerger's phone number. HMPH, how annoying. Hello, Huo Manor. May I ask who's speaking? It's Song Yaoyao. Is Gerger at home? Sorry, the person you're looking for is not here. You may have called the wrong number. The woman quickly hung up after she was done speaking. Song Yaoyao gripped her phone and narrowed her eyes as a threatening look appeared in her gaze. How dare she deliberately hang up on her? She dialed the number again but the other end didn't even pick up this time and just hung up. The landline phone in the first floor living room of the Huo Manor kept ringing as the maids looked at Zhang Dao strangely. However, her status in the Huo family was higher than theirs, so they did not dare to question her casually. Zhang Dao curled her lips and calmly retrieved the coldness from her eyes. I'm not picking up. Let's see what you can do. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Tang Xinru approached, wondering why she kept holding the phone without speaking. Is no one home? She asked as she patted the girl on the head. It's fine. Even if no one comes, you've still got us. We won't let the principal scold you. Song Yaoyao's dimples were deep as she nodded her head sweetly. She put her mobile phone in her pocket and crouched outside with everyone as they counted the ants on the ground. The chubby boy, Long Hu, sighed. I'm so bored. If only we had a set of poker. You wish. Gong Wei sneered. Do you want me to find you a table and 3 poker players to play with you? Long Hu pouted and mumbled. It would be great if that was possible. His indifference was hopeless to deal with. Song Yaoyao was afraid of the cold. In the north, the weather was dry and cold, and it chilled one down to the bone. She hugged her knees and kneeled on the floor, huddling up into a ball. The coldness caused her to sneeze. Tang Xinru's heart ached. She moved close to Song Yaoyao and stretched out her arm to pull her into her embrace. Longhu, crouch over here. The wind is too cold. Longhu, who was in the middle of complaining, replied with an enthusiastic, okay. He then moved toward Song Yaoyao, crouched down, and did not move. Sigh. Gong Wei laughed in anger. She had to admit that the third class was quite harmonious. Unfortunately, they always frustrated the teachers. As the weather cooled down, Uncle Zhang began to go everywhere with his thermos. The reality was, he didn't have much to do at the Huo Manor, he was practically in a retired state. As he returned from outside, he noticed one of the maids hesitating to say something. He raised an eyebrow and asked gently, what's wrong? Do you have something to say to me? The maid's eyes darted as she looked around. When she saw that Zhang Dao was nowhere in sight, she said carefully, Uncle Zhang, the phone in the living room was ringing earlier, and it sounded like Miss Song's voice. But Zhang Dao kept hanging up and saying she had rung the wrong number. Miss Song was a vibrant character. Whenever the master was home, the manor would be filled with her lively voice. She was sure that she had heard correctly. Oh, thank you for letting me know, you can go back to work. Uncle Zhang patted her on the shoulder and slowly walked back into the house. Zhang Dao was daydreaming in the living room at that moment and did not notice a figure slowly approach her. Only when Uncle Zhang made a noise did she jump and snap back to reality. Zhang Dao, what are you in a daze about? When Zhang Dao saw his smile, she breathed out, patted her clothes, and said calmly, probably due to the cold weather, I think I caught a cold, so my mind wandered off for a bit. She smiled and pleaded, Uncle Zhang, let me go this once. I won't do it again. Uncle Zhang's expression did not change. Oh, since you're not feeling well, you should get some rest. Find a doctor to prescribe some medicine and have a good sleep. The Huos may have a lot of rules, but they're not heartless, he said like a kind old man. You're not needed here, go get some rest. Then, Zhang Dao hesitated for a moment before she looked at the phone. It had been quiet for a while. So she nodded her head. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I will return to the back. The owner stayed at the front of the house, and the staff stayed at the back. When she saw Uncle Zhang nod, Zhang Dao finally left. As Zhang Dao stepped out the front door, her feet paused for a moment. In the end, she decided to hide behind the wall and wait a few minutes. After confirming that Uncle Zhang didn't discover her actions, she finally relaxed and returned to her room happily. A few minutes later, the secretary at the headquarters of Huo Corporation received a phone call from the Huo Manor. Just one word was enough to highlight the importance. Knock knock knock. There was suddenly a knock on the meeting room door. A man was seated in front of a room of almost 100 people. Come in. Huo Yunk lowered his gaze and tapped on the table with his pen. Continue, he said indifferently. Yes, boss. At that moment, Huo Qi rushed in hurriedly. He glanced at the people in the meeting room, walked over to Huo Yunk, and leaned over slightly. He then whispered something beside his ear. Oh, without any change in his expression, the man threw down his pen and slowly stood up. The meeting is postponed. Before his voice even fell, he had already walked out the meeting room door. His steps were calm and he had a graceful posture. But only those that knew him noticed that he was walking a lot faster than usual. Outside the school, a variety of private cars were parked outside even though school wasn't over yet. The people that stepped out were all dressed like successful people. As they stepped out, they all looked at each other in surprise. Did your kid call you too? You too. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. This was the first time they had witnessed a scene like this. Oh, President Liu is here too. It's an honor to see you. Mrs. Wei, long time no see. You've gotten more beautiful. Oh, shucks, let's go in together. You first, please. Their social circle was only so big. Although they didn't meet regularly, they did cross paths in business. So they all began to talk outside the school gates. Class 3-1. The class had already been running for over 10 minutes. Song Jingwan glanced at the empty seats including Inferen's. That morning, she had actually seen Yan Ruyang stretching out his leg to trip Inferen. But, so what, it wasn't worth offending the only son of the Yans, Yan Ruyang, over a weak and useless poor kid. But what happened? Why weren't they back yet? Did something happen? Buzz. Her phone vibrated. Song Jingwan quietly shoved her hand under her desk, snuck a glance at the teacher who was teaching at the front, and secretly lowered her head. Shu Yu. Song Yaoyao screwed. Song Jingwan. Did she cause trouble again? Shu Yu. She didn't just cause trouble. She smashed Yan Ruyang's head with a stone and she instructed the third class to beat up Lu Peng and Deng Qi until their faces were bruised and swollen. Jingwan, I really think Song Yaoyao's lost her mind. Is this something that a normal person would do? She smashed someone's head just because they didn't agree with her. Where did she get the guts to do that? Song Jingwan's hand trembled and she almost dropped her phone on the ground. A weird expression appeared on her face. It wasn't clear whether she was happy or confused. After Shu Yu explained the entire incident to her, her lips curved into a smile. Song Yaoyao, you're certainly not afraid of causing trouble. Miss. Song Jingwan suddenly raised her hand. I want to go to the bathroom. Okay, go ahead. Song Jingwan was normally well behaved in class, and her results were good, so the teacher agreed as soon as she saw it was her. Thank you, miss. After saying this, Song Jingwan quietly placed her phone in her pocket and scurried out of the room. Who did it? Who did this to my son? Lu Peng's mother held onto her son and broke down in tears. She was furious. Her son was swollen like a pig, and she almost couldn't recognize him. Hoo. Lu Peng buried himself in his mother's embrace and cried. You need to get justice for me. They hit me so badly, hoo. Don't worry, baby, I will definitely get justice for you. Mother Lu took a deep breath and looked at Wang Mingjong with displeasure. Principal Wang, you need to give me an explanation for this. I didn't leave my son with you so he could be used as a human punching bag. I'm not going to let go of this matter easily. Oh, Mrs. Lu, no need to get so worked up. Wang Mingjong held onto his teacup and said, who hit him? Step forward. Russell, Russell, Russell. Mother Lu was shocked. Father Dang was shocked. All the parents who had arrived were also shocked. Apart from Shu Yu and her friends, 30 out of 36 students from class 3 to 3 stepped forward. But they didn't look like they were admitting to their faults. They looked more like they were ready to pull up their sleeves and beat up Mother Lu and Father Dang. Peef, cough, cough, cough. What's this all about? Did you all hit him? Why? The parents were all successful in their own right, and they were relatively cultured, so they couldn't just scold the kids without clarifying the situation. They had to ask the cause. Everyone looked at each other. They looked as calm could be. Don't blame us. They were the ones that hit us first. Exactly. Did they think we were easy to bully? Does the first class think they're all that just because they have good results? Our class also has a top student. If you bully her, then you are bullying all of us. Oh gosh. As the parents listened to them argue, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't send their kids here, expecting them to necessarily achieve anything. They were quite easygoing. After all, if they wanted to be serious, they would have already sent them overseas or to the first class. As they observed how united the third class was, someone actually burst into laughter. That's great. Unity is strength. Ahem. Gong Wei was speechless. What was wrong with these parents? The victims were still crying. How could they laugh? Wasn't it inappropriate? I hope you can all be more serious. This is an important matter that has a huge impact on Liang. Apart from these two students, there is also one more student who is seriously injured. He was hit in the head until he started bleeding and he has been sent to the hospital for a checkup. After he said this, everyone fell silent. What was the reason? There must be a reason for this. Wang Mingjong's head was a mess. You, Miss Song, you explain it. Tang Xinru protected Song Yao Yao, unhappy with what she heard. Our Yao Yao is timid. There are so many of you. What if you scare her? She pouted. Besides, what is there to explain? We fought because we wanted to. TCH. Shen Xuan accidentally let out a laugh. He nodded, lazily closed his eyelids, and sleepily leaned back. Yes, I didn't like them so I hit them. The students were full of vigor. Since their boss had spoken, they naturally had nothing to fear. I can't stand how the first class acts like they're all that. Do I need a reason to hit someone? Gong Wei, don't you? What kind of strange logic was this? Before she finished speaking, Mother Lu's sharp voice sounded. She held onto her son and said in a threatening yet cowardly manner, just because my son's results are good, you envied him and hit him. I don't care if you want to be useless trash. But why must you bully others? Do you think the Lu family are pushovers? Because she was upset about her son, she did not think before she spoke. After she spoke, even Father Deng, whose son was also beaten, didn't have any helpful words to add. Shen Xuan pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, grinning with disdain. Auntie, you can eat sh*t, but don't talk sh*t. Understood. Who are you calling trash? Huh. He cupped his ears, and his bloodshot eyes made him look fierce. Oh, you hit someone yet you dare to glare at me. Mother Lu was shocked by this unexpected gaze. Coldness spread upward from her feet as she pointed at Shen Xuan. So what if I called you trash? Isn't that the truth? You're hanging to last place every year. Am I wrong? Wow, okay, Tang Xinru sneered as she clapped in amusement. You're brave, auntie. Even if someone like your son offers to sweep our floors, we wouldn't hire him. Look at him, does he want to drink milk at his age? Otherwise, why is he burying himself into his mother's embrace like that? You, as a girl, don't you think your words are too repulsive? Do you have any manners? It's none of your concern whether my niece has any manners. You should worry about yourself first. If you are lacking in money, just let me know. I don't mind signing your son up to an adult etiquette class. I'll think of it as charity. Small auntie. Tang Xinru's eyes lit up. In the cold weather, the woman slowly approached from the stairs, swaying as she walked charmingly. She had a pure white mink coat on her shoulders and her tight dress outlined her curvaceous figure. She had a pair of 7 centimeters high heels, and her legs crossed as she walked like she was on a runway. Her presence was demanding. Mother Lu was rendered speechless. Song Yao Yao stood behind Tang Xinru and looked at the students of class 3 to 3. They had lowered their heads when Mother Lu called them trash, and they were in a depressed mood. As students, how could they possibly not care about their results? However, some of them had limited talent, and some found it was too late to catch up. It was like walking into a dead end and going around in circles. Besides, their parents spoiled them and the teachers didn't question them. So they simply enjoyed their days and lived each day in a carefree manner. The truth was, they also wanted to do well and have their parents feel proud of them. Regardless, any parent that heard their child being humiliated like this would feel angry. Even Wang Mingjong furrowed his brows and felt that Mother Lu had gone too far. What do you mean, Lu Chunhua? How can new money act so arrogant? So what if my son's results aren't good? I have money. Even if he takes our money to play around every day, we can afford it. What right do you have to call my son trash? Well said. If your son is so impressive, can I ask what rank he got in the exams? If he didn't rank first, what right do you have to ridicule my son? Based on this fact, I think the kids fought well today. If they go to the hospital, we will pay. If you want to sue us, we are ready to take you on. I agree, Mom. The parents were fierce as they stared at Mother Lu in an unfriendly manner, almost spluttering all over her face. Great. Like parent, like child. No wonder your kids are like that. Mother Lu swallowed and pulled Wang Mingzhong to the front. Principal Wang, what do you think? Don't you think the victim and the perpetrator have swapped positions? Oh, everyone calm down. Wang Mingzhong waved his hands downward to ease the situation. The kids are still young and impulsive. As parents, we should provide them with guidance. But Mrs. Lu, your words were honestly too harsh. This was a disagreement among the kids. As an adult, you shouldn't humiliate a child and hurt their self-esteem with words like that. Mother Lu actually felt a little frightened. She had spoken out of impulse and immediately felt regretful. But she was too prideful to apologize in front of everyone. In the end, she decided to suffer for the sake of pride. I didn't say anything wrong, she said quietly. Besides, it was true that they were trash that ranked first from the back every single year. In the future, they would only be scourge on society. Couldn't everyone see how they had beaten up her son? How dare you? Do you want me to slap you dead? A woman couldn't stand it anymore and pulled up her sleeves to hit her. But she was quickly held back. The atmosphere was tense as they both held on, refusing to buckle. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. I would like to ask this auntie what kind of result is not considered as trash. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. As countless eyes scanned the girl up and down, her small body stood upright, without showing any timidity. Her eyes curved, and when she spoke, she had the perfect amount of sweetness. She was extremely adorable. Mother Lu thought for a moment. A result that's, at least, better than my son's. Whoosh. Everyone's gaze immediately turned back to her, causing her to shrink back in fear. Song Yao Yao nodded. That easy. She placed her hands in her pockets. Are you brave enough to make a bet with me? Mother Lu was surprised. What do you want to bet? Song Yao Yao parted her lips. In the upcoming end of semester exam, if the entire third class ranks higher than your son, you will have to admit in front of all the parents that your son is trash, and that your whole family is trash. What do you say? FCK. Tang Xinru was gobsmacked. Precious Yao Yao, you're too brave. Mother Lu didn't know what to say. What? Are you afraid? Song Yao Yao laughed as a trace of smugness appeared on her beautiful face. I admit that the third class ranks first from the back, but you don't even have the guts to bet with us. From what I see, you guys are. She paused, lifted her thumb, and faced it to the ground. Her face was adorable, but her words were ruthless. Trash. The entire area fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The students from the third class looked at Song Yao Yao who was standing in the crowd. In her, they could see the arrogance, the recklessness, and the youthful vigor that belonged to them. It made one's heart pause and fill with impulse. Shen Shuan tilted his head and laughed with disdain. Let's make a bet. I'm not afraid. That's right. If you're brave enough, let's make a bet. The third class is ready to accept it. If our results are bad, I'll admit to being trash. But if we succeed, we will hit your son every time we see him. The reason being that we can't stand looking at trash. Translator. Uni. As the teenagers spoke, their eyes sparkled. Different from their depressed state earlier, they were now passionate and energetic. The parents looked at each other, their eyes flashed with pride. Wang Mingzhong was stunned. He didn't expect this result. So, are you brave enough to make a bet? Song Yao Yao raised her eyes and looked directly at Mother Lu, or, are you afraid? Her dimples sunk deep into her cheeks as she tilted her head. If you're afraid, you can apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you may have to help this student organize his transfer papers. He's going to be beaten until he becomes a hermit. Peef. It wasn't clear which parent, but one of them couldn't hold back their laughter. The girl looked well-behaved and gentle, yet she spoke so arrogantly. Wang Mingzhong's eyelids twitched. He began to believe that she may actually be the instigator. When she spoke, those devilish troublemakers stood behind her obediently without saying anything. This is a threat. So what if it's a threat? Song Yao Yao pouted as she blinked innocently. Who told us to be young and reckless? When faced with someone we don't like, what else are we supposed to do apart from hitting them? We could always keep him around until the new year and hang him up as decoration, Shen Shuan smirked with disdain. Hoo. In this short hour, Lu Peng felt like he had experienced a nightmare. He buried himself in Mother Lu's arms and cried, Mom, hurry and organize my transfer papers. I don't want to stay in this school. You can't. Mother Lu gritted her teeth, unable to accept this. Let's make the bet then. I doubt that a bunch of lazy students would be able to improve their results so much in just a month. Okay, Song Yao Yao responded quickly, it's a deal. Oh, by the way. She pointed her finger across Shu Yu and her friends. Those few aren't participating. I don't like them so I'm not going to teach them. 4. A voice sounded from behind in ridicule, you sure know how to talk big. Are you saying that you're teaching these students? Without turning around, Song Yao Yao said confidently, yes, I'll teach them. Song Jingwan stepped out of the academic building and headed for the disciplinary office. All of a sudden, she was stopped in her tracks. Miss, hello, may I ask where the disciplinary office is? The man removed his hat and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he looked at her and smiled. He was tall, he had sturdy muscles, and he was wearing a shirt and trousers. His appearance was poor and even the shoes on his feet had holes in them. Song Jingwan was slightly disgusted. She took a couple of steps back, but her voice remained as gentle as ever, over there. I happen to be going there too. Let's go together. And Jun noticed the girl's disgust, but he didn't mind as he smiled. He understood that he looked quite dirty and disheveled. After all, he hurried out of the construction site without getting changed. It was normal for a girl of her age to be disgusted. I'll have to trouble you then. Thank you, young miss, he said politely. His Mandarin was accurate and his voice was pleasant. If he dressed up a little, he could be considered a handsome middle-aged man. Unfortunately, he was too poor. No trouble at all. Song Jingwan led the way coldly as she replied in a casual manner. Is this my son's new school? It looks decent. As he walked, he asked curiously, young lady, do you know a student called Infirin? He's in the first class and he has really good results. I do know an Infirin, but I'm not sure if he is the one you're looking for, Song Jingwan said with a smile. In our class, he is ranked last. What? That's impossible, and Jun furrowed his brows. Firin has always had good results. When he was overseas, he used to get straight A's. Has he not adjusted to the teaching methods here? His voice was low, so Song Jingwan did not hear him as she distanced herself farther and farther. Huh, what did you say? Oh, it's nothing, and Jun smiled as he walked faster. You sure talk big for someone that's so small. What qualification do you have to teach them? Even the best teachers can't guarantee that they have the ability to improve the results of the third class to the point where they can be on the same level as the first class. You're quite brave. A middle-aged man approached with 6 bodyguards following behind him. He had an imposing appearance and felt extremely intimidating. Only time will tell, don't you think? Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. When everyone else saw the man, their expressions immediately changed and they fell silent. She was the only one that looked at him soft and harmlessly. The colder the man looked, the brighter Song Yaoyao smiled. Were you the one that hit my son? Yan Zhejiang narrowed his eyes and analyzed Song Yaoyao coldly. Who's your son? Song Yaoyao questioned. She then pointed at Lu Peng who was covered in tears and snot. Him, you don't look anything alike. Young lady, you may be smart but you're too delicate to mess with me. Yan Zhejiang humped and lifted his hand slightly. Take her away. If something was to happen to his son, then she was not going to live. How dare you? Shen Xuan said with hostility in his eyes as he shielded Song Yaoyao. Uncle Yan, this is a school. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to take away a female student? Shen Xuan, don't interrupt. Wang Mingzhong glared at him as he approached Yan Zhejiang with a smile and stretched out his hand. Mr. Yan, why are you here? My students are too young to understand. If you have something to say, you can discuss it with me. Don't worry, I won't be biased. But if you want to take this child away, that's a bit unreasonable. Unreasonable. Yan Zhejiang raised his eyebrows as he looked at him with disdain. It seems like you're bored of your position. In this place, I am the voice of reason. After he was done speaking, his gaze grew sharp. Why are you all standing around? Hurry and take her away. Mr. Yan, let's talk this through. Ow. Wang Mingzhong rushed forward to stop them, but a bodyguard pushed him away. He stumbled, took a few steps back, and fell on the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If you want to take her away, then you have to step over my body. Shen Xuan said as he stood in front of Song Yaoyao. Yan Ruiyang was the one that asked for it. Why should you take my Yaoyao away? Tang Xinru brushed her auntie's hand away and went to protect Song Yaoyao as well. In the end, the entire third class formed a human barrier, stopping the bodyguards from advancing forward. Mr. Yan, one of the bodyguards hesitated as he looked at Yan Zhejiang. Ha, Yan Zhejiang removed his glasses and casually wiped it. He then said in a cold voice, are you sure you want to oppose me? Yang is my only son. He is currently lying in the hospital and his condition is unclear. It may sound harsh, but if I want to take a person with me, do you think these kids can stop me? The parents and guardians hesitated. If high society was split into classes, the Yans were undoubtedly in the top class. For those present, the power that the Yans held was incomparable. Moreover, they had a dark family history. Apparently, their ancestors were bandits, and even to this day, they still acted like bandits. When they wanted something, they would do all they could to get it. Before all this happened, they had no idea that Song Yaoyao had hit Yan Zhejiang's only son. As he took in all their gazes, Yan Zhejiang couldn't hide his feelings of contempt. If you know what's good for you, then you better move out of the way. Otherwise, if you get hit or knocked, don't say I didn't warn you. Go get her. He pointed to the front in a domineering manner. When the bodyguards received their order, they pushed Infirin, who was standing in the front, onto the ground. The other parents panicked and rushed forward to protect their kids. Mom, let me go. I don't want to leave. What right does he have to take Song Yaoyao away? That be street road. Do you want to watch him torture Song Yaoyao? Dad, let me go. They were just kids, how could they stand up against trained bodyguards? Shen Xuan's gaze turned cold as he initiated a battle with one of the bodyguards. Yan Zhejiang laughed. Have some fun with him. Just don't kill him. It will be hard to explain it to his grandfather. Since he was bringing trouble upon himself, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Shen Xuan was the school bully, but he was just 18. If he was up against one, then perhaps, he would be able to handle it. However, he was up against a group, it was too exhausting. He looked at Tang Xinru who was frozen in fear and yelled, Song Yaoyao, why aren't you FC Ken running away? Oh yes, Yaoyao, let's go. Tang Xinru grabbed Song Yaoyao and got ready to run. Meanwhile, her auntie crossed her arms and leaned back against a wall as she observed the scene. Yaoyao, where are you going? Song Yaoyao broke free easily and grabbed the hair tie from Tang Xinru's hair. Let me borrow this for a bit. She held her hair and retreated. At the same time, she quickly tied it up. As she got closer to the parents, they also stepped back. All of a sudden, the girl bounced on the spot and twisted her neck. The next second, she charged toward the men like a cannonball. Crack, thump, the sound of shattering bones and a body falling to the ground caused one to have goosebumps. Someone covered their eyes and slowly peeked between their fingers. They were shocked. FCK. Were they seeing things? Out of 6 bodyguards, 5 were knocked down, and the remaining one gave up on fighting Shen Shuan. Instead, he aimed for Song Yaoyao. Shen Shuan, move, Song Yaoyao said fiercely in a nasally voice. If someone didn't know, they would think she was crying in fear. But Shen Shuan crawled up off the ground, wiped the blood from his lips, and obediently moved out of the way with a slightly amused smile. What kind of creature was Song Yaoyao? The last bodyguard was clearly stronger than the rest. When he punched the ground, even the walls cracked apart. It made people tremble to watch him. If he hit this girl, wouldn't it be a bloody scene? Song Yaoyao got impatient after dodging a few moves, so she decided to face him head-on. When the man's fist came flying toward her, she clenched her own fist and met his without fear. Yaoyao, no, Tang Xinru released tears of horror as she rushed toward her, but her auntie pulled her back. Shen Shuan's smile froze. For a moment, everyone felt as though their breaths had been stolen away. The scene in front of them was like a slow-motion sequence in a movie. Maybe in the next second, the youthful girl was going to wither. Bang! A figure went flying and slid a few meters across the ground. A hand dropped weakly to the ground, obviously broken. The girl's jet-black eyelashes were thick and teardrops hung to them. The wind swept up her high ponytail. Her hair was messy, and under her feet, the ground was covered in black-suited men. She was like a murderer stepping away from a massacre. She slowly looked at Yan Zhejiang and curved her eyes, still looking pure and harmless. Yan Zhejiang stopped wiping his glasses calmly. His contemptuous smile froze on the corners of his lips, looking weird and ugly. Everything happened too quickly. Before he even noticed her movement, the girl was in front of him. Her empty and misty eyes had a sense of bloodlust as though something had awoken inside of her. Now, it's your turn. She clenched her fists, gathered all her strength, and ruthlessly aimed for Yan Zhejiang's face. The next second, under everyone's shocked gazes, a big palm suddenly appeared, caught her fist, and gently pulled her into his embrace. His voice was low and dotingly understanding. Shish. He covered her eyes with his palm and quietly comforted her. Be good, okay. The girl's back stiffened. As she breathed in the man's cold scent, she slowly relaxed. She lifted her head and the bloodlust in her eyes slowly faded, revealing a sense of confusion. Gurgur. Huo Yunk lowered his eyes slightly. Yes, I'm here. These simple words immediately brought Song Yaoyao's grievances to the surface. She cried out loud and pounced into the man's arms. Pointing back in an aggrieved manner, she said, Gurgur. They hit me. Hoo, look at my hand. Huo Yunk grabbed her hand. The back of it was red and swollen like a bun. Ripples formed in his eyes, but his expression remained calm. He lowered his head slightly and gently blew on it. Be good. He hugged the crying girl and slowly approached Yan Zhejiang. All of a sudden, a cracking sound gave everyone goosebumps. Huo Yunk paused. He looked down. The hand under his foot was broken. He thought for a moment and furrowed his brows. Sorry, I didn't look where I was walking. He was gentlemanly and polite. But, a second later, there was the sound of breaking bones again. Great. This time, the man was beyond saving, unless a doctor had the ability to piece the bone fragments back together like a puzzle. The parents and students were shocked. They then fell speechless. Was this the same girl that was throwing kicks and punches powerfully just a moment ago? Why was she crying in such a pitiful manner? She even claimed that she was the one that was hit. Shen Shuan licked the blood from the corner of his lips. It was the first time he had seen Song Yaoyao pounce into someone's arms without hesitation and cry. Gurgur. So, this is him. Back when Song Jingwan first received news of the fight, Huo Yunk was already on his way. They simply arrived one after the other. When she stepped on the stairs, she noticed a familiar figure. The man chuckled, as usual, in a warm and casual tone. Hello, Mr. Yan. Yan Zhejiang was shocked. Mr. Huo, you and her. My child is a little naughty. I'm sorry. Huo Yunk glanced down and laughed. But I have a business deal to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested. Discuss business. Here, everyone was shocked and scared. They were shocked because they didn't understand what the man was thinking. And they were scared because this man was the aloof Mr. Huo who barely appeared in public. Yan Zhejiang was surprised, but he didn't say anything as his eyes alternated between Song Yaoyao and Huo Yunk. He tried to force a smile, but instead, he simply looked stiff and scared. I wonder what business you wanted to discuss. It's nothing much. Huo Yunk laughed with a lazy expression. I just wanted to know how much one of your son's arms and legs costs. And what about his life? How much does that cost? From beginning to end, his tone was casual like he was joking. But his words caused one's hairs to stand on end. Yan Zhejiang's throat moved and anger appeared in his eyes. Mr. Huo, what is the meaning of this? Even if you want to protect her, this isn't the way. My son is the victim. I know the Huos are powerful and domineering, but my son is still lying in the hospital. Not only did he not provide an explanation, he even said such unbelievable words. Could Huo Yunk act like a human? Huo Yunk raised an eyebrow. Mr. Yan, are you criticizing me? Yan Zhejiang's expression changed and he reluctantly lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. Oh, you wouldn't. With the crying girl in his arms, the man's gaze turned cold. My child was wrong, but that doesn't mean an outsider is allowed to teach her on my behalf. Mr. Yan, I shall remember what you did here today. He hugged Song Yaoyao and smiled slightly. By the way, the business we just discussed, if you change your mind in the future, you are always welcome to discuss it with me. Yan Zhejiang's temples twitched as his gaze turned dark. As he looked at the back of Huo Yunk, he said in a deep voice, Mr. Huo, don't go too far. The Huos aren't ones to offend, but if you force me into a corner, the results may not be pleasant. Huh, Huo Yonk smirked and turned his gaze slightly. So what if I force you? From beginning to end, his tone was calm without any trace of anger. But the more he was like this, the more intimidating he felt. It was as though nothing in this world could make his emotions fluctuate. To him, Yan Zhejiang was just a drop in the ocean that was not worth mentioning. Huo Yonk, Yan Zhejiang roared. How dare he act so arrogantly? This child has suffered a fright, so I will take her home. If this has caused any inconvenience, I will make it up to you all another day. After he was done talking, he nodded his head slightly and left with Song Yaoyao. As soon as he left, the pressure looming above everyone's heads immediately faded. One person's knees felt weak and they quickly grabbed onto the railings. My god, who would dare to ask Mr. Huo for an apology? Were they tired of living? At that moment, everyone looked at the mess on the ground. The bodyguards were lying on the ground like mud. Before their fight started, no one expected this result. They then looked at the lonely and pale-faced Yan Zhejiang and felt slightly sympathetic of him. The Yans were bad people. From their children's mouths, they had heard how arrogant Yan Ruiyang usually was. He took advantage of his family's background and often bullied his classmates. So this time, it was good that he had met an obstacle. But did this mean it was over for the Yans? According to Mr. Huo's words, it clearly sounded like he was protecting Song Yaoyao to the end, regardless of whether she was right or wrong. Most importantly, the Huos remembered the Yans now. Those that had business dealings with the Yans immediately decided to cancel all agreements once they got home. As the saying goes, the devil will always be one step ahead. The more arrogant Yan Zhejiang was earlier, the harder the face slap now. Yan Zhejiang put on his sunglasses and looked at everyone solemnly. A bunch of trash, he yelled at the bodyguards on the ground and started walking toward the stairs. Song Jingwan, who had been ignored, blinked her eyes. When she saw Yan Zhejiang leave, she quickly turned and followed him. Oh, I'm sorry for scaring you all. Wang Mingjiang recovered and held his hip. Miss Gong, hurry and call the ambulance. Send these people all to the hospital. To be honest, he was quite refreshed by what he saw. Ahem, but as a teacher, he couldn't show it. Brother Xuan, are you okay? Han Jun asked worriedly. Han Jun never imagined that the Gurgur that Song Yaoyao longed for was actually the mysterious Mr. Huo. The man that only appeared in legends actually made an appearance because of Song Yaoyao. He was just like a god who had willingly stepped down from heaven. Han Jun had a complex mix of emotions. On one side, he was shocked by the man's presence and he worshipped him. On the other side, Mr. Huo was technically his brother Xuan's love rival. Why wouldn't I be? Shen Xuan pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek and hissed in pain. He tugged his hair in frustration. Let's go. The star was no longer around. Why were they still here? With Huo Yonk getting involved, the result was no longer important. No matter what, they were not getting implicated. Oh, Brother Xuan, if you want to cry, just cry. I know you must be feeling upset. Han Jun sighed and patted Shen Xuan on the shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slap on his head. Ow, Shen Xuan's hostile eyes fell upon him and he sneered. Junior, even if you don't say anything, no one will think you're mute. Understood. Han Jun said aggrievedly, I'm simply worried about you. Sure, the man was his love rival. But Shen Xuan wasn't qualified to be Huo Yunqi's love rival. Even though in Han Jun's eyes, Shen Xuan was quite handsome, the moment that Mr. Huo appeared, he finally understood what it meant to be a mature man. He even forced Yan Zhejiang to bow down with just a few words. Most importantly, when had Song Yaoyao ever cried in his brother Xuan's arms? A person that had never been the chosen one, was the most pitiful. Do I need you to worry about me? Get lost, stop blocking my way. I'm fine. He lifted his foot and threatened to kick Han Jun. As soon as the boy jumped away, his feet turned and he strode away. TCH, a woman with a fur coat and a sexy appearance rubbed her chin and sighed. So this is Huo Yunqi's type. If I had tied pigtails and acted gently around him, Huo Yunq may be your uncle-in-law by now. Cough cough cough. Tang Xinru wiped her face and rolled her eyes. Small auntie, please be serious. Mr. Huo was never interested in you. Even if you had pigtails, he wouldn't have been interested, okay? Xia Lao knocked Tang Xinru on the head and crossed her arms. Brat, are you looking down on me? Tang Xinru covered her head and tears filled her eyes. Small auntie, if uncle-in-law finds out about this, what will the result be? Let's see you try and tell him. Xia Lao's hip hurt, and she said in an awkward manner, I was just joking. Who hasn't been young before? That's all in the past now. Small auntie, let me repeat myself. Tang Xinru waved her finger. It's not in the past because it never happened. She had briefly heard that when her auntie was young, around 18 to 19, she had a serious crush on someone that she had only met once. If she remembered correctly, his surname was Huo. Now that she thought about it, it was most likely Song Yaoyao's Gurgur. Little brat, Xia Lao clicked her tongue. I've doted on you for nothing. She adjusted her coat. Your uncle is waiting outside. I'm leaving. Bye. After speaking, she sauntered out in her high-heeled shoes. Tang Xinru chuckled and cupped her mouth. Watch your step, small auntie. Say hi to uncle for me. Xia Lao ignored her. With her back facing Tang Xinru, she casually waved her hand. After the excitement ended, the atmosphere felt a little empty. Tang Xinru looked around and scratched her head. When did Shen Xuan leave? He didn't even tell her. How rude. Firen, what's wrong with your face? And Jun furrowed his brows as he looked worriedly at his son. This son had been living overseas with his mother since a young age and Jun never felt the temptation to find another wife. So, and Firen was his only son and only pride. Dad, I'm fine. And Firen scratched his head and smiled. His eyes twinkled. Those that hit me have already been punished. Look, they were much worse off. And Jun looked in the direction that his son was pointing and coughed as he held back a laugh. The kids were hit quite pitifully. Moreover, they were covered in tears and snot, and they looked dazed. Compared to them, his son was in a much better state. However, any type of injury, even a small scratch, was a big deal for Jun. Firen, who helped you? We should thank them. By the way, do you know what they like? I'll prepare a thank you gift. Huh, thank you gift. And Firen blushed and thought carefully. Finally, he replied with one word, money. Huh, what did you say? And Jun thought he was hearing things. Money. And Firen increased his volume. She likes money. Thinking about the passion on her face when she asked Yan Ruyong for money, he assumed she must like money. Oh, I like that. And Jun laughed. By the way, is she here? I want to thank her in person. Everyone liked money, but to be so straightforward about it was refreshing for Jun. She just left, and Firen blinked. Didn't you see her, Dad? Huh, which one? The one that was carried away by Mr. Huo. After the exchange of questions and answers, the father and son fell silent. Meanwhile, the remaining people secretly analyzed Jun and began to feel scared. Wait, why did this man look a bit familiar? Although he appeared poor, he looked a bit like the CEO of an international corporation. And Jun didn't know what these other people were thinking, nor did he think that his appearance was embarrassing at all. But he was surprised. Are you talking about that girl? He didn't look at her face, he simply heard the sound of her sobbing. As it turned out, she hadn't been bullied. In fact, she had helped his son. And Firen nodded and his eyes curved as he pointed at the bodyguards lying on the ground. She also hit these guys. Isn't she amazing? He said in admiration. And Jun, haha, amazing, frighteningly amazing. At that moment, someone finally decided to test him out and start a conversation. Hi, may I ask if you're Mr. and Jun? And Jun asked in surprise as he wrapped his arm around his son and turned his head. As he stared into the unfamiliar face, he nodded his head. Hi, you are. It was really him. After their initial shock, everyone clicked their tongues. What day was it today? A big boss get-together. Oh, President N, how are you? My name is Li Qian. I am the boss of Green Star Renovations. We've been fortunate enough to work with N Corporation on several occasions. The man quickly pulled out his business card and offered it with both hands. I see. And Jun's smile deepened in a friendly manner as he accepted the card with both hands, gesturing respect. I'm sorry, I rushed here from the construction site, so I didn't bring my business card. That's fine. We've all heard of you before. President N, hello, my surname is Han, I am. Hello, President N, I am. A bunch of people fought to greet him. In the end, and Firen and Jun were swallowed by the crowd. Deng Qi's father and Lu Peng's mother looked at each other in fear. They fell silent and gestured for their sons to leave while no one was looking. As soon as they reached downstairs, Lu Peng yelled, Mom. What does Firen's father do? Isn't he just a poor construction worker who moves bricks? Why is everyone trying to suck up to him? As soon as his voice fell, Mother Lu couldn't help but grit her teeth and throw a slap across his face. Move bricks. If one could end up like him by moving bricks, I would go do it too. Little brat, you've thrown your father and I into the firing line. If I knew this would happen, I should have just strangled you to death when you were first born. All you do is bully people. Worst of all, you sure know who to pick on. He bullied Song Yao Yao and attracted Mr. Huo. He bullied Firen and attracted President N. The former's power could not be underestimated, and the latter was also a famous name on the country's rich list. If they decided to work together, the Lias, small company would not stand a chance. Hoo. Mom, why did you slap me? I didn't say anything wrong. Lu Peng covered his face and cried. In his eyes, the man that had attended the parent meeting was dressed just like a beggar. Cry. You actually have the audacity to cry. I should just beat you to death today. Lu Peng had just walked out of a group beating, and now, he was being chased around the school by his mother. As he looked at the mother and son, Deng Qi covered his face and quietly glanced at his father who did not have a pleasant expression. His knees weakened and he kneeled on the ground with a thump. Hoo, father, I was wrong. At least, he knew he was wrong. Meanwhile, Huo Yunk carried the crying Song Yao Yao out of the school gates. The girl had her arms hooked around his neck and her head was buried into his neck as she sobbed. Her voice was soft. Gerger, you were so cool back there. Huo Yunk paused and amusement appeared in his eyes. It must have been difficult for her to cry and suck up to him at the same time. Song Yao Yao, do you know what I want? An explanation. If he hadn't done his research on the way there, he would have never imagined that the little girl that acted cute in front of him was actually so tough at school. She had led her entire class to beat up someone. She had actually done that. Second Master Huo, is the sun rising from the west today? You're actually here. Gerger, Song Yao Yao buried her head into the man's neck and rubbed against it. Clearly, she did not want to explain. Just as she was sticking to him, she heard a roguish voice. Second Master Huo, Gerger, is he calling you? Yes. Huo Yunk carried the girl over. On this cold day, the man was dressed flamboyantly in a pink shirt as he leaned against his red sports car, allowing the wind to blow in his hair. Hi, Mu Jing raised an eyebrow as his gaze fell straight upon the girl in Huo Yunki's arms. The girl was petite and delicate as she buried herself in the man's embrace. When she didn't speak and didn't move, she was like a huge human-sized doll. Second Master Huo, has this century-old sago palm finally bloomed one? But isn't this girl too young? TCH, you monster. Do you have a lot of free time? Huo Yunk said in a dull manner. No, Mu Jing said as he waved his hand toward something in the distance. I specifically came to accompany my wife at the parent meeting. Oh, but why should I be telling you this? You singles would never understand my happiness, he said proudly. Wifey, over here. Oh, really? Huo Yunki's lips curved upward. His smile was filled with meaning. Xia Lao approached the two and raised her eyebrows. As she leaned against Mu Jing, she lifted her gaze. Huo Yunk, your tastes aren't bad. The girl is still young. Don't speak recklessly, Huo Yunk warned. Xia Lao clicked her tongue. You sly fox, why are you trying to act innocent? If you don't like her, why are you hugging her so tightly? If you don't like her, why did you rush here as soon as you heard she was being bullied? This isn't like you, Huo Yunk. The couple teased Huo Yunk, but his expression did not change. His gaze swept across Mu Jing and he suddenly thought of something. Mu Jing, you're married now. It's about time you end all your messy relationships from the past. Mu Jing was dismayed. I ended them a long time ago. FCK, Second Master Huo, don't try to frame me. What did you say? Xia Lao narrowed her eyes spitefully. Oh, Huo Yunk nodded with a meaningful smile. I may have heard wrong. When a person grows old, they begin to hear things. I thought I heard someone calling a woman, honey. As soon as he spoke, Xia Lao jumped up in anger. There was a fire in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Mu Jing, UB Street Road. She grabbed onto Mu Jing's ear and tugged on it. Did you find another woman behind my back? Do you have a death wish? Ow. Mu Jing glared at Huo Yunk as he said in a submissive tone, Wifey, listen to me, I really didn't. Second Master Huo is framing me. Ha, then why isn't he framing someone else? Does he have that much free time? Mu Jing's ear felt as though it was about to fall off. He bent his hip, wanting to struggle free, but he was too scared to. As he watched Huo Yunk leave, he ground his teeth in anger. Yes, he does have that much free time. Please, ladies, wake up. Don't be fooled by his pure image. Huo Yunk is actually a swindler who is roguish and black-bellied. He watched aggrievedly as Song Yao Yao poked her head out from Huo Yunki's embrace. All of a sudden, he pointed at her and said, Wifey, if you don't believe me, you can ask that girl. She was around earlier. She can prove my innocence. Xia Lao glanced over, half believing his claim. Song Yao Yao lay in Huo Yunki's arms and waved her hand innocently. In a soft voice, she said, I think I also heard. Mu Jing. Just as Song Yao Yao spoke, an angry voice sounded. Before they boarded their car, Song Yao Yao saw in her periphery, the man that was too scared to fight back even though he was being beaten. She licked her lips and watched them intently. But, as the woman beat the man, the beating suddenly turned into a hug, and then a kiss. A kiss. Ooh, how exciting. She leaned against the car window, poked out her head, and stared at them with her teary eyes. Her eyes glowed as she thought something. As soon as Huo Yunk sat down, he noticed that she was focused on the outside. He raised an eyebrow, looked over, and his gaze turned cold. He lifted his hand, covered Song Yao Yao's eyes, and instructed the driver, start driving to the hospital. Yes, sir. Oh, Gerger, don't obstruct my view. Song Yao Yao pouted unhappily as she tried to tear his palm away. However, the car had already started, and the kissing couple had already disappeared from their line of sight. She turned her head and said sadly, Gerger, why did you do that? That was my first time seeing a couple kiss. So that's how it's like. Huo Yunk held his forehead. Children shouldn't learn from that. I'm not a child anymore. Song Yao Yao scrunched up her nose and humped as she swung her legs. I'm an adult. I'm old enough to kiss someone. For example, Gerger. Hee hee. She was embarrassed by her own thoughts. As she shrunk back her neck, she covered her mouth and laughed in secret. The girl's thoughts were always so strange. Huo Yunk furrowed his brows, grabbed her chin, and asked, so why did you fight? Oh, Gerger, look outside. A pig's flying. She yelled excitedly as she pointed outside with an animated expression. But, when she saw that Huo Yunki's expression did not change and his eyes didn't move for a second, Song Yao Yao pouted her lips, and her smile slowly faded. What, couldn't he humor her a little? Explain, Song Yao Yao. He let her go and leaned back casually. Song Yao Yao didn't want to explain. She was afraid that he would hate her if he knew the truth. She rubbed her eyes and pretended to cry. Hoo, Gerger is so fierce. I'm scared. As he listened to her whine, Huo Yunk grabbed the back of her neck, like he was grabbing a kitten by the scruff, and forced her to lift her head. As expected, Song Yao Yao was ticklish. As she jumped, her clean, fair-skinned face was exposed. Apart from a bit of redness around her eyes and nose from when she was crying at school, her face was clean without a single teardrop. Are you going to keep acting? He asked as he raised his eyebrows and held back an amused smile. Ahem. Song Yao Yao's eyes darted. All of a sudden, she placed her hand in front of the man's eyes and said aggrievedly, Gerger, my hand hurts, can you blow on it? She insisted on not discussing the incident that happened at school. Huo Yunk glanced down, gently blew, and raised his eyebrows. Give me an explanation now. Oh, she couldn't escape. There was no excuse. Song Yao Yao blinked and said, would you believe me if I told you I was being bullied first? Yes, I'll be honest, I hit his head, and the other two boys were also hit because of me. She sniffed and frowned. I know I was wrong. If you want to punish me, then go ahead. I guarantee that I will never do it again. Really, so. She grabbed onto the man's sleeve and swung it carefully. Please don't send me away. The girl's eyes were red, and her ponytail was a little loose and messy. She looked like a stray cat who had won a fight but still had no home to return to. When Huo Yunk didn't make a sound, she pouted her lips and got ready to cry. Before she managed to open her mouth, a big hand covered her head and rubbed it. There was a sigh beside her ear. When have I ever said that I was sending you away? Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up as she lifted her rosy face. Really, you're not going to send me away? No, Huo Yunk nodded as the girl's vibrant expression reflected in his eyes. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and he said in seriousness, but I still need to punish you. Before Song Yaoyao got to be happy for too long, she suddenly received bad news. With a depressed expression, she stretched out her fair hand and faced her palm upward. Hit me then, Gerger. As long as you don't send me away. Because she was afraid of pain, she shut her eyes tight. Her moist eyelashes trembled and she looked inexplicably pitiful. But she waited for a long time and nothing happened. Song Yaoyao opened her eyes slightly to take a peek. All she saw was the man tapping on her red swollen hand as he said in a commanding tone, you can fight, but you can't get hurt in the process, otherwise. He raised an eyebrow threateningly. But Song Yaoyao's eyes were already glowing as she screamed in joy and pounced into Huo Yunqi's arms. Her voice was soft and sweet. I knew you doted on me the most. Be careful. As she stood up, Huo Yunk furrowed his brows and protected the top of her head with his hand. Until there was a thump against his chest. He coughed and said dully, Song Yaoyao, it's time to lose weight. HMPH. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and said coquettishly in his arms, will you not want me anymore if I become a fatty? No, the girl was sensitive, so Huo Yunk did not tease her. See, she sneakily leaned into the man's ear and mumbled quietly, besides, Ruro said that boys like girls with a bit more meat. Ahem. Huo Yunqi's back stiffened and his face immediately turned pale. He looked at her proud expression and asked in a deep voice, Song Yaoyao, what kind of friends do you have? How could her friend say such a thing? And even if she wanted to say it, she shouldn't teach it to Yaoyao. Isn't she right? Song Yaoyao scratched her head and said shyly. Ruro had one hand on her chest when she told me this with seriousness. Her small auntie had taught it to her. Huo Yunqi's head ached. Who is her small auntie? I think she's a celebrity, a best actress. Oh, yes, she was also present earlier, but I don't think she was fat at all. She had a curvaceous body. Song Yaoyao was confused. Why did Ruro say that girls should have more meat? Huo Yunqi's expression grew darker and darker. Sha Lao, he said between gritted teeth. So it was that woman's niece. No wonder she taught Song Yaoyao something like that. Achoo, Sha Lao, who was on her way home, rubbed her nose and wondered, who's thinking of me? Mu Jing, whose ears were blood red, said in a cool manner, you have so many male fans. Plenty of them must be thinking of you. HMPH. Sha Lao nodded her head. You're right. After a series of sneezes, she simply ignored it. She had no idea that her manager would soon accept a film located in the mountains, and the director was someone that she worshipped. It was difficult in the mountains and Mu Jing wouldn't be able to accompany her. But Sha Lao had no idea about that yet. At the hospital. Mr. Huo, this girl has only suffered some minor injuries, you don't have to worry. The person treating Song Yaoyao was Elder Huo's personal doctor. As he looked at Huo Yunqi's furrowed brows and gloomy expression, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because of Elder Huo, he had a good impression of Huo Yunk. He appeared unapproachable, but he was exceptionally filial toward the old man. He was simply a little cold and authoritative. Regardless, he was still a human. Song Yaoyao lifted her gaze, glanced at Huo Yunk quietly, and stuck out her tongue. After her treatment was finished, she stood up pitifully and tugged on Huo Yunqi's sleeve. Gerger, since we're here at the hospital, we should go visit grandfather. You can't call him grandfather. Huo Yunk suddenly said as he was walking out. Why? Song Yaoyao never considered this point. After all, she didn't know many people and her personality was straightforward. She liked Huo Yunk and she saw he was quite young, so she called him Gerger. Similarly, Elder Huo looked old, so she naturally called him grandfather. She did not consider their relationship when greeting them. As he took in her dopey expression, Huo Yunk said quietly, forget about it. Song Yaoyao scratched her head. What the hell? Why didn't he finish what he was saying? What was wrong with him? As they reached the top floor VIP area, Song Yaoyao spotted a familiar nurse and immediately ran over. Sister, is the grandfather in that room here? Are you talking about room 8? He's not there. He's playing mahjong with his friends. The nurse chuckled and pointed to the left. Follow the corridor until you reach the end and the leisure room is on the right. He's in there. Song Yaoyao. She sniffed, grabbed Huo Yunk, and asked, so Gerger, is grandfather in the hospital because he's sick? Huo Yunk chuckled. No, he was here to play. After hearing the answer to her question, Song Yaoyao felt as though the old man had renewed her impression of hospitals. She hated hospitals, yet she had now met someone who treated it like his home. She had never heard of such a thing. I will go over now. But before she did, she double-checked, will grandfather be unhappy if I disturb him? No, he would love to see her. Hearing this response, Song Yaoyao grinned. Then, I'll head over there now. Are you coming too? Or will you wait here? I want to surprise him. Hee. Her footsteps were fast as she flew down the corridor. Seeing how cute she was, the nurses couldn't help but smile. This girl was quite fun. As she reached the leisure room, Song Yaoyao opened a little gap in the door and analyzed the inside. It was lively inside and filled with the voices of old men. 2 bamboo, 8 won, Pong, oh, sorry, I win. She bent her body forward sneakily and crept inside. When the old men saw her, Song Yaoyao held her finger to her lips. Shish. They nodded in secret and watched her with amusement. But, who was she here for? Elder Huo won a round and was beaming with joy. Come, let's continue. We're missing a tile. Where did it go? Here, the girl's voice was crisp and lively. In her hand was the mahjong that had fallen on the ground. Oh, thank you. Elder Huo was slow at reacting. Only after he received the tile did he turn his head rapidly. When he saw it was Song Yao Yao, he was pleasantly surprised. Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Hee. Song Yao Yao scratched her head and said sweetly, Gerger brought me here. Wow, he's been visiting quite often recently. Elder Huo was amused, but as he played mahjong, he noticed Song Yao Yao's red eyes and suddenly paused. He immediately furrowed his brows and frowned. Yao Yao, did Huo Yunk bully you? Song Yao Yao was stunned for a moment before she waved her hands, afraid that her Gerger would be misunderstood. No, Gerger didn't bully me. However, as soon as she raised her hands, Elder Huo was shocked. Apart from a layer of ointment on the back of her hand, it was swollen like a bun. Elder Huo stood up in anger. He grabbed Song Yao Yao and asked, what's that punk doing? Why is your hand swollen? He's already in his 20s, yet he can't even take care of a young woman. Outside, in the resting area, the man was calmly flipping through a magazine. His eyes were lowered and he had a noble and restrained temperament. All of a sudden, there was a loud roar, Huo Yunk. The man did not lift his head. Instead, he furrowed his brows. What happened this time? There was a sense of helplessness in his voice. How dare you ask? Elder Huo pointed at Song Yao Yao. What happened to her? You can't even take care of her properly even though she calls you Gerger. Huo Yunk was confused. Only when his eyes fell upon Song Yao Yao did he realize what was happening. He laughed. Song Yao Yao, tell him where your injury came from. Well, Song Yao Yao lowered her head in embarrassment as her cheeks turned red. She clasped her hands together and mumbled, Grandfather, my hand, it's swollen because I hit someone. It really had nothing to do with her Gerger. Elder Huo and his mahjong friends, who had come out to watch the show, immediately burst into laughter. Young lady, if you want to find an excuse, you should come up with something more believable. This doesn't sound convincing at all. Ha, old Huo, where did your son find this girl? She is a treasure. She's even quite protective of him. Song Yao Yao blushed as she stared at them with her almond eyes. She lifted her chest and said proudly, of course I should protect my Gerger. Ahem. Huo Yunk held back a laugh as he placed his fist to his lips and cleared his throat. Elder Huo didn't believe Song Yao Yao's explanation to begin with, so when he saw his son laugh, he was immediately furious. He really liked Song Yao Yao. She had a good personality and she was very likable. As he looked at his son at that moment, he found him particularly unpleasant to look at. How do you have the audacity to laugh? Elder Huo glared at him. I want to hear the truth. Don't treat me like your subordinates. Don't forget that I'm your father. Even if you're lawless and domineering on the outside, in front of me, you are still my son. Grandfather, Song Yao Yao tugged on Elder Huo's shirt. It really has nothing to do with Gerger. I had a fight with some schoolmates today. Gerger even stuck up for me. Gerger's actually really nice. Don't blame him. Stuck up for you. Elder Huo glanced at Huo Yunk who was sitting calmly on the sofa and felt frustrated. Where did he inherit that infuriating expression from? He didn't kill them. Song Yao Yao. That wasn't something he should do, right? Elder Huo seemed a little ruthless and cruel. He should have at least broken an arm or a leg. Tell me, what did you do? Elder Huo pointed at Song Yao Yao's hand. Yao Yao's hand is swollen. We need to get revenge for her. Grandfather, we already got revenge. Song Yao Yao explained carefully. In fact, the guy was destroyed. But she did not dare to tell him that. Huo Yunk held back a smile as he stood up and threw the magazine onto the coffee table. Now that you've seen him, Song Yao Yao, let's go home. You haven't been here for long, Elder Huo said as he glared at him. If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. I want Yao Yao to keep me company. It's good that you got revenge. If you couldn't even protect this young woman, I would have told you to change your surname. Song Yao Yao felt guilty when she heard the old man siding with her. She did not dare to tell him that she was on the serving end of the punches the entire time. Although she wasn't the one who started the fight, the person that provoked her was hit quite pitifully. Grandfather, forget about it, I didn't suffer at all. Not even a bit. She grabbed onto the old man's shirt. By the way, weren't you playing mahjong a moment ago? Do you want to continue? It looked like a lot of fun. Elder Huo's mood immediately changed. His eyes curved happily. Are you interested in mahjong? Let's go, I'll teach you. Song Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief and stuck out her tongue as she followed him. His old friends didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they watched the way that he protected the girl who was actually in the wrong. When he was young, people would be frightened by a stomp of his foot. Now that he was old, why did he act like such a child? He even spoiled someone who was at fault. Gerger, I'll come out and look for you later. Wait for me. Song Yao Yao turned around slightly and waved at Huo Yunk. A moment later, the leisure room became lively again. Song Yao Yao immediately became addicted to the game. She had never encountered something like this in the past, and she couldn't help that her memory was so good that she could count tiles. With one glance, she could roughly guess where the tiles were situated and she remembered them well. As a result, the following scene occurred. 4 old men played passionately around the table as the girl's cheeks turned red from excitement. She poked her head out as she sat next to Elder Huo and called out to him every now and then, Grandfather. Throw this one. The next tile will definitely be the one that you're after. Grandfather, don't throw that one. Yay, you won again. All the way until noon, the other 3 men did not win once after Song Yao Yao joined. Elder Huo couldn't stop grinning. Next to the mahjong table sat a pile of 5 and 10-cent coins, which meant nothing to these rich old bosses, but the simplest happiness could not be bought with money. I'm not playing anymore. I'm furious. Elder Shen puffed and glared at his tiles as he knocked them over. Where did this girl come from? She knows how to count tiles. Isn't this cheating? Hey, it's just a game. Why so serious? Elder Huo raised his eyebrows smugly. My Yao Yao is smart. If you're that good, you could get your son. Wait, no, you could get your grandson to find a smart girl like this. HMPH. Fine, I'm not afraid. As the two men argued, the other two old men looked at each other, smiled, and shook their heads. But as they looked at the girl, their gazes weren't just filled with fondness, they also contained admiration and curiosity. At their age, they could see things clearly. In this world, there were too many fake people. It was rare to find a pure-hearted person like this girl. She also had a vibrant personality, she was well-behaved, and she was smart. As they looked at her, they grew in interest. They had watched the punk grow up. From a young age, he had been like a grumpy old man who barely smiled. How was he so lucky? How did he find such a lovable wife? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The nurse entered and reminded the old men, it's time to take your medicine. As soon as he heard this, Elder Huo furrowed his brows. The others did too. What medicine? I'm not sick. If these old punks weren't here, I wouldn't be staying at this hospital. I'm also here to keep old Shen company. Yes, me too. Song Yao Yao blinked and asked curiously, Grandfather, are you afraid of taking medicine? Ahem. She got him with one sentence. People often use the term, old child. These old children were usually coaxed into taking their medicine, but no one had ever pointed out the truth in front of them. The nurse was surprised as her gaze fell upon Song Yao Yao. Who's afraid? The medicine's just useless. I've taken it for years and I'm still the same. I reckon I could live longer if I don't take it. Elder Shen was amused. At our age, we've already seen through it all. As soon as he said this, a sad vibe slowly filled the air. Song Yao Yao pursed her lips and did not say anything. Seeing this, Elder Huo patted her on the head and glared at Elder Shen. What's wrong with you? Can you not say such depressing things in front of a child? It will make her sad. Song Yao Yao licked her lips and suddenly said, Sister, can I see what medicine they've been taking? Elder Huo was quite healthy. Out of the 4 old men, Elder Shen was in the worst shape. Song Yao Yao did not check his pulse, but judging by his bluish lips and the way he coughed intermittently while playing mahjong, she could roughly guess that he had uremia. Uremia was not an independent disease, but a clinical syndrome shared by various advanced kidney diseases. As it advanced further into the later stages, it became more painful. Hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and kidney transplantation. These were the only 3 options. But at Elder Shen's age, getting a kidney transplant was much too risky. Besides, Song Yao Yao was unaware of whether he had already done one in the past. If he had already done one and his condition was still worsening, then it was a difficult situation to deal with. Huh, the nurse said with interest, are you studying medicine? Song Yao Yao nodded and shook her head at the same time. I know a little, but I actually studied traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine. The nurse's eyes darted. Then I guess that even if I give you the medicine, you won't be able to determine their uses. After all, Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are different. She tried to maintain her smile so she wouldn't expose her feelings of contempt. What year was it? How could someone still be talking about traditional Chinese medicine? Just let her have a look if she wants. What's the point of all this useless talk? Elder Huo glanced at her impatiently. What? Do you look down on traditional Chinese medicine? Song Yao Yao's grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but she was aware that the world had its prejudices and many people found it troublesome to prepare. Most people went to the hospital when they fell ill, not many went to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, her grandfather dedicated his whole life to his passion for traditional Chinese medicine, and many people respected him for it. So she sat beside the old man and did not say anything when she heard the contempt in the woman's voice. Although she was a little upset, her grandfather always said that a person couldn't change another's prejudice, but they could change themselves. As long as she had a conscience, that was all that mattered. The nurse never expected that Elder Huo would protect the girl to this extent. She simply displayed a tiny trace of contempt and he noticed it straight away. She looked at Song Yao Yao pleadingly, hoping she would speak up for her. But her eyes simply met Song Yao Yao's for a few seconds before the girl said indifferently, Grandfather, I'm not looking at the medicine anymore. Why, are you upset? Elder Huo patted her on the head. Don't look at it then. What's so good about it anyway? It's been so long and it still hasn't. He paused, looked at Elder Shen, and shook his head. His old friend's condition was getting worse by the day. It was hard not to feel heartbroken looking at him. However, life was unpredictable. That was the truth. They were getting old and were bound to leave one day. It was only a matter of time. Hasn't Grandfather Shen considered traditional Chinese medicine? Song Yao Yao tilted her head curiously and blinked. Elder Shen was not angered by this. Do you know what illness I have? If I'm right, it's kidney failure, Song Yao Yao concluded as she tapped on her lips and thought for a bit. I've read about this condition in books. It's not impossible to treat. Grandfather Shen, have you done a kidney transplant in the past? She spoke naturally without noticing that the experienced old men were shocked by her words. Elder Huo stared at her. Yao Yao, did you really diagnose old Shen by yourself? Yes, Song Yao Yao nodded. As soon as I entered, I noticed that Grandfather Shen's hand was abnormally swollen. After that, I saw how his reaction speed was a little slow while playing mahjong, that his breathing was heavy, and his complexion was yellow. Taking his age into consideration as well, I knew there was something wrong with his kidneys. Thus, I took the liberty to guess that he has uremia. However, I haven't checked his pulse yet, so I can only guess. I'm not sure if I'm right or not. She stuck out her tongue. If I'm wrong, I hope Grandfather Shen won't be mad. Let me apologize to you. The girl was professional and serious when she explained the diagnosis. Even the nurse standing at the door was surprised. This girl really did have some skill. The 4 methods of diagnosis in traditional Chinese medicine were look, listen, question, and feel the patient's pulse. Yet, she simply observed the man's symptoms and almost got his entire diagnosis correct. Was traditional Chinese medicine really this amazing? This was the best hospital in Hua country. If the hospital couldn't cure them, was this girl really capable of doing that? The men looked at each other and noticed the shock in the other person's eyes. Elder Huo couldn't hide his excitement. He pulled Yao Yao over and asked in detail, "Brat, tell me, can your grandfather Shen be cured?" Actually, the reason why the old men insisted on staying in the hospital was to accompany Elder Shen. They didn't want him to be all alone. They would be his company so he wouldn't leave the world by himself. By this point, Elder Shen had already half given up. He was happy to take the medicine, but he wasn't willing to do any procedures. He even refused to stay in the ICU. He looked at his swollen hand and patted the area where his kidneys sat. These are already my second set. The doctor said he can't do another one. I guess, this is life. Second set. Song Yao Yao furrowed her brows, stood up, and walked over. Grandfather Shen, can I check your pulse? Elder Shen responded quickly, okay. Everyone's gaze fell upon Song Yao Yao. 2 minutes later. He can be treated, but everyone's hearts lit up when they heard what Song Yao Yao said. Even their breathing became light. Treatment is possible, but it's not a cure. At most, we can extend his life by 8 to 10 years. Bang. Elder Huo was fine, but one of the old men beside him couldn't help jumping to his feet. 8 minus 10 years. The old man rubbed his head. It's hard to say whether we can live that long to begin with. If she could really extend his life without causing much pain, why would anyone not want to try it? Elder Shen's breathing became unstable with excitement. But, even though she appeared clever and knowledgeable, Song Yao Yao was too young. When it came to something like this, she still needed to do some convincing. Yao Yao, let's not joke about this. Elder Huo's expression turned serious. Although he doted on Song Yao Yao, he didn't want her to joke about his good friend's life and death. Grandfather, I'm not joking. Song Yao Yao sniffed. I've encountered this condition I've read about it in a book, and I've seen successful cases of recovery. She almost mentioned her real grandfather. Song Yao Yao sighed. She missed him a little. How do you treat it? Elder Shen wanted to hear Song Yao Yao's suggestion. The reality was, the Shen family had already searched far and wide for the most famous doctors. However, the results were minuscule. Now, he had reached a point where he didn't want to mess around anymore, thus he casually picked a hospital and decided to leave his life up to fate. Grandfather Shen, do you know about acupuncture? If we combine acupuncture with a few doses of medicinal herbs, you should experience the effects within 3 days. If it doesn't work, then. Song Yao Yao, what are you doing? Huo Yunk furrowed his brows and walked in to drag her out. Gerger, why did you come in here? Song Yao Yao held onto his arm as he began to lead her out of the room. She pouted her lips and complained, Gerger, I haven't finished. Elder Huo's eyes darted as he sat in place and did not stop them. The 2 friends beside him also looked at each other and didn't make a noise. Only Elder Shen shook his head with a bitter smile and pointed at Elder Huo. They had been friends for so many years, of course, he understood what he was thinking. Yunk, calm down, I still want to live a few extra years. Let me listen to the child's expert advice. Expert advice is a bit of a stretch, Elder Huo said. She's still young. That turn of phrase is too much for her. That's about enough. Elder Shen rolled his eyes and looked at Huo Yunk. What, don't you believe the girl? Song Yao Yao pouted her lips and looked at Huo Yunk aggrievedly. Huo Yunk glanced at her, let her go, and turned around. Of course I believe her, but as my grandfather said, she's still young and doesn't understand a lot of things. Have you forgotten your identity? If she can treat you, then that would be great. But what if it doesn't work? Song Yao Yao finally understood the situation. Her eyes curved and she grabbed onto Huo Yunki's sleeve with trust. PFF'd. Elder Shen shook his head. You two, you're a couple of sly foxes. I know how my condition currently is. I'm just sitting here waiting for death. Living a few more days or dying earlier makes no difference for me. I just want to know how confident the girl is with her suggestion. Everyone's gaze fell upon Song Yao Yao. Song Yao Yao pressed her lips together and checked for Huo Yunki's advice, Gerger. Speak. With Huo Yunki's approval, Song Yao Yao began to speak. 80%, at most, she said softly as she scratched her head without much confidence. My master passed away before I graduated, so I didn't get the chance to. Master. Everyone heard this and they each had their own thoughts, but no one questioned her. She couldn't call him grandfather, but she could call him her master, right? She had treated many patients with her grandfather, and her grandfather had said that she was naturally talented. Unfortunately, he left the world before she managed to graduate. Song Yao Yao was a little depressed. She lowered her head and kicked the ground. 80%. Elder Shen laughed loudly. Brat, you are so modest. Do you know what the doctors I've seen in the past have said? Song Yao Yao was curious. What? They told me not to have too much hope. And to fulfill any last wishes I had. Weren't they clearly telling him to sit around and wait for death? Well, it wasn't like her grandfather had never come across someone that was incurable. However, he still put all his effort into treating them. Words like these had never left her grandfather's mouth. So your 80% really makes me happy. The nurse on the side was shocked. She could sense that the old man was moved by the girl's words. She understood that no one was willing to die, and sometimes, they did silly things to avoid it. But how old was this girl? She was brazen enough to claim that she had 80% chance of extending the old man's life. And these big bosses all believed her. One was brave enough to say it, and the other was brave enough to believe it. Elder Shen, please don't joke around with your body. You need to consider this carefully. Do you want to contact Mr. Shen first? Song Yaoyao did not say a word as she leaned against Huo Yonk. Huo Yonk chuckled and patted her on the head. It's only right to contact him. We will leave that with Uncle Shen. After you get over that hurdle and confirm that the child won't be held liable, I will hand her over to you. Otherwise, this may sound heartless, but I won't be letting her go. You rascal, watch what you're saying. Elder Huo glared at him and smiled. Is your Uncle Shen that kind of person? Old Shen, this rascal always says infuriating words. I'm used to it. Please don't be bothered by him. After all, he's finally found a girl that isn't afraid of him. It's only normal for him to protect her. Elder Shen looked at him in understanding. These two were playing good cop, bad cop. But their motive was the same, to protect the girl. He was not offended as he continued to smile. However, he suddenly coughed, and dry retched as he held his stomach. The nurse was shocked and quickly pressed the emergency buzzer. Elder Shen, are you okay? Old Shen. Elder Huo leaned toward him worriedly and patted on his shoulder. Why are you so worked up? Hurry back to your room to get some rest. We will chat again when you're better. Elder Shen smiled weakly. I'm afraid that I won't get better. He lifted his head and looked at the nurse in the doorway. Go, give the Shens a phone call and tell them to come here. Elder Shen, the nurse was still reluctant. He was already in the late stages of his condition. How could anyone treat it? If Song Yaoyao ended up killing him, the old man's identity would cause the hospital a lot of backlash. What? You're not listening to my orders anymore. Elder Shen wiped some blood from the corner of his lips. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's. How much have I invested in this hospital? What do I get in return? You're just making me wait for my death while forcing me to do that darned dialysis. You might as well kill me with a knife. He lost his temper, frightening the nurse until she didn't dare to argue back. Elder Shen, don't be upset. I will go contact them right now. A bunch of nurses and doctors rushed over and took Elder Shen away. The remaining old men also left. After the door closed, only Elder Huo, Huo Yonk, and Song Yaoyao remained. For some reason, the atmosphere was a little strange. Song Yaoyao shrunk back her neck. Song Yaoyao, yes, Gerger. Song Yaoyao instinctively stood upright with her hands behind her back as guilt appeared in her eyes. Huo Yonk pointed at her. In the end, he turned and left without saying anything. Gerger, where are you going? She looked at Elder Huo. Grandfather, is Gerger angry? How could he be? Elder Huo grinned happily. You're so cute. Who could bear to be angry at you? He may look cold, but he actually cares about you a lot. Really? Song Yaoyao was immediately happy. Gerger's always cared about me. Don't scold him from now on. He is a good person. And he particularly dotes on me. Looking at her proud expression, Elder Huo couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand. You young people can resolve your own matters. I'm getting old. I can't be bothered dealing with it. He sighed. You should go. I want to sit here for a little longer. It's time you go look for him. You're not old. I bet you can live to 100. She stuck out her tongue and quickly ran outside. I shall go comfort Gerger. See you later. Comfort. Elder Huo burst into laughter as he sat at the mahjong table and started stacking the messy tiles. Because of Huo Yunqi's personality, Elder Huo had worried multiple times that he would grow old and lonely. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. In fact, he felt his son was quite lucky to encounter someone at his age who was willing to give him all her affection. A girl who was willing to protect him and take care of his feelings. However, there were many forms of protecting. Elder Huo had never asked Huo Yonk about his love life. Ever since he handed the Huo family over to him, all of this was no longer his business. He didn't care who he ended up with, boy or girl, poor or on the same level, he could do whatever he wanted. But in Elder Huo's eyes, if he couldn't protect the girl that he liked, then he would be considered trash. Song Yaoyao jogged over to the resting area. Huo Yonk was seated on the sofa with his back facing her. She carefully snuck over and stretched out her hands. Guess who? Before she finished speaking, someone tugged on her wrist, and her world flipped upside down until she went from standing to sitting. But what was she sitting on? Song Yaoyao blushed as her eyes sparkled like stars. Gerger. Huo Yonk leaned back calmly and raised his eyebrows. Are you trying to do something bad? And no, Song Yaoyao stuttered. She had no intention of doing anything bad. But why did she feel guilty? I simply wanted to joke around with you. Translator. Uni. That's right, that was it. Song Yaoyao straightened her back, trying her best not to feel guilty. Huo Yonk curved his lips. His voice was lazy. Song Yaoyao, what else are you hiding from me? Song Yaoyao was surprised as she sat in the man's arms. She tightened her fist and secretly took a glance at him. Her eyes immediately met his. Gerger, she opened her mouth. Her situation was too strange to talk about. Even she felt as though she was dreaming sometimes. Transmigration. This wasn't the right place to discuss this. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Song Yaoyao paused. Gerger, are you upset? She grabbed onto his sleeve and gently swayed it, her voice slightly hesitant. TCH. Huo Yonk shook his head. He flipped his hand and held her hand in his. Why should I be? However, Song Yaoyao did not process these words. Her mind was blank for a moment before it exploded with fireworks. Gerger held my hand. What is the meaning of this? Has he finally been moved by me? Is he going to become my boyfriend? Song Yaoyao's mind wandered off as her face turned red. Huo Yunk curled his finger and flicked her forehead. Ow! Song Yaoyao held her head and snapped out of her daze. Gerger, what was that for? She complained. What are you thinking? Huo Yunk raised his eyebrows. She was still fine when he didn't ask this, but as soon as he did, her face heated up even more. I was thinking about when I could become Gerger's girlfriend. Her eyes were watery. Before she realized what she was saying, she had subconsciously responded. Girlfriend, huh? Song Yaoyao was stunned. I. What the hell? How did Gerger know what she was thinking? Was she in such a daze that she had spoken her thoughts out loud? No. Song Yaoyao lost her mind. She buried her head into Huo Yunki's chest and played dead. There was a squeeze on the back of her neck and Song Yaoyao trembled as she shrunk back her shoulders. Next to her ear, the man's raspy and leisurely voice sounded. His tone was steady and calm, yet it moved one's heart. Song Yaoyao, are you thinking about being my girlfriend? He was calm, unlike Song Yaoyao who was red from head to toe and so hot that she felt like she could evaporate into thin air. No, she humped as she buried herself in Huo Yunki's arms and pointlessly tried to deny her feelings. But after she gave her response, she regretted what she had said. No, this was such a good opportunity. How could she let it go? She suddenly gathered her courage and said, no, actually, yes. Huh, you have. Huo Yunk lowered his head leisurely. He was in a good mood. The man had come out of a meeting earlier, and he was dressed in a collared shirt and trousers. The black shirt stretched down to his elbows, and on his wrist was a watch instead of the prayer beads that barely left his side. Meanwhile, the girl was dressed in pink. She had a fluffy coat and a short skirt, and her jet black hair draped down her back as she obediently buried herself in his arms. From the outside, they looked like two completely different people. If this was in the past, Huo Yunk would have never expected himself to be interested in a girl like this. No, to be exact, he had never even considered adding a woman to his life plan. Yet, the current scene was so strange. These two were oddly compatible. That's right. Song Yaoyao closed her eyes as she nodded her head with determination. Her soft voice said with a slight quiver, so, Gerger, have you considered having a girlfriend? The man lowered his eyes with amusement. I've considered it. Then, Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up as she grabbed onto his sleeve. Her voice was like the buzz of a mosquito. Then, Gerger, why don't you consider me? Her cheeks were red as she looked at him with anticipation. His smart eyes were like a sky full of stars being reflected in her gaze. Huo Yunk parted his lips. Just as he was about to say something. Miss Song, Elder Shen wants to see you. The man held onto her waist, lifted her off his lap, and patted her on the head. Go ahead. But, Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and glared at the nurse angrily. Nurse. She stomped her feet in fury. Just a little longer and she would have heard her Gerger's response. Just as she was feeling aggrieved, someone ran their hand through her long hair. A deep and charming voice sounded beside her ear, wait until you grow up. Song Yaoyao lifted her head. The smart and refined face appeared in her gaze and her eyes turned red. Then, you need to promise me that you won't like someone else. Apart from her, he couldn't like anyone else. Not even a man. Seeing the possessiveness in her gaze, amusement appeared in Huo Yunki's eyes. He had never wanted a woman in his life to begin with. This girl was an accident. She had somehow stumbled into his world and refused to leave. Since that was the case, he narrowed his eyes and watched as the girl followed the nurse at a relaxed pace and curved his lips. He was going to let her stay. 20 minutes later, the Shen family began to arrive. A familiar face was amongst these people. You can't. A middle-aged man's voice sounded from inside the room. Dad, have you lost your mind? How old is that girl? Don't be swindled. Song Yaoyao crouched beside the door and twiddled her fingers. Song Yaoyao, huh? Song Yaoyao lifted her head and saw Shen Shuan. She scratched her head. What are you doing here? Wait, is the man in this room your grandfather? Shen Shuan raised an eyebrow as he held back a smile. What about you? Are you the swindler that my father's talking about? The two were speechless for a while. I'm not a swindler. Song Yaoyao humped. If grandfather Shen wasn't a good person, I wouldn't have gotten involved. She turned her head and saw Huo Yunk waving at her from the resting area. Song Yaoyao immediately abandoned Shen Shuan and ran toward the man. Gerger, let's go home. Are you upset? As she looked into the man's gray eyes, Song Yaoyao shook her head. I'm not upset. It's only normal for them to not believe me. She wasn't the type to complain and hold grudges. Although she was a little sensitive, she knew how to be understanding of others. The girl's voice was soft and her gaze was clear, her intent was clearly written on her face. Huo Yunk chuckled. Okay, let's go home. He held onto the girl and stood up, his voice cold. I'm taking her. The choice is in your hands. There's no rush, you can slowly discuss. Only then did the arguing people realize who was talking to them. They couldn't help it. After all, he had his back to them the whole time and he kept an extremely low profile. Mr. Huo, what are you doing here? Do you know this girl? Her medical skills. After seeing Huo Yunk, they finally gained a bit of trust in Song Yaoyao. Just as one of them was about to step forward and talk to him, a bodyguard stopped him. Sorry, the master has a meeting to go to and can't stay. If you have something to say, you can speak to me, Huo Qi smiled. Whether you believe Miss Song or not, it will not affect the relationship between our two families. If you don't believe her, you are free to find another doctor. We won't force you. Translator, Uni. Either way, it wasn't like they were the ones who were fighting to survive. Huo Qi had witnessed the mystical Miss Song in the past. This, Shen Hongyang was rendered speechless by Huo Qi. He rubbed his hands and awkwardly questioned him, brother, but that's not the case. Look at the relationship between Mr. Huo and this girl. It doesn't look normal. Can she really treat the old man's illness? He knew that geniuses existed in the world, but because Song Yaoyao was so young, Shen Hongyang naturally didn't believe her. However, now that he knew she was somehow related to Huo Yonk, he began to believe her a little. After all, when had Huo Yonk placed someone useless by his side? Huo Qi smiled politely. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Our Miss Song is young, so it's hard to convince people to believe her. You can discuss it slowly. There's no rush. I need to protect the master, so I'll leave first. Bye. He nodded slightly, turned around, and left coolly with the other bodyguards. No real answer was given to the man's question. No rush. As if Shen Hongyang could wait, but Elder Shen couldn't. As he watched the doctors coming and going busily, Shen Hongyang grabbed his hair in frustration. Shen Xuan stared in the direction that Song Yaoyao left for a long time before he said, Dad, why don't we give it a try? Try. This is your grandfather we're talking about. He wasn't a frog or a rabbit used in a science lab. Shen Hongyang turned his head and immediately noticed the bruise on Shen Xuan's face. He gritted his teeth in disappointment. You punk. Did you fight at school again? Song Yaoyao is my classmate. Huh, what did you say? Shen Xuan looked straight into Shen Hongyang's eyes. I'm saying that you can take a chance at believing her. Song Yaoyao had surprised him many times already. This time, he also hoped a miracle would happen. If he could, of course, he didn't want his grandfather to leave this world. Whether it be the relationships or statuses inside the family, the Shens were no less complex than the Huos. Shen Xuan had plenty of uncles, so naturally, everyone wanted a piece of the inheritance. Shen Hongyang had the ability to lead, but he did not have the ability to expand the business, so it was good that Elder Shen was still around. Even though he was in the hospital, he still held most of the power. If Elder Shen was to pass away, it was hard to say whether Shen Hongyang would be able to hold on to the head position. When it came to this, it was hard not to feel impressed by Huo Yonk. Even at his age, Shen Hongyang had to greet him as Mr. Huo. The Huo family tree was much more complex and messy, but even to this point, they had a firm rule that only the eldest son could inherit the business. And historically, the head of the family had always been very capable. All those that didn't listen had already been fed to the dogs, and everyone else was scattered across subsidiary companies around the world, obeying the rules and working hard for the Huo family. Do you want to go home first? Huo Yonk asked. Song Yaoyao was surprised. You're not coming home with me. Huo Yonk lowered his gaze and poked her on the forehead. When I received the phone call, I was in the middle of a meeting. So, did that mean she had interrupted his work? Song Yaoyao stuck out her tongue guiltily. But it wasn't easy for her to see Huo Yonk, and she didn't want to go home on her own. Gerger, can I go back to the office with you? I guarantee to behave and not bother you. She grabbed onto his finger and lifted her head pleadingly. Gerger, seeing that Huo Yonk wasn't responding, her voice became cuter and cuter. Gerger, please. Song Yaoyao. Huo Yonk moved his finger. If you don't let go, how am I supposed to leave? Oh, I'm so hungry. Song Yaoyao immediately raised her hands in innocence. Seeing her silly expression, Huo Yonk shook his head, turned around, and sat on the side. Something big happened at Huo Corporation. Their boss went out for a while and returned with a delicate girl. The girl was even clinging to him, and he didn't say anything about it. As soon as Huo Yonk entered the building, he got ready for a meeting. Before he headed into the meeting, he instructed Huo Qi to take Song Yaoyao to his office. If you want to eat something, just tell Huo Qi to buy it. Okay, see you later, Gerger. Song Yaoyao nodded her head furiously and waved her hand. As he approached the entrance of the meeting room, Huo Yonk turned around. Song Yaoyao. Here, do you have any orders, Gerger? Song Yaoyao immediately straightened her body, ready to accept orders. Be good and don't cause trouble. Huo Yonk narrowed his eyes. His voice was deep and low. Don't fight either. Oh, Song Yaoyao pouted. Gerger. If no one provoked her, she would never fight. Huo Yonk gave these orders because he knew her too well. And don't hit anyone. Her hand was still swollen. Everyone looked at the sky and the ground, but no one dared to look at the boss. Inside, they thought, those that didn't know would think that their boss was a father. What if someone hits me? Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and asked unhappily. As soon as her voice fell, Huo Qi shivered and sensed danger. As expected, an arrow was immediately shot his way. Huo Qi is staying with you. If you can't even protect a child, Huo Qi, you. Receiving the man's warning gaze, Huo Qi felt a chill down his spine. Don't worry, sir, as long as I'm alive, Miss Song will not be hurt at all. Huo Yonk turned. As he entered the meeting room, his indifferent voice sounded. She can't be hurt even if you're dead. Huo Qi. Sir, you're honestly being a little heartless. He trembled as he turned, bending his waist 90 degrees and stretching out his hand. Miss Song, this way please. Song Yaoyao was shocked. Blinking her eyes blankly, she said, Huo Qi, you're exaggerating. She patted her chest as she shuffled into the private elevator. Huo Qi took a deep breath and kept his guard up. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Miss Song, this is the master's office. Wow. Song Yaoyao stepped inside and opened her mouth wide. The office took up half the floor. There was a lot of space and it felt like she had stepped into another world. Doesn't Gerger feel lonely when he works here? Huo Qi had never considered this. But thinking seriously, the master probably preferred being lonely. Miss Song, do you have anything that you want to eat? Huo Qi called the secretary's office and two professional women entered. This is Miss Song. The master instructed us to take good care of her. So this was the girl that the master doted on like a daughter. The two secretaries' eyes lit up as they looked at Song Yao Yao like she was some rare animal. Song Yao Yao was confused. She touched her face and mumbled, "Is there something dirty on my face?" They both looked very proper, but they were far from beautiful. However, their gazes did not contain the same kind of envy and hostility as Zhang Dao. Instead, they had an uncontainable happiness. Happiness. Song Yao Yao scratched her head in confusion. "Hi, Miss Song, would you like to drink something?" "Miss Song, are you hungry? We have a high-class chef in this building. You can order something and the chef will prepare it for you." It was hard to refuse this kindness. So, Huoqi watched as Miss Song ordered a huge array of desserts. Cookies, cakes, milk tea. His mouth twitched as he thought to himself. Although there is no main dish, the master did tell her to order anything she wanted. There should be no problem, right? Song Yao Yao licked some cream from the corner of her mouth, not noticing the bright gazes from the two secretaries on the side. Soon, she lay on the desk, swinging her legs as she yawned in boredom. The meeting lasted more than 2 hours. When Huo Yunq entered the office, the place was empty except for the desserts all over his desk. His temples twitched and he walked over as he rolled up his sleeves. "Where is she, sir?" Miss Song felt sleepy after eating dinner, so she is sleeping in your resting room, Huoqi replied in fear. "Dinner." Huo Yunq lowered his gaze coldly and swept it across the desserts on his desk. He then walked toward the resting room. Huoqi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not blamed. The office door opened. When she heard the movement, the girl furrowed her brows and shrunk into the quilt. The heater was on high in the room, causing her cheeks to turn rosy like an overly ripe peach, tempting one to take a bite. Huo Yunq adjusted the temperature and sat on the edge of the bed. He lifted his hand to brush her hair behind her ear. All of a sudden, the girl stretched out her hand and held onto his finger in her sleep. Tightly. Song Yao Yao. He poked her puffy cheeks. It seemed as though she had gained some weight after coming to the Huo family. Huo Yunq raised an eyebrow as amusement appeared in his gaze. He looked down and quietly analyzed the girl's sleeping face. Her lips were slightly parted, her dark eyelashes were curled, and they quivered slightly with each breath. As she lay on the big gray bed, her cute and delicate face did not match her surroundings. Huo Yunq ripped open the top 2 buttons on his collar and tried to pull his hand away, but he failed. Instead, he caused the girl to furrow her brows and groan. So sensitive. Huo Yunq shook his head, pulled out some documents, and started looking through them. As the documents were boring, his free hand subconsciously played with the girl's puffy cheeks. The lights turned on and the night arrived. Song Yao Yao had a really good sleep. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked blankly at her foreign surroundings. Gurgur. A good while later, she finally realized she was at her Gurgur's company. At that moment, in the office next door, the atmosphere was extremely oppressed. The company's higher-ups had their heads lowered, too afraid to make a sound as they sensed the pressure from their boss. "You need to know that what I want is not an apology. I want a solution." He pressed on a document and pushed it over. He then curled his finger and knocked on it as he looked at everyone with his dull gray eyes. "Give me a new proposal by tomorrow morning or hand in your resignation." "Understood." "Yes, boss." The person leading the project broke out in a cold sweat. He was bent at the waist and was too afraid to even wipe his forehead. The office was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. Suddenly, there was a click, and a head with rosy cheeks poked out from behind the door. Probably because she had just woken up, her eyes were slightly dazed and innocent. She pursed her lips and looked around the office. When she spotted the familiar figure she was looking for, a smile appeared on her lips. "Gurgur, hug." The girl stretched out her arms cutely. "You're awake." Huo Yunq walked over, glanced at her bare feet, and furrowed his brows. He leaned over slightly, lifted her into his arms, and returned to the front of the room. As he placed the girl on his lap, he nodded slightly. "Continue." As a result, the following strange scene occurred. The drowsy girl leaned into the man's embrace, nodding her head sleepily as she held onto his shirt. The man calmly flipped open the documents handed his way, casually looked through them, and handed them back. Everyone watched as he protected the girl like a guardian, wrapping her in his arms dotingly. A million thoughts ran through their minds, but on the outside, they did not dare to even breathe. Afraid to wake up the girl, the boss did not give them any chances and sent them straight out. Song Yao Yao breathed in the man's pleasant scent. It was cold and crispy like snow. He made her feel completely safe. She closed her eyes and subconsciously fell asleep in his arms. The weather was cold and a layer of fog covered the floor-to-ceiling windows. Slowly, water drops dripped off it. The man bent his hip slightly and grabbed her foot to test her temperature. After he confirmed that she wasn't cold, he relaxed. As Song Yao Yao slept, she felt something ticklish on her foot and moved uncomfortably. She awkwardly flipped over and buried her head into the man's neck, breathing in the familiar scent and sleeping soundly. All the subordinates didn't know how to react except with fear. Was the boss really not taking care of a daughter? But even someone that doted on their daughter would, at most, just check if they were cold. Gurgur. Song Yao Yao yawned, shrunk back her foot, and mumbled, "Cold." It didn't take long before a long, thick business trenchcoat covered her, wrapping her tightly from head to toe. The man patted her on the back. "Be good." His voice was low and filled with gentleness. "Boss," one of the subordinates said in fear, checking to see if he had any other instructions. The man scrunched up his brows and hostility appeared in his eyes. His cold voice resounded across the room. "Get out." It was like they were hit by a sudden frost and did not feel any warmth at all. Everyone scattered. By the time they left the office, their legs were ridiculously weak. They looked at each other, shook their heads, and chuckled bitterly. When they thought about the girl who was sleeping peacefully in the boss's arms while he was losing his temper, they couldn't help but feel some respect. After work, Huo Yunk looked down and glanced at his watch. PM. He patted Song Yao Yao on her cheek. Song Yao Yao, wake up. Song Yao Yao forced open a slit in her eyes, frowned, and whined as she hung to Huo Yunk like a sloth. Gerger, carry me home. Walk on your own. Huo Yunk stood up, led her to the resting room, and placed her on the bed. Looking down at her, his throat moved as he spoke. Song Yao Yao, put your shoes and socks on. Song Yao Yao pouted and sniffed. Her head felt heavy and dizzy. When she was unwell, she was particularly clingy and delicate. No, hoo-hoo. She rubbed her head against the pillow and shook her bottom. As she lay like this on the bed, she unconsciously fell asleep again. Huo Yunk raised an eyebrow. Song Yao Yao, if you don't get up, you can sleep here by yourself tonight. The girl began to snore. Song Yao Yao, Huo Yunk held his forehead and squeezed between his eyebrows. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After standing there for a few seconds, he finally gave up, walked over to flip her over, and covered her with the blanket that was sitting on top of the bedside table. Song Yao Yao kicked her feet, grumbled impatiently, and tried to turn and bury herself into the quilt. Huo Yunk grabbed onto the slippery little loach just in time. Holding onto her foot, he slipped on a pair of socks. He then wrapped her firmly in his coat and pulled her into his arms. In his hand, he was still holding her small leather shoes. Boss. The crowd in the secretary's office heard the movement and stood up at once. This scene. Boss, are you finishing work? They lowered their voices as they spoke cautiously, their gazes subconsciously sweeping across the boss's arms as well as the shoes in his hands. Who would have thought? They clicked their tongues at this strange sight. When the cold-blooded and ruthless boss was gentle, no other man could compare. Huo Manor. Zhang Dao had been restless all night due to a foreboding feeling. All of a sudden, she heard the sound of a car engine outside. In surprise, she stood up and looked out the window. Uncle Zhang had already rushed out to greet the car. Sir, what's wrong with Miss Song? Uncle Zhang was surprised when he saw the girl sleeping peacefully in the man's arms. Huo Yunki's coat happened to slip a little at that moment, revealing her rosy face. Stunned, he asked, does she have a fever? Fever. Thinking about the girl's abnormal behavior, Huo Yunk looked down and observed her reaction. Call Lu Yu. Yes, I'll go right away. Uncle Zhang was quick on his feet, afraid that the girl would heat up more. The moment he turned around, he almost ran into Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao, why are you standing here in a daze? Uncle Zhang lowered his voice. Now that he was older, he had become a lot more lenient. If this was in the past, he would have already kicked Zhang Dao out for the tricks she played. Miss Song is sick, tell the kitchen to cook her some congee to warm her stomach. Yes, Zhang Dao's gaze left Song Yao Yao unhappily and her discomfort grew. Why did Song Yao Yao return with the master? Did she snitch on her? Did she discover that she was the person on the phone? The calm and clever woman was suddenly thrown into a panic. After receiving her order, she turned and returned to the house. Huo Yunk strode past, emanating with coldness. The soothing candles on the cabinet flickered, casting a warm yellow light across the bedroom. The girl huddled up in the pink bed. As she slept, she breathed a lot harder than usual. Song Yao Yao, wake up. Huo Yunk patted her cheek to wake her up. Eat something first before you go back to sleep. Apart from the desserts in the afternoon, she hadn't eaten anything proper. It's nothing serious. I'll give her an injection and she'll be better after a good night's rest. Lu Yu spoke casually as he put away his stethoscope and pulled out a vial from his medicine chest. Can't she just take medicine? Huo Yunk was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at the girl, but his question was for Lu Yu. You're not serious, right? Lu Yu found this amusing, as though he didn't recognize the man in front of him. Sir, an injection is the most effective, otherwise, she will have to suffer for a few more days. Song Yao Yao woke up in a daze. The first thing she heard was, injection. I'm not getting an injection. She immediately snapped wide awake and buried herself under the quilt, revealing just her dark eyes. She stared straight at the man with hostility. Sigh. Lu Yu was amused. What, are you afraid of injections at your age? He deliberately teased. But never did he expect that Song Yao Yao would act unconventionally and completely ignore his tactic. With a nod of her head, she replied, yes, I'm scared. Lu Yu. This girl was quite interesting. Ahem. Amusement appeared in Huo Yunki's eyes. Song Yao Yao, listen. Gerger. Song Yao Yao puffed up her cheeks. I don't want to. Her eyes were watery and she appeared to be blinking back tears. Her usually supple lips were dry and cracking, making her look more pitiful. Huo Yunki's gaze darkened. Spreading out his arms, he said, come, I'll hug you. Song Yao Yao immediately perked up as she leaned happily into the man's arms and hugged his waist. Gerger, can I choose not to get the injection? Lu Yu, Huo Yunk commanded as he pressed Song Yao Yao's head into his arms. Huh, oh, okay, wait a minute. Gerger, Song Yao Yao felt as though she had been tricked. She opened her eyes in disbelief. Gerger, actually tricked her. I don't want an injection. Song Yao Yao really hated it. Due to health issues, she had been a regular at the hospital from a young age. Lu Yu quickly prepared the vial and watched as the girl was held still in the man's arms. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Master Huo, what a monster. You actually tricked a naive little girl. But even though he thought this, he maintained the appearance of a good doctor. Sir, can you please pull down her pants a little? Huo Yunk furrowed his brows and his sharp gaze fell upon Lu Yu. Lu Yu shrunk back his neck. Sir, that's the usual injection spot. Why are you glaring at me? Don't tell me you didn't know. Besides, you only need to pull it down a little. Why do you look like you're going to skin and eat me alive? Hoo 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 hoo. Song Yao Yao began to complain as she kicked her feet. Gerger is a baddie. I will never believe you again. Hoo hoo hoo. Huo Yunk narrowed his eyes and held down her legs. Even you haven't seen my butt before. Hoo hoo hoo. How could you show it to another man? Just kill me. I don't want to live. Huo Yunk. Lu Yu wanted to disappear. Miss, can you be more normal? Don't make it sound like I'm taking advantage of you. Besides, I don't want to see your butt. Song Yao Yao, just one injection, okay. No, I don't want it. Song Yao Yao cried loudly. Gerger doesn't love me anymore, hoo hoo hoo. Lu Yu started working for the Huo family straight after graduation. In the Huo family, Song Yao Yao was the first person who he had ever seen retaliate against Huo Yunk. Moreover, she was a woman. For some reason, he could slightly sense the helplessness coming from Huo Yunk. Hoo hoo hoo, it's going to hurt like hell. I don't want it. It won't hurt, I guarantee. The man patted her on the head dotingly as he spoke in a charming and gentle voice. Song Yao Yao's body fell limp and her voice trembled a little, you liar. Oh, behave, how brave of this girl to call him a liar. Hurry up, Huo Yunk stretched over, grabbed onto her pants, and pulled it down a little. Skin as white as snow was exposed. It was very eye-catching. A murderous gaze fell upon Lu Yu's neck, causing him to feel numb. Mind where you're looking. Lu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he was any timider, he would have probably dropped the syringe. He walked over and disinfected the injection site while the girl didn't notice. He then inserted the needle into her muscle and administered the injection. It was finished within a few seconds. The girl's throat felt as though it had been choked. No sound came out as her body stiffened. Song Yao Yao felt as though half her butt was numb. Quickly, her crocodile tears turned into real tears. By the time she realized what was happening, she was sobbing. Sir, if that is all, I'm going to step out first. I won't be going back tonight. If anything unexpected happens, you can send someone to call for me at any time. After he was done talking, he quickly turned around and left, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he'd be skinned alive. As he closed the door, he glanced over curiously with his tongue pressing against the inside of his mouth. The man, who hadn't even had the chance to get changed after returning home, wrapped his long arms around the sobbing girl. He barely showed any emotions, but he currently had enough gentleness in his eyes to drown a person. Hoo hoo hoo, Gerger is a liar. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not listening to you. Song Yao Yao sobbed, you said it wouldn't hurt, but it hurt like hell. Wear more clothes from now on. Just as Lu Yu fell into a daze watching the two, he was shocked back to reality by Huo Yunqi's gaze. His lips curved, but he held back his smile. The man's message was clear, do you want to die? Lu Yu immediately closed the door, turned around, and ran, all in one go. When sick, a person becomes weaker. Especially when they are doted on. There's no helping it. Song Yao Yao cried. As she lay in Huo Yunqi's arms, her eyes were red and swollen, and she semi-consciously pouted her lips. Gerger. Huo Yunk patted her on the back gently. Huh. I miss home, she said helplessly in a raspy voice. I miss my parents and my brother. You miss home. He wiped away her tears. She looked so confused that it didn't appear as though she knew what she was saying. Every now and then, she would call out for her father, her mother, and her brother. Home. The teary-eyed girl lifted her gaze dizzily, her moist eyelashes paused. She shook her head and cried weakly, I have no home, hoo-hoo. As she muttered these words, Huo Yunqi's gaze darkened. He didn't think the Song couple deserved to be missed by the girl after all that they had done. This is your home, so, stop crying, okay. He patted the girl on the back as though he was coaxing a child. At that moment, Song Yao Yao had a dream and returned to the day that she passed away. As her soul floated in the air, she watched her parents cry painfully. Meanwhile, her brother covered his eyes, hot tears rolling down his cheeks. She began to cry as well. Her voice was filled with pain like a kitten on the verge of death. No matter how Huo Yunk tried to coax her, she continued to cry and cry. Her whimpering sounds were faint. The man lowered his gaze and tried to wipe her tears again, but it was possible to keep her cheeks dry. He never knew that a woman could cry so much. Song Yao Yao, you're not allowed to cry, he commanded. Song Yao Yao was half conscious after the injection, so she did not hear him. Huo Yunk furrowed his brows. What do you want? At that moment, even if Song Yao Yao asked for the stars in the sky, he would have sent someone to fetch them just to stop her from crying. Song Yao Yao sobbed and whimpered as she stretched out her hand. I want a kiss from Gerger. Huo Yunk. He narrowed his eyes as the teary girl reflected in his gaze. Seeing that she was about to cry again, the man leaned over and lowered his lips. Between his lips, he could taste the saltiness from the girl's tears. Sir, Dr. Lu prescribed some medicine and said it's best if the miss takes, Huo Qi immediately froze. Uncle Zhang, on the other hand, reacted quickly and pulled him out. Song Yao Yao fell into a deep sleep and had a series of weird dreams. One moment, she saw her parents and her brother, the next moment, she saw Huo Yunk. As they mixed in her mind, she almost thought they were from the same world. When she woke up, the tears in her eyes had dried. She rubbed her eyes and heard some birds flying outside. Song Yao Yao walked over and opened the curtains in the window. In the distance, she saw a slender figure holding onto a broom, sweeping up the fallen leaves. After the rain, the ginkgo and maple shedded a lot onto the ground. The more they fell, the colder the weather felt. Huo Qi. Song Yao Yao scratched her head as she leaned out the window. Hey, Huo Qi. Huo Qi, who was sweeping the floor, lifted his gaze. He saw the girl at the window, dressed in a set of pink and white pajamas, looking particularly cute. Huo Qi, why are you sweeping today? Where's everyone else? She normally saw a lot of the domestic helpers, but today, it was just Huo Qi. This was not a part of his job. Huo Qi smiled, even though it looked like he was crying. The master gave them the day off, so I am cleaning the entire house today. Song Yao Yao. Wow, she blinked and sighed. Behind her, there was a knock. She slipped off the window ledge and waved at Huo Qi. Good luck, then. As Song Yao Yao disappeared, Huo Qi faintly saw a fist waving at him in encouragement. Huo Qi, did she leave just like that? A layer of fog formed on the windows as the sun shone down. The man sat at the window, the light falling on his shoulders. Wearing a pair of frameless glasses and a clean camel-colored turtleneck sweater, the man had a gentle and polite vibe. Gentle music was playing in the living room and it drifted faintly into the dining room. The man leaned back lazily in his chair. His bony hands were clapping to the beat of the music. On that winter's day, this scene was ridiculously beautiful. Elegant, classy, and refined. His casual appearance made him look like a university graduate without any sense of danger. He looked completely harmless. No one would dare to believe that the Master Huo, who was capable of stirring up the world with just a stomp of his feet, would look this attractive. Small uncle, good morning. A roguish voice sounded, followed by a yawn. Huo Ningxi threw his bag onto his shoulders and stepped into the dining room. That was when he spotted the petite figure. He was shocked and stood in place, staring ahead in a daze. Song Yao Yao, how perverted are you? Are you dazed looking at my small uncle again? He ridiculed as he raised his eyebrows. Song Yao Yao immediately snapped back to reality with a humph. Is it any of your business? I'm happy to do it. Their conversation attracted the man's attention. Huo Yunk removed his glasses and waved at Song Yao Yao. Gerger, good morning. The girl's voice was sweet as she jogged over. Good morning. His raspy voice sounded tired. Song Yao Yao looked at the man, wanting to say something, but she stopped. His tiredness was obvious, so it was pointless to ask him about it. Miss Song, the kitchen prepared some nourishing chicken soup. They added some extra ingredients to it. Drink some. Uncle Zhang approached Song Yao Yao from behind and put down a bowl of chicken soup. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. This is my job. How was your rest today, Miss Song? Uncle Zhang asked thoughtfully as he picked up his tray. Song Yao Yao's fair-skinned cheeks flushed red as she regained her vigor. Last night was the first time that Uncle Zhang had seen the girl ill. Even though she was crying, she did not make a sound as she shrunk into the master's arms, looking pitiful. I slept well, but judging by your tired expression, it doesn't look like you did, she said worriedly as she rested her head in her hands. Huo Ningxi sneered. I wonder who was the one who created all that drama last night. What did you say? Song Yao Yao was confused. Uncle Zhang smiled. Miss Song, you may not remember because you were ill last night, but the master stayed by your side all night. He only returned to his room when the sun began to rise. Gerger. Song Yao Yao was taken aback for a moment before her eyes turned red. She stood up and threw herself into the man's arms. Why didn't you tell me, Gerger? I didn't know. Huo Yunqi's expression remained unchanged. He calmly wrapped his arm around her and glanced at Uncle Zhang casually. Big mouth. Sigh. Uncle Zhang couldn't hide his smile. Slapping himself pretentiously, he said, please forgive me, sir. I spoke out of line. No, you didn't. If Uncle Zhang didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that Gerger kept me company all night. Song Yao Yao pouted as she touched the man's eyes. Gerger, must be exhausted. Gerger, you could have just shared the bed with me. I wouldn't have minded. Peef, ack. Huo Ningxi almost choked to death. Rolling his eyes, he struggled to catch his breath. Song Yao Yao was certainly brave. You might not mind, but my small uncle minds. I'm not tired. Huo Yunqi's voice was calm as he patted her shoulder. Behave and eat properly. Okay, Song Yao Yao pouted and obediently sat back down. Before she ate much, she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes glowed and she snuck a glance at the man. What do you want to say? The man lowered his eyes, skimmed the tea leaves in his cup, and questioned her without lifting his head. Song Yao Yao blushed. Gerger, I had a dream last night. The man took a sip of his fragrant tea and raised an eyebrow. Oh. I dreamed that you kissed me. Song Yao Yao patted her cheeks, trying to lower her temperature. The joy in her eyes could not be hidden. I think you kissed my eyes and my lips. She pointed at her eyes and lips, and said in confusion, I also think you kissed. Hee. Song Yao Yao was embarrassed by her own dream and started laughing in a silly manner. Ahem. Huo Yunk calmly put down his teacup and stood up. Children shouldn't have strange thoughts. Remember to take your medicine, he said as he started walking out. Uncle Zhang, prepare the car. Yes, sir. Uncle Zhang immediately nodded, but there was a slight smirk on his face. Song Yao Yao humped, but it felt so real. She thought her Gerger had actually kissed her, but it was really just a dream. Song Yao Yao was clearly disappointed. Huo Ningxi's eyes darted. He had sensed that his small uncle wanted to leave and pursed his lips. His emotions were complicated. Could Song Yao Yao have told the truth? Also, Uncle Zhang must know something. He quickly finished his food. Song Yao Yao, hurry. You're always so slow. Are you a turtle? Song Yao Yao swayed her legs, pouted her lips, and blew on her food. Only then did she slowly finish the last mouthful. Huo Ningxi, FCK. The Huo manor was ridiculously quiet today. As the two left the house, they noticed Huo Qi was still cleaning the courtyard. Uncle Zhang, Huo Ningxi called back Uncle Zhang who was walking around. Why is Huo Qi cleaning? Where are the helpers? He asked curiously. Huo Ningxi said this. Song Yao Yao also realized how strange the situation was. Where did that eyesore disappear to? Oh, are you talking about Huo Qi? Uncle Zhang crossed his arms. He made a mistake and is being punished. It's no big deal. Huo Ningxi twitched his lips. He wanted to ask what Huo Qi had done. But he quickly swallowed back his words. The entire Huo manor was headed by his small uncle. As long as his small uncle kept his mouth shut, he would never know the truth. Uncle Zhang, where's Zhang Dao? Song Yao Yao leaned against the car window. I don't think I saw her this morning. Zhang Dao normally woke up early to serve her. Initially, she wanted to get revenge on her, but she actually disappeared. Oh, her. Uncle Zhang spoke casually without reducing his smile. She also made a mistake and has been kicked out. She also made a mistake. Along with Huo Qi, Song Yao Yao stuck out her tongue. No way, does Huo Qi like Zhang Dao? If that's the case, then he deserves to be punished. Such bad taste. Ahem. Huo Ningxi rolled his eyes and kicked the seat in front of him. Let's go. Uncle Zhang explained on behalf of Huo Qi. Zhang Dao developed ulterior motives. It has nothing to do with Huo Qi. Miss Song, you should get to school. You're going to be late. Later on, she would discover that cleaning was the lightest punishment in the Huo manor. Song Yao Yao was holding onto a pink thermos as she leaned against the car and slowly fell asleep. Screech. All of a sudden, the car stopped, and the sharp sound of the brakes made Song Yao Yao jump in fright. Before she reacted, her head flew forward. Huo Ningxi's eyelids twitched. He grabbed onto the back of her collar and pulled her back. Do you know how to drive? His gaze was cold and his voice did not contain any trace of warmth. Young master, someone suddenly blocked the car. Song Yao Yao held her neck and coughed. When she heard what had happened, she looked up. It was a winter's day. A woman in a wrinkled suit stared at them with her cold and exhausted face. Zhang Dao. Song Yao Yao lowered the car window and smiled as she leaned against the car. Footsteps approached and finally stopped outside. Song Yao Yao. Zhang Dao's voice was calm but slightly dark. She looked up, her smile as sweet as ever. Uncle Zhang said you were kicked out. So it was true. You must be smug, Zhang Dao scoffed. If the master can kick me out because of you, he can also kick you out because of another girl in the future. I started working for the Huos when I was 15, it has already been 10 years. Now, I'm actually kicked out because of a phone call. Song Yao Yao found it funny. Why would I be smug? Isn't this the right thing to do? What did you say? Zhang Dao froze and stared at her. Song Yao Yao, do you know what our biggest difference is? Her eyes were clear, but when one looked at her, they couldn't seem to figure her out. I command and you obey. I know you like Gerger, I knew it as soon as I first saw you, but so what? Gerger isn't interested in you, not in this lifetime. Zhang Dao wasn't a stupid person, but when it came to love, she stumbled into a roadblock. Since you know that, then why are you still targeting me? I don't like the look of you. Song Yao Yao swayed her legs and turned her head lazily. Do I need a reason to hate someone? She smiled sweetly the entire time without any hostility, but she looked at Zhang Dao like she was just looking at an ant. Would a god lower their head to take notice of an ant? Huo Ningxi felt a complex mix of emotions. Was this the girl that appeared sweet and innocent in front of his small uncle? Zhang Dao laughed in self-ridicule. So you were never interested in me? There was no reason to. Song Yao Yao's curly eyelashes were like insect wings as they gently fluttered. Has Gerger hugged you before? Has he ever broken the rules for you? Have you slept in his bed? No. So, in what way do you think we are the same? Song Yao Yao's questions were like knives stabbing into Zhang Dao's heart. Yes, before Song Yao Yao existed in his life, women were nothing in Huo Yunqi's eyes. But even after she appeared, this did not change. Song Yao Yao only attracted his interest because she was special. Let's go. We're late. Song Yao Yao yawned. If she keeps standing in the way, then just run her over. Her voice was calm and indifferent. The Huo family's driver had a lot of experience. When he heard Song Yao Yao's order, he nodded his head, turned on the ignition, and started the car. This time, Zhang Dao did not stand in the way. She was smart, but she had been blinded by love. She actually had a ridiculous misconception that without Song Yao Yao around, she would have stood a chance with Huo Yunq. But she forgot that after Huo Ningxi's father passed away, she was no longer allowed at the front of house. She only returned to the mansion this time because he needed a woman to take care of his precious woman. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to realize this. From now on, it would be extremely difficult for her to see that man again. Yao Yao's here. Yao Yao's here. Yao Yao, good morning. Did you rest well last night? You were really cool yesterday. I bought you breakfast. Do you want to eat it? Song Yao Yao sensed the enthusiasm as soon as she entered the classroom. After a moment of shock, her cheeks turned red. Thank you, I've already eaten, she rejected gently as she held onto her bag. I have some chocolate. My father specifically bought it for me when he was on a business trip abroad. Yao Yao, you can have it. Do you want some cake? Wherever she walked, someone would shove something into her arms. By the time she arrived at her desk, her arms were completely full, and all that could be seen was the top of her head. Tang Xinru approached. When she saw this scene, she burst into laughter. Oh my, what are you doing, precious? She rubbed Song Yao Yao on the head and thoughtfully grabbed the items out of her hands so she could finally breathe. She stuck out her tongue. Everyone's too enthusiastic. Song Yao Yao didn't quite understand it. Shu Yu rolled her eyes unhappily and said between gritted teeth, simps. The girls beside her were put in an awkward position. They had no grudge against Song Yao Yao. Shu Yu was the one who was targeting Song Yao Yao because she was good friends with Song Jingwan. But this had nothing to do with them. When they thought about the scolding that their parents had given them and their orders for them to get along with Song Yao Yao, they looked at each other and made a decision. From their bags, they pulled out some gift boxes. Shu Yu narrowed her eyes. What are you doing? The girls ignored her and walked over to Song Yao Yao. Song Yao Yao. Huh, just as Song Yao Yao was stressing about where to put all her stuff, a few more gift boxes appeared in front of her. She looked at the girls who normally followed Shu Yu around, and asked cautiously, what's inside? It wouldn't be a bomb, right? Peef. Tang Xinru collapsed in a fit of laughter. And no, we want to be friends with you too. That's right, Song Yao Yao, let's shake hands and come to a truce. So, please accept our gift. The 5 girls held their gifts in both hands and handed them to Song Yao Yao. But Song Yao Yao did not accept them. Are you for real? She asked. She rubbed her fists. They were still a little swollen. Tang Xinru, don't tell me someone forced you to come and ruin our deal. No, how's that possible? We're being serious. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and they were about to cry. We're sorry for not helping you yesterday, but if it happens again, please don't hesitate to call us. Shu Yu, FC Ken idiots, are you addicted to fighting? No one knew, at that moment, that the 3rd class would become famous amongst all the nearby schools. And their degree of unity was shocking. Even gangsters followed the 3rd class around. If someone from the 3rd class was hit, then an entire crowd would be attracted. Okay then, thank you for your gift. Her table was full to begin with. Now, there was no gap left. Tang Xinru warned, I'm sure you know the consequences of causing trouble, right? The girls quickly nodded their heads and relaxed when they saw Song Yao Yao accept their gifts. They then turned and returned to their seats. Song Yao Yao's lips curved upwards happily. At that moment, her phone sounded. It was a message. She quickly approached the front of the class and knocked on the chalkboard. The noisy classroom immediately fell silent. To thank you all for your gifts, I have prepared something in return. Woohoo! Everyone was curious and excited. She clapped her hands and a group of young men walked in holding stacks of books. Tang Xinru's gaze suddenly darkened. The girl patted on the textbooks proudly. To create a good studying environment, it's necessary to share the same learning resources. This time, I have already paid, and I'm treating you all to study for free. Everyone, no, I know these words when they are on their own, but listening to them together makes me dizzy. Come, please line up to collect your gift. You will each get one, so don't push. There was no movement. Song Yao Yao paused. She scanned her dark eyes across the room. After a few seconds of silence, she asked gently, have you forgotten about the deal we made yesterday? Everyone fell silent. As Song Yao Yao played with a piece of chalk, she said softly, I've never lost before. Today won't be any different. If you agree that you're trash, then go to the 1st class and apologize. I won't stop you. With a smile, she spread her palms. The chalk in her hands had been crushed into powder. If you want to work harder, you can come up here and take your book. Everyone looked at each other just as someone finally asked what they had all been curious about. We would like that, but our basic knowledge is so bad. Where should we start? The girl smirked. That's for us to worry about, not you. Did you think I was joking when I said I would tutor you all? Starting from the 1st row, you can all come up and get your books. Her expression turned serious as she handed out the books. Her voice remained gentle and soft. Don't worry, I'm here. These simple words comforted their worried hearts. Today was a rare sunny day. The sky, which had been dark for some time, was finally lightening up. The girl was petite and her delicate face contained a bit of baby fat. Like the sun, people wanted to follow her. Moreover, she had the right to be arrogant and possessive, but she could also be very warm. Class 3-1. Song Jingwan watched in silence as Infirin packed his things. She pressed her lips together. Are you really going to the 3rd class? Hearing this, the boy who was looking down to pack his textbooks, lifted his head and smiled, yes, I've thought about it carefully. Perhaps, I'm not that suitable for the 1st class. Everyone's grades are so good. I'm only here to drag you all down. It's better if I go to the 3rd class and work hard with them. His voice was gentle, and his face still had bruises. Although his outfit was ordinary, he looked understanding and clean. As the light fell on his jet black hair, Song Jingwan actually sensed, for the first time, that he wasn't as ordinary looking as she thought. Word of the incident from the other day had been spreading around the school. You don't have to go. Song Jingwan placed her hand on top of his textbook. The 3rd class is famous for having poor grades. If you go there, you will be affected. Is that what you think? And Firen finished packing his books, picked up his backpack, and smiled as he tilted his head slightly. Sorry, Jingwan, but I can't agree with you on that one. Perhaps, in my eyes, grades are just grades. It doesn't mean anything. Instead, the 3rd class is really united. They were the kind of friends that he had always dreamed of having. However, from studying abroad until now, it had yet to happen. What about now? And Firen was filled with anticipation. If that's the case, then go ahead. Good luck. Song Jingwan looked down, casually flipped open her textbook, and spoke in a cold voice. Honestly, even the class president is trying to keep you. You don't know how to be grateful. Get lost then. Don't show your face around us again, or we will hit you every time we see you. And Firen didn't seem to hear this. He took one last glance at the classroom he had shared for the last 6 months. In the end, his gaze fell upon Song Jingwan, and he said gently, Jingwan, goodbye. He then turned around without any regret. Everyone in the 3rd class received a 5/3 textbook. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately sank. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, a 5/3 textbook was quite expensive. At that moment, Wang Zongyan approached with a boy. The boy had some injuries on his face. His temperament was gentle as he held onto his backpack and followed behind. Ahem. Wang Zongyan stood at the front of the class. Quiet everyone, let me introduce you to your new classmate, Enfirin. Hello everyone, I am Enfirin. Enfirin bowed as he spoke nervously. I look forward to your guidance. His face was quite recognizable. As long as one didn't have prosopagnosia 1, they would be able to remember him. So, someone quickly pointed him out. It's that punk from the first class. Why did you come to the third class? Are you a spy? Enfirin blushed as everyone began to suspect him. He anxiously waved his hands. No, that's not it. I willingly asked for a transfer. I felt you were all nice people, so I want to be friends. TCH, go back, do you think we are garbage collectors? Don't you know that we have a grudge against the first class? Hey, Wang Zongyan glared at them. You kids, how could you say that? Enfirin was helpless. As well as feeling disappointed, he was a little surprised. Did he really make the right choice in coming back to China? At that moment, a hand stretched toward him. I don't have enough gifts today. I'll get you one tomorrow. You. Enfirin lifted his head and his eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars. Footnotes. H5 ch 169 footnote 1 H5. AKA face blindness. My name is Song Yao Yao. Welcome to the third class. Song Yao Yao's voice was soft and very friendly. Enfirin looked at her and blushed, his eyes glowing. He wiped his hands on his pants. His body was so hot that he was sweating even though it was the middle of winter. He looked at the fair and soft hand and felt tempted to shake it. So, he stretched out his hand. Welcome. A low and raspy voice said tiredly. Enfirin was shocked. The hand that shook his was hard and rough. It was completely different from Song Yao Yao's hand. He lifted his gaze. The boy in front of him raised his eyebrows. He pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek and smirked. Thank you. That day, he had witnessed how fierce this punk was. His eyes darted. He held onto his hand carefully and shook it. Thank you for accepting me. Shen Xuan. Itty. He brushed Enfirin's hand away in disgust and wiped his hands on his pants. Don't FC Ken make it sound like we're dating. Find a place to sit. If you cause trouble, you're dead. Understood. Wang Zongyan rolled his eyes. Shen Xuan, don't threaten your classmate. Huh. Shen Xuan dug his ears and realized what was happening. Sir, you're here. Wang Zongyan. Did he have such a bad sense of existence? Little brat. It's fine, sir. Classmate Shen simply looks a bit fierce, but he means no harm. Enfirin waved his hands, gesturing that he didn't mind. Wang Zongyan nodded his head. These kids all had powerful backgrounds, but no one knew that the one beside him, who did not look very noticeable, was actually the sole heir of incorporation. TCH. If the principal hadn't given him an earful, he would have never known about this. Even now, not many people knew about Enfirin's identity. It was kept tightly under wraps. Enfirin looked at a spot near Song Yao Yao and discovered she was already surrounded by people. Everyone looked at him fiercely, and Enfirin sensed a trace of hostility. He touched his head and sat in the first row. As the big sis of the class, Song Yao Yao had already expressed her views, so everyone had no choice but to accept their new classmate. Wang Zongyan cleared his throat. I know about your bet with the first class. I'm happy that you have that determination. But as long as you work hard, the results don't matter. Now, let's flip to. That was when he noticed that the students were either sleeping or playing games. No one was paying attention to him. Sir, everyone seems a little demotivated. Why don't we get classmate Shen to perform and wake everyone up? The girl's voice was soft, and it surprised Wang Zongyan. Huh, Shen Xuan stood up roguishly and cracked his knuckles. His dark gaze swept across the room, and his voice was deep. Who's first? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Almost immediately, Wang Zongyan glanced at the class again and realized that everyone was sitting up straight and staring at him. Wang Zongyan had taught these kids since the first year of senior high. But it was the first time he had seen them so passionate about studying. He was suddenly so moved that his eyes became teary. Okay. You're all good kids. Hee hee. We're not sure whether we're good kids, but we know that Brother Xuan and Yao Yao's fists are really hard. After the class finished, Enfirin ran over to Song Yao Yao's desk. The new student looks like he really likes our Yao Yao. Tang Xinru teased as she leaned on the desk. Otherwise, why would he come over here as soon as class ended? Tang Xinru became serious. Her beautifully charming face smiled and she gave Enfirin a look, causing him to immediately blush. He opened his mouth and explained helplessly, no, I don't like her. Oh, then do you dislike her? Tang Xinru held back a laugh as her shoulders shook. No, you're so mean. Song Yao Yao rolled her eyes. Enfirin almost cried from the pressure. I really like Song Yao Yao, but not that kind of like. I just want to be friends with her. The more he tried to explain, the more flustered he became. Tang Xinru couldn't help but fall into Song Yao Yao's arms in a fit of laughter. Immediately, her respectable image was gone. Oh my god, this idiot is so naive. Ha ha ha, so fun. She laughed freely in Song Yao Yao's arms. Her eyes were a little watery and her face was beautiful. Enfirin blushed like a prawn. If you keep laughing, he's going to cry, Song Yao Yao warned. Tang Xinru raised her hands in surrender and sat up with tears in her eyes. By the way, is something the matter? Song Yao Yao lifted her head curiously and looked at the shy boy in front of her. Enfirin licked his lips and pulled out a check. Thank you for your help yesterday. If not for you, I would have been beaten up really badly. My father told me to give this gift to you. Thank you for helping me understand one thing. Huh, what? Song Yao Yao was confused. She had no idea what she had done. Thank you for helping me understand that there is no benefit to having a soft personality. When being bullied, one should hit back ruthlessly. He replied proudly as he raised his chest. His eyes were glowing. Everyone. So this kid wasn't a spy from the first class. He was a fanboy that was here to chase after his idol. Song Yao Yao. I didn't do anything like that. I never taught you to hit anyone. Peef. Just as Tang Xinru finished wiping her tears, these words caused her to burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, my god, I can't take it. Where did this gem come from? Yao Yao, you somehow got yourself another fanboy. Nurture him well. Perhaps, you won't have to move a muscle next time you fight. As she laughed, she stretched out her hand to accept Infirin's check. She was simply curious at first, but when she saw the amount, she almost choked. Whoa, ack. Her tears overflowed and her cheeks turned red. Infirin looked at her innocently and asked in an anxious manner, classmate, are you okay? Tang Xinru glared at him. What do you think? Cough cough. Infirin felt aggrieved. Classmate Song, this is from my father. It's only 10 million yuan. I hope you don't mind that the amount is too small, he explained. Bang. Behind them, there was the sound of a falling bench. Song Yao Yao rubbed her hands and looked down smugly, as she tried to maintain a serious face. You shouldn't have. As she spoke, she took the check from Tang Xinru's hands, carefully slipped it inside her textbook, and smoothed it down. She then curved her eyes and looked at Infirin. Help me thank uncle. Let him know that his son will be under my protection from now on. As long as I'm around, no one will bully you again. Infirin curved his eyes and nodded obediently. I will have to rely on you from now on, classmate Song. With a full wallet, Song Yao Yao was in an extremely good mood. She patted on Infirin's shoulder and said in a sweet and gentle voice, no worries. The school bell rang. Tang Xinru patted Song Yao Yao on the head in amusement. Precious, are you that poor? You're so money obsessed. This isn't just money. Song Yao Yao patted the check. This is a sense of security. In this world, nothing felt safer than having money. Shen Xuan was particularly quiet today. He lay on his desk sleeping the entire time without saying a word. Tang Xinru stood up and grabbed Song Yao Yao's thermos. Yao Yao, I'll take your thermos with me. I'm getting some hot water, so I'll fill you up as well. Thanks, Ruro. Song Yao Yao thanked softly as her dimples dug deep into her cheeks. No need to thank me, Tang Xinru said as she started walking out. At that moment, Han Jun called her back. Tang Xinru, get me a cup too. You wish, Tang Xinru said without turning back. Han Jun, why? We are all classmates. It's not good to be biased. Tang Xinru sneered when she heard this. Then, I will fetch you hot water when you become as cute as Yao Yao. After that, she ignored him and left. Han Jun had no choice but to get it himself. Brother Xuan, do you want? Get lost. The boy's voice was raspy, temperamental, low, and unhappy. The classroom was quiet. Everyone could sense that he was in a bad mood. Shen Xuan. There was suddenly a knock on his desk and a girl's voice traveled into his ears. Shen Xuan lifted his eyes and looked at her while still lying on the desk. A gift. A blue gaming console was placed in front of him. It was the same model as the one that Song Yao Yao owned. Shen Xuan hesitated for a moment before he stretched out his hand and paused. You're not giving me practice questions this time. Do you like practice questions? Then, next time. No need, Shen Xuan said in fear. It's not easy for you to make money. You don't need to buy me any. That's true, Song Yao Yao nodded. She then placed 2 more gaming consoles in front of Han Jun and Tang Xinru. When Shen Xuan saw this, he pursed his lips and laughed bitterly. This was Song Yao Yao indeed, always being fair. By the way, is grandfather Shen doing well? Song Yao Yao suddenly remembered as she tilted her head and asked. Shen Xuan's gaze darkened and he forced a smile on his face. Pretty well. This is for you. It can temporarily relieve grandfather Shen's pain. Song Yao Yao opened her notebook, tore out a page, and handed it to Shen Xuan. Written on it was a list of medicinal herbs in certain quantities. If he can't trust me, he can show it to a professional doctor and confirm it is fine before consuming. Shen Xuan was stunned as he accepted the paper. All of a sudden, his heart felt warm. Song Yao Yao definitely knew about the Shen family's status and knew what would happen if she failed to treat his grandfather or something went wrong, yet she still chose to do this. Song Yao Yao. He took a deep breath and looked into the girl's eyes as he laughed gently, sorry. It's normal, Song Yao Yao said calmly as she turned around with a sense of maturity that did not match her appearance. If I was you, I wouldn't believe me either. When it came to family, it was natural to be cautious. Her prescription was very light. It was enough for relief, but not enough to fully treat someone. Song Yao Yao simply did what she wanted and left everything else up to fate. During lunchtime, Song Yao Yao held onto her thermos and headed upstairs with her neck shrunk into her collar. She accidentally ran into someone and stumbled a little. This time, she learned from experience and held onto the railing. Student, are you putting on an act for compensation? The youth's voice contained a sense of amusement, but his tone did not sound decent. Song Yao Yao looked up in surprise. You, her lips parted in surprise. Wasn't this the man from that photo? This was Meng Qiqi's idol and the dream guy of her body's original owner. Oh, it's my fan. Do you want an autograph? Luo Xingguang raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl with interest. She wasn't very tall and her appearance was young. Even if someone was to say that she was a junior high school student, he would have believed it without any doubt. I'm not your fan. Song Yao Yao held onto her thermos and moved to the side, hoping to walk around the young man. All of a sudden, someone grabbed onto the back of her collar. The youth held onto her with a smile. Student, it's not good to lie. I didn't. She puffed up her cheeks. This man was so narcissistic. She decided to never accept any retouching jobs related to him again. He could just remain ugly. I don't believe you. How could someone from this school not like me? Luo Xingguang leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. Are you shy? It's okay. It's nothing to be ashamed about. The man's handsome face enlarged in front of her. Song Yaoyao's eyes twitched and she instinctively threw a punch toward him. Before any curse words were thrown, there was suddenly a shrill scream. Ah, oh my god, Luo Xingguang, it's Luo Xingguang. Where, oh, Luo Xingguang, I love you. Luo Xingguang's expression immediately darkened. He covered his face, turned around, and started running. Of course, he also grabbed Song Yaoyao and dragged her along with him. Poor Song Yaoyao, because of her short legs, she was like a kite being strung along. And on the other end of the string, was Luo Xingguang. Luo Xingguang's over there, hurry, chase after him. FCK, are these people crazy? Luo Xingguang ran furiously. As he passed by an empty classroom, he suddenly dragged Song Yaoyao inside and closed the door. At that moment, a group of girls passed by like an earthquake. Cough, 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 you. Song Yaoyao's cheeks were red from exhaustion and her breathing was unsteady. Quiet, little brat. Luo Xingguang's face was extremely painful. As he covered her mouth, he hissed in pain. Who knew that this tiny girl would have so much strength? He lifted one of his long legs and pressed it against the wall, trapping Song Yaoyao in place. Placing his index finger to his lips, he said, if you guarantee not to scream, I'll let you go. Okay. Song Yaoyao quickly nodded her head, her eyelashes moist. Luo Xingguang put down his guard, thinking that Song Yaoyao had agreed. Who knew, Song Yaoyao hated being threatened the most. On top of that, due to her health issues in her previous life, she completely loathed exercising. She hated the feeling of struggling to breathe. She patted her chest to catch her breath. Meanwhile, Luo Xingguang rubbed his cheek. Brat, do you know how much my face is worth? If you ruin it, it will affect my work. Are you going to compensate me? Song Yaoyao looked at him quietly. She then licked her lips and said softly, how much does it cost for one punch? That. Luo Xingguang rubbed his chin, assuming that he had successfully frightened Song Yaoyao. He lifted his eyebrows smugly. I guess a few tens of thousands. As soon as he said this, he lowered his head and saw Song Yaoyao wrapping her hand with a piece of cloth. Luo Xingguang was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Before he finished speaking, a punch landed on his stomach. Luo Xingguang didn't even have time to react as he stepped back and his stomach cramped in pain. Song Yaoyao twisted her wrist and smiled sweetly at Luo Xingguang. If your face is worth money, does that mean it's cheaper if I don't hit your face? Luo Xingguang. He stared at the girl as she closed in on him. For some reason, her presence made him slightly scared. Don't come near me. Ow. Bam. Slap. With one hand, Song Yaoyao pressed the boy, who was much taller than her, against the corner of the classroom, and gave him a good beating. But, his handsome face remained as handsome as ever. Luo Xingguang held onto his stomach, crying without tears. Stupid brat. Are you addicted to violence? He simply thought she was amusing and teased her a little. Need she be this ruthless against him? According to her skills, she was, at least, a black belt. Were all girls this cruel? Sorry. Song Yaoyao threw down the cloth, revealing her unscathed hand. Her happy face was rosy. This is a package deal. Luo Xingguang, FCK. What the hell? I am from class 3-3. My name is Song Yaoyao. If you want compensation, you can find me in the 3rd class. I kept count. 67 hits in total. I had a lot of fun. The girl crouched down in front of him and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. If you provoke me again, I will prepare a death package for you. Luo Xingguang trembled. Song Yaoyao, was it? I will remember you. He ground his back teeth and stood up while rubbing his stomach. By this time, Song Yaoyao had already opened the door and was walking out. When she heard what he said, she turned around and grinned. Remember, it's, Yao, as in, Yao Tao, slim. See ya. Before she left, she did not forget to grab her thermos. Uncle Zhang prepared this thermos for her. It was pink and she particularly liked it. After circling the building, the fangirls did not find Luo Xingguang, so they returned to their classrooms unhappily. When Song Yaoyao saw this, she suddenly asked, are you looking for Luo Xingguang? Did you see him? The girl next to her was ready to lock her eyes on the target as they lit up. I just saw him run into that classroom. Look, do you see him? She chuckled as she pointed and watched the girls run in the direction she was pointing. In an instant, shrill screams echoed through the corridors. The figure that was slowly waddling out of the classroom wasn't that their idol. Thank you. What's your name? I will treat you to a meal later. The girl was quite polite, unlike others who had already started running toward the young man. Song Yaoyao smiled and waved her hand as she quickly headed for the stairs. There's no need to thank me. A good deed does not need recognition. You can just consider me as a good Samaritan. Meanwhile, Luo Xingguang had yet to even catch his breath before he was surrounded by a countless crowd of girls. Luo Xingguang. Apart from Song Yaoyao, no one else knew he was there. That FC Ken brat. Not only is she violent, but she's very vengeful. You just wait. This isn't over. Song Yaoyao, we meet again. Kong Yuan approached and couldn't hold back a smile as he saw Song Yaoyao. Director Kong, hello, Song Yaoyao greeted politely as she held onto her thermos. Hello, by the way, have you seen Luo Xingguang? Where has that punk gone? I've been looking everywhere for him. Oh, Song Yaoyao scratched her head guiltily. Do you need him for something? Kong Yuan. Sigh, remember how I'm filming a school drama? Since I'm good friends with your principal, I decided to borrow your school for filming. I've been scoping the place over the last 2 days and I brought some staff to prepare a set today. That punk is supposed to be here too. After he said this, Song Yaoyao felt even more guilty. But he wasn't done yet. Kong Yuan grabbed Song Yaoyao and dragged her out. Can I just call you Yaoyao? Song Yaoyao, who had just hit the man's male lead, it's fine. Come, do you want to see how a drama is made? There are a lot of handsome guys. I'll take you to see it. Song Yaoyao wanted to run away, but she thought it would be rude for her to do that in front of someone who was older than her. That's not necessary, I have class. Don't you have a break? Kong Yuan argued back. Don't be scared. If you don't like it, I won't force you. Song Yaoyao was passively led by Kong Yuan with a dazed expression. Do you think I'm afraid of being forced? I'm afraid you're going to be mad at me when your male lead returns. She didn't know if her first hit to his face was going to affect his filming. Director Kong, where did this girl come from? She's really pretty. A staff member looked at Song Yaoyao and his eyes glowed. He then looked at Kong Yuan. It seemed, he really liked Song Yaoyao's appearance. I know, right, I've never seen such a beautiful young woman. But it's a shame, she's not interested in acting at all. Kong Yuan said pitifully as he snuck a glance at Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao lowered her head as though she didn't hear a thing. Kong Yuan, fine, it looked like he had to try harder. You guys go look for Luo Xingguang. Check where that punk ran off to and search thoroughly, Kong Yuan ordered coldly as he waved his hand. He then looked at Song Yaoyao and smiled. Yaoyao, come over here. I'll show you what we previously filmed. Acting is actually very interesting. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Song Yaoyao had never experienced anything like this. They were inside a classroom and the camera was placed in the last row. She followed Kong Yuan curiously. Kong Yuan showed her the previous storyline they had filmed. We filmed an outdoor scene first, but because the weather was cold, we filmed it inside. It hasn't been edited yet, so it might be a bit confusing. In the first scene, Luo Xingguang's exquisite side profile appeared on the screen. His hair was dyed black and he was riding a scooter, delivering takeaway. Then a cheesy encounter occurred, whereby the person who ordered the takeaway was his classmate. Faced with ridicule, the hot-blooded youth got into a fight. As Song Yaoyao watched, she suddenly pointed at the screen and said, "This wasn't filmed well. If the camera moved a little, it may have felt more realistic. Also, his actions don't seem right. He appears to be introverted, and judging by the fact that he's delivering takeaway so late at night, it's safe to assume that his family background isn't too good. Under these circumstances, it doesn't make sense for him to get into a fight. In reality, most people would avoid conflict in these kinds of situations. That's reality." As Kong Yuan listened, his expression became stern. The girl's voice was soft and gentle as it echoed across the room. The room was quiet as the staff looked at each other. They were all terrified, afraid that Kong Yuan would lose his temper. Kong Yuan hated it when people critiqued his work. Based on his personality, he would only lose his temper if someone attacks his weakness. Oh, Kong Yuan raised an eyebrow. So how should it be filmed? Use his family as his weakness. Song Yaoyao explained casually, people can't stand it when their family is humiliated. Just a minor insult will be enough to make him react in an unexpected way. Kong Yuan fell silent. He rubbed his chin and waved his hand. Bring me the script. Song Yaoyao was originally just passing by. In the end, she was dragged into helping Kong Yuan rewrite his script. Moreover, Kong Yuan discovered that the girl was very knowledgeable even though she was still in high school, and she had her own opinion about certain things. All the actors watched this scene in shock. It was starting again. Kong Yuan had a habit of changing his script. When he was dissatisfied with something, he could change an entire script from beginning to end, even if filming had already started. This was the reason why people loved him and hated him as well. They loved that he took responsibility for the story, but they hated the fact that if he changed the script, then the previous scenes they filmed would likely go to waste. And here, Song Yaoyao said with disgust. He's a genius, but this question is so stupid. Kong Yuan, screenwriter. Ahem, the young girl wears her heart on her sleeve. Since she's a genius, she has the right to comment on this. Kong Yuan gave the screenwriter a look, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This girl was so straightforward. Wasn't she afraid that the screenwriter would beat her up for saying his script was stupid right in front of him? Song Yaoyao didn't know what Kong Yuan was thinking. But even if she did, she wasn't afraid. After all, they were no match for her anyway. Yaoyao, can I ask a favor of you? Huh, Song Yaoyao blinked. What? Since this question is too easy, why don't you help us think of something more difficult? The type that's clearly a challenge, Kong Yuan said. 1,000 yuan for each question. I can buy them from you. Song Yaoyao's eyes glowed when she heard him mention money. She grabbed a pen off her desk and smiled, let's discuss. She then lowered her head and scribbled down some questions. Here, she said as she stretched out her hand. Kong Yuan was shocked. He hadn't even finished drinking his glass of water. That quick. It's not hard. I came up with 11 questions. Since you bought so many, I gave you one bonus question. You can transfer me 10,000 yuan. My account number is written on the bottom. You can send it to me when you're ready. Kong Yuan noticed the girl's money-obsessed expression. His eyes darted and his voice weakened in a strange manner. Yaoyao. Huh, Song Yaoyao jumped cautiously. Actresses get paid a lot. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? We can negotiate, Kong Yuan offered. When Luo Xingguang entered, this was the scene he saw. The girl who had beaten him and tricked him was sitting in front of Director Kong. She looked cute, and she was holding a thermos between her hands. No matter how one looked at it, did she look like the type of person who would him? Song, Yao, Yao. He strode over and squeezed each word out between his gritted teeth. Exactly the person I was looking for. I was planning to look for you. Who knew I'd see you so soon? Song Yao Yao shrunk back her neck and hid behind Kong Yuan's back as she looked up innocently. In an aggrieved manner, she said softly, "What are you doing? You scared me." "Yes, what are you doing? At your age, why are you scaring a little girl?" Kong Yuan appeared to be very close to Luo Xingguang, and when he spoke, it was like he was speaking to his junior. "You came at the right time. Here, you do these questions. I remember you studied at Harvard before you joined the entertainment industry." A piece of paper was shoved into Luo Xingguang's hands as soon as he entered. "Director Kong, are you serious? What do you think?" Kong Yuan revealed a stern expression. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Yao Yao said the questions were stupid, so she wrote some new ones for me. "Aren't you a self-proclaimed genius? Is this difficult enough?" "Ha, her." Luo Xingguang rolled his eyes. Did this brat know how to write difficult questions? He wasn't being biased, but she was seriously not at that level. "Director Kong, you should have asked me from the start. I bet this difficulty." As Luo Xingguang spoke, his voice grew quieter and quieter. As he stared at the first question, he was already stuck. After some time, he wiped his forehead. "Director Kong, I think there's something wrong with this. It's impossible to solve." As soon as his voice fell, a small hand reached over and snatched the paper from his hands. "There's nothing wrong with it. You're just stupid. Let me teach you. Listen carefully." She held onto her pen as she explained each step in a soft voice. 3 minutes later, Song Yao Yao lifted her head. Her eyes were clear without any trace of mockery. "Understand now, Luo Xingguang." "Yes, but, FCK. Why am I listening to this? Song Yao Yao, we still have a score to settle. You." Snap. Song Yao Yao accidentally snapped her pen in half. She glanced over with a dark gaze. "What score? Do you want a consultation for your package deal?" Luo Xingguang held onto his stomach. He could feel the pain again. But his gaze fell upon the pitiful pen that was lying broken on the desk, and his lips twitched. Was this brat some kind of monster? "Ha ha ha ha, impressive, Yao Yao. This punk used to have good grades, but it appears as though he's returned everything he's learned back to his teachers. He can't even beat a little girl." Before Song Yao Yao even got the chance to tease him, Kong Yuan was one step ahead. But why did he sound so proud? Hearing the man's praise, Song Yao Yao smiled politely. "It's nothing. These are just basic. It's not difficult." Luo Xingguang. "Haha, little brat, must you act so arrogant? By the way, Uncle Kong, it's almost class time for me. Can I take this script with me? I'll contact you after I've read through it and we can discuss if any other changes are necessary." Of course. Kong Yuan gave Song Yao Yao a business card and fluttered his lashes. "Yao Yao, if you decide to become an actress, make sure to contact your Uncle Kong." "Uncle Kong, I'm not that interested in acting." She was more interested in sitting behind the camera and calling the shots. On set, the director was the boss. What a good feeling. No, wait, Luo Xingguang didn't understand what was going on. As he watched Song Yao Yao walk away, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't resolved his issue with the girl. Changing the script. "Director Kong, have you lost your mind again? You're allowing that little brat to edit your script." Kong Yuan touched his head and smiled mysteriously. "Xingguang, sometimes you need to accept fate. An average person and a genius are different. It's fine if you don't understand. You are from two different worlds." But Luo Xingguang did not think he had misunderstood. He knew exactly what Director Kong was thinking. Hashtag what a confusing day. How did Song Yao Yao get involved with Director Kong? What happened without him knowing? Luo Xingguang didn't know yet, but his pitiful life on set had just started. Inside the classroom, Tang Xinru had already waited for some time, but Song Yao Yao had yet to return and she didn't take her phone with her. Thinking about Song Yao Yao's prone to bullying vibe, Tang Xinru was tempted to gather their classmates to look for her. Fortunately, at this time, Song Yao Yao returned. In her left hand, she was holding her thermos, and in her right hand was a thick document. If she wasn't young and beautiful, she would look like an old woman. Peef. Tang Xinru couldn't help but laugh out loud. She dragged Song Yao Yao over and sat her down. "Precious, where did you go for so long?" "To stretch my muscles." Song Yao Yao's eyes curved, sweetness hiding inside her dimples. "I ran into Uncle Kong on the way back and he took me to his set for a bit." Wow, Tang Xinru was envious. "You went on set. Where is it? I thought we weren't allowed to enter." Hoo, I'm so jealous." "Here, want to take a look at this?" A thick document was placed on the desk. Tang Xinru stopped her fake crying. "What's this?" she asked. As she flipped the document curiously, her eyes paused on 2 words on the second page, and she fell silent. Song Yao Yao covered her ears. Ah, a shrill scream filled the room as expected and practically blew the roof off. It caused everyone to jump in shock. Shen Xuan lifted his head in annoyance. "Tang Xinru, are you on drugs?" "I encountered something much more exciting." Tang Xinru patted the document like it was her lover. Her expression was so cheesy that Song Yao Yao looked at her with disgust. "Yao Yao, isn't this the script for Ride the Wind? Where did you get this from? Did Director Kong give it to you?" Oh god." Tang Xinru lay on top of the script. "Why didn't I go with you? If I did, I would have seen Director Kong and Luo Xingguang. Hoo, he's so handsome." Song Yao Yao tilted her head. "Is he?" She thought her Gerger was more handsome. He's so hot when he dances. He makes my hormones go crazy." "Did you see him?" "Forget it. Don't tell me. I'm afraid that my heart won't be able to handle it." Song Yao Yao opened her mouth. "If you want to see him, I can take you along next time." Really? Tang Shinru immediately came back to life and her eyes glowed. Yes, I agreed to help Uncle Kong edit his script. When I return the script to him, you can come with me. Oh my god, Yao Yao, you're amazing. Tang Shinru pulled Song Yao Yao into her embrace and squeezed her cheeks. She was so happy that she began to talk nonsense. What else about you don't I know? You're good at studying and fighting, and now, you can even edit scripts. If you decide to become a director someday, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Ruro, stop. Song Yao Yao struggled in Tang Shinru's embrace as her mouth was squeezed until it looked like fish lips. A happy woman was frightening. Ha 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 ha, wait until Ride the Wind is aired. I can tell all my friends proudly that my Yao Yao edited it. Song Yao Yao wasn't particularly happy about it. She simply thought of it as a hobby. But now that someone was actually happy for her, she suddenly felt quite good. Finally, Song Yao Yao broke free from Tang Shinru's grip. Her hair was messy and a dopey strand of hair stood up on top of her head. She did not notice anything. Casually leaning forward, she asked, Ruro, have you thought about acting? Me. Tang Shinru was taken aback. The truth was, before Song Yao Yao asked her this question, she had never considered entering the entertainment circle. But now, this question got her thinking. Should she be an actress? Should she enter the messy entertainment circle? To be honest, based on her identity and background, bullying wasn't something to worry about. But even though it excited her, she was also a little scared. She said with uncertainty, I've never actually considered what I want to do in the future. Being an actress seems quite interesting, but I have no experience, who would want me? I don't want to act in a flop. Tang Shinru stuck out her tongue. She was extremely disgusted by bad films. Based on the fact that she was so obsessed with Kong Yuan, it was obvious that Tang Shinru placed a lot of importance on the quality of a script. Uncle Kong is missing a secondary female lead. Why don't I go with you to the audition? Song Yao Yao suggested. That won't be too good. This was too abrupt. Tang Shinru did not have the confidence that Kong Yuan would be interested in her. I've never learned acting. Besides, Director Kong had his eyes on you. But I've never thought about being an actress. Compared to being an actress, I'm more interested in being a director or a screenwriter, Song Yao Yao said seriously as she blinked her big eyes. Tang Shinru was surprised. Director. While she was just thinking about eating and waiting for death, Yao Yao was already thinking about the future. Yes, being a director seems fun. Being able to film a story that I want to tell is amazing, isn't it? Song Yao Yao curved her eyes and smiled brightly. Ruro, if you become an actress, you will be my go-to choice. Wow, her go-to. This comment struck Tang Shinru's heart. Her eyes lit up and she nodded her head. Okay, I'll go look for Director Kong and give it a try. Who knows, what if I succeed? Besides, the entertainment circle was a difficult place to survive in, she couldn't let Yao Yao deal with it on her own. If no one was willing to act in Yao Yao's projects in the future, she would take them on. It was perfect. Inside this small classroom, neither girl knew that this random conversation would someday become reality. A top director and a best actress. Who knew that this idea came about so casually? One spoke, and one believed. It was that simple, Hoping to quickly edit the script, Song Yao Yao squeezed in a bit of tutoring during class. Every time a teacher passed by and saw the class, enthusiasm, they suspected that they had walked into the wrong room. Was this really the third class? Was this the place where the worst students were gathered? Why were they working so hard? They all sat upright like primary school students with their hands placed on the desk in front of them without playing with their phones. With two bosses watching over them, how could they not work hard? Meanwhile, Song Yao Yao found some time to compile some question papers so she could photocopy them after school. She was going to hand it out tomorrow for everyone to do. Once she understood everyone's foundation, she would know how to teach them. After all, there were only 2 months left until the end of semester exams. To beat the first class, it was unrealistic to start from the beginning. So, she had to determine their current level and target their weaknesses. The day passed by quickly. The phone in Song Yao Yao's bag vibrated and she pulled it out. The ID was Big Brother. Song Yao Yao was surprised. Who is Big Brother? She only realized who it was after she opened their message and recognized the familiar tone. It was Song Wenchuan. Big Brother, have you finished school? I'll come to pick you up. Wanna eat together? Song Yao Yao shoved her textbooks into her bag and slowly replied. Song Yao Yao. No, Big Brother. Stinking brat. Looks like your heart's been stolen by that wild bee street road. You don't even want me anymore. Song Yao Yao puffed up her cheeks. Song Yao Yao. Gerger is not a wild bee street road. Sigh. Inside his office, Song Wenchuan felt a little sour. The brat was already protecting Huo Yunk, even though they weren't married yet. If she actually married him, how bad would it be? Big Brother. Song Yao Yao, I'm serious. You shouldn't be like this. Men are pigs. They only covet your beauty. I am the only exception. I am your brother, I will never hurt you. Big Brother. I'm finishing work now. Remember to wait for me. It's decided. Big Brother. Don't reject me or I will go to the Huo Manor to get you. Also, I have bought you some snacks. Have you used all the money I gave you last time? I just transferred some money into your card, make sure to check it. Although you're staying at the Huo Manor, you can't ask others for money. If you need money, just ask me, okay? Also, it's cold outside. Don't stand around dopily. If you catch a cold, I won't take responsibility. Big Brother, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Song Yao Yao. How annoying. He didn't even give her the chance to refuse. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Tang Shinru asked curiously, who messaged you? Is it your loverboy Gerger? Hee hee. While she smiled cheekily, Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. It's Song Wenchuan. He insists on treating me to a meal and won't let me refuse, she grumbled. Who's Song Wenchuan? It took Tang Xinru some time to realize who he was. Is he your older brother? Yao Yao, how could you call him by his name? She almost didn't realize. Yes. Song Yaoyao carried her backpack and walked out. She swiped her phone screen, opened her banking app, and saw that her account had an extra 500,000 yuan from Song Wenchuan. She pressed her lips together and her dimples appeared. Tang Xinru chased after her. Are you eating with him? What about Song Jingwan? Is she joining you? If so, then you shouldn't eat it. How disgusting. Thinking about Song Jingwan's pretentious face, Tang Xinru felt annoyed. It's fine. She can eat her food and I will eat mine, Song Yaoyao replied casually as she snapped back to reality and counted her dollars. For the sake of this money, not only was she willing to eat with Song Jingwan, she could even act as a good sister if needed. Besides, Song Yaoyao had always been tolerant. Song Jingwan meant nothing to her. As the two girls spoke, they headed for the stairs. Opposite, Song Jingwan happened to walk out of her classroom. They looked at each other. Tang Xinru rolled her eyes. Speak of the devil, am I a jinx? What a coincidence. Song Jingwan didn't seem to notice Tang Xinru's disgusted expression as she walked over with a smirk. Yao Yao, we haven't spoken for a while. Let's walk down together. No, okay. Song Yaoyao curved her eyes and interrupted Tang Xinru as she secretly squeezed her hand. Tang Xinru swallowed back her words and looked at Song Jingwan with displeasure. She didn't like the look of her. As soon as they walked downstairs, a bone-chilling breeze swept past, causing Song Yaoyao to sneeze. Song Jingwan rubbed her arms, hesitated for a moment, and handed her jacket to Song Yaoyao. Here, wear this. You've always been weaker than me. Don't catch a cold. Would you really be this nice? Tang Xinru glanced at her. Previously, during late fall, wasn't she the one who pushed Yao Yao into the pool? Tang Xinru, I don't think we have any grudges between us. Song Jingwan smiled and looked at her. Isn't that right? If I remember correctly, we don't know each other that well. If I have offended you in any way, please let me apologize. Her soft, gentle voice made her likable to most people. Unfortunately, Tang Xinru was the minority. She laughed in ridicule. Of course, neither of them expected Song Yaoyao to actually wear the jacket, yet Song Jingwan still gave it to her. At least, on the surface, she had done enough. It was Song Yaoyao's problem whether she decided to accept it or not. But, to their surprise, Song Yaoyao simply smiled and stretched out her hand to accept it. Thank you, it's unbearably cold, my big sis is so nice, she thanked her sister sweetly. Song Jingwan, who was feeling dizzy from the cold, took a deep breath and forced a smile. No need to thank me. You're my sister, after all. If I'm not nice to you, who should I be nice to? She announced proudly while Song Yaoyao smiled sweetly. During the time that Tang Xinru had known Song Yaoyao, she knew her precious wasn't stupid and naive. At first, she was quite annoyed by Song Jingwan. But when she saw her acting nice and freezing herself, she suddenly felt quite pleased. The three girls each had their own motives as they reached the school gates. As soon as Tang Xinru appeared at the gates, she received a phone call from Xiao Lao. A little distance away, a hand stuck out from a red sports car and waved at her. Tang Xinru hesitated for a moment. Yao Yao, my small auntie is here to pick me up. Are you okay on your own? She glanced at Song Jingwan, afraid that Song Yaoyao would be bullied. Go ahead, don't make her wait, Song Yaoyao smiled. Say hello to her for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved goodbye to Tang Xinru. Tang Xinru thought about the situation and realized there was nothing to worry about. With Song Yaoyao's violent tendencies, she would smash Song Jingwan's head in if she dared to offend her in any way. With this thought, she also waved, quickly ran over to the car, and left with Xiao Lao. In an instant, only Song Yaoyao and Song Jingwan remained. The milk tea store next door is not bad. Let me treat you. Song Yaoyao adjusted her jacket and looked at Song Jingwan with a smile. Okay, I'm good with anything. She wanted to see what trick Song Jingwan was playing this time. Song Jingwan sniffed and gritted her teeth to wake up a little. The wind was making her ears hurt. It was so cold that she was about to lose all feeling. When she heard Song Yaoyao's response, she breathed a sigh of relief and sped up her footsteps. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao followed slowly behind. After they ordered their milk tea, they found a seat beside the window. The school gates were busy. Outside, the street was lined with French platanus trees. Looking down, it was a sea of white like they were covered in frost. Outside the gate, Song Yaoyao saw the idiot, Huoning Shi, looking around. She leisurely sipped on her milk tea. The sweet flavor made her close her eyes in pleasure. Song Jingwan waited for a long time, but she did not hear Song Yaoyao say what she wanted to hear. She pinched her palms and took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Song Yaoyao pull out a stack of papers from her backpack, and watched as she slowly flipped through them. In an instant, Song Jingwan's eyes fell upon the papers. Is that the script for Ride the Wind? Song Yaoyao's lips curved. Yes, is there a problem? Her voice was soft as she tilted her head and stared straight at Song Jingwan. Song Jingwan licked her lips. Are you really familiar with director Kong? I wouldn't say so. Song Yaoyao smiled, but he keeps bothering me and telling me to act in his film even though I'm not interested in acting. She spoke slowly, but her voice went up at the end slyly. It was like she was having a normal conversation. Song Jingwan took a deep breath. Song Yaoyao was so ignorant. While the man wanted someone who didn't want to act, she had tried so hard to recommend herself. Yet, she didn't receive a response. This was a chance. Song Jingwan looked at the script in Song Yaoyao's hands. She couldn't give up. How do you explain this script then? Have you agreed to act? Didn't she say that she didn't want to do it? Then why did she have a script? Song Jingwan tried her best to hold back her envy as she questioned her gently. This. Song Yaoyao lifted the script and waved it. As she watched Song Jingwan's gaze follow it, she couldn't control her laughter. Peef, do you want to act in it? She leaned on the desk and looked into Song Jingwan's eyes. Her eyes were so clear that it made Song Jingwan worry that her motives would be reflected in her gaze. She looked away and tidied her hair. Actually, I simply find it interesting. I see. Song Yaoyao flipped the script. It's a shame. I was planning to ask you to act in it, she said as she scrunched up her nose. Uncle Kong asked me to help him edit his script and the secondary female has not been filled. Even though he really wants me to act, I am not interested at all. We're twins, we must have some similarities. She spoke casually without noticing Song Jingwan's awkwardness. Song Jingwan had tried to recommend herself before, but she was not selected. So Song Yaoyao's indifference was an eyesore for her. However, she held back her anger when she saw the script. Her smile was stiff. Is that the case? The corners of her lips twitched. She did not believe a word that Song Yaoyao said. Even if she gave up this opportunity, she would never give it to her. Yes, but if you really want to act, I could recommend you to Uncle Kong. Song Yaoyao smirked as she returned the script to her backpack and finished the last sip of her milk tea. When she saw that she was planning to leave, Song Jingwan swallowed her pride. Yes, please, if I get selected, I will be very thankful. There's no need to thank me, Song Yaoyao rubbed her fingers as her eyes glowed and fluttered. I like things that are more practical. For example, money. Song Jingwan couldn't help but open her eyes wide in disbelief. Didn't I give you 300,000 last time? Song Yaoyao, must you be so greedy? Wasn't the 300,000 meant to be pocket money? What does it have to do with this? Song Jingwan bit her lip. What I gave you last time was my savings for half a year. Besides, it's hard to say whether I will be selected. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to ask for money now? I guess. Song Yaoyao nodded and started walking out with her backpack. If you can't bear to give it to me, then forget about it. Let me think about it. Who should I recommend for that role? She nodded her head as she thought. Should she give it to someone else? Song Jingwan stood up and gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll give it to you. Her heart was hurting. Although her family wasn't poor, they never gave her hundreds of thousands in pocket money in one go while she was still in school. Especially since her clothes and accessories were normally bought by Joe Manley and she had nowhere to spend her money. Song Yaoyao was doing well. In 2 installments, she had almost taken all of Song Jingwan's pocket money and birthday money as well. 1 minute later, Song Yaoyao watched happily as she received another 200,000 in her account. She returned Song Jingwan's jacket to her and said in an extremely gentle voice, okay, I will recommend you to Uncle Kong, and tell him to let you join the cast. That's more like it. Song Jingwan accepted her jacket, but she felt something wasn't right. Yet when she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. At that moment, she was still hopeful that she would be selected. But if Song Yaoyao was tricking her, she was going to make her run away with her tail between her legs. Hu Oning-shi stood outside in the cold for ages before he turned his head and saw Song Yaoyao walking out of the milk tea store. His expression immediately darkened. He strode over and grabbed onto Song Yaoyao. She stumbled a little. Hu Oning-shi, what are you doing? She almost fell on her head as she brushed Hu Oning-shi away. While I was waiting ages for you, you went to the milk tea store. The main issue was that she didn't buy him a cup. Had she forgotten whose house she was living in? Didn't you see me waiting here? Yes, Song Yaoyao replied indifferently as she adjusted her backpack. If you saw me, then why didn't you say anything? Hu Oning-shi lifted his hand to beat the brat to death. You must be happy to see me freezing in the cold. Song Yaoyao didn't feel anything initially, but when she saw Hu Oning-shi wiping his nose and stomping in anger, she was somehow triggered and she suddenly burst into laughter. Go ahead and hit me then. Let's see how you explain yourself to Gerger later. She held her stomach and bent her waist as she laughed. Her almond eyes were curved beautifully like 2 crescent moons. Hu Oning-shi gritted his teeth and pulled back his hand. You just wait. I'm going to deal with you one day. Song Yaoyao pulled a face at him. Ning-shi, you're still here. Song Jingwan, who had been neglected for a whole 2 minutes, lost her patience and decided to greet Hu Oning-shi. When Hu Oning-shi turned his head and saw her, he raised his eyebrows. Oh, you're here as well. Didn't your driver come? Song Jingwan's voice contained a trace of anger. I've been standing here the whole time. Didn't he see her standing there? Her eyes turned red and she stomped her feet like a girlfriend who had been neglected by her boyfriend. Ahem. Hu Oning-shi wiped his nose. Sorry, I didn't notice. His empty voice floated past before he grabbed onto Song Yaoyao's collar. Let's go. You should go home early. As he walked away, he waved his hand without looking back. Hu Oning-shi, if you keep acting like this, I'm going to beat you up. The girl threatened. Haha, shorty, talk to me again when you grow taller. Ow. With that, Song Yaoyao lifted her leg and flung a kick toward him, causing him so much pain that he had to immediately let go of her. He gritted his teeth and complained, Song Yaoyao, are you obsessed with violence? Will you die if you don't hit someone? You asked for it. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Ning-shi. Song Jingwan bit her lip and ran to Hu Oning-shi's side. Are you okay? Yaoyao, can you stop being so violent? Don't forget that you're staying at his home at the moment. This isn't right. She scolded in disapproval. That's right. Hu Oning-shi nodded. Learn from your sister. You're eating my food and living in my house. How could you be so violent toward me? Do you think this is right? No. Song Yaoyao shoved her hands in her pockets and furrowed her brows. She then pulled one hand out. Does it really hurt? Why don't I let you hit me back then? Her eyes glowed and she looked like a dumpling with her baby fat. She had hit him first, yet she looked so aggrieved. PFF'd. What a white lotus. Ridicule flashed across Song Jingwan's eyes. Song Yaoyao, you're not that great either. She gently tugged on Huo Ningxi's sleeve. Ningxi, why don't you let it go? I'll apologize on her behalf. Huo Ningxi swallowed and looked at the girl's delicate hand. He humped. There's no need to apologize on her behalf. She's extremely arrogant. She's probably acting right now. Song Yaoyao, do you think I'm too afraid to hit you back? Hit me back then. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and placed her hands in front of her. Her almond eyes fluttered as Huo Ningxi lifted his hand and ruthlessly lowered it toward her. Ah, Song Yaoyao shrunk back her neck and closed her eyes. Song Jingwan could barely hide her smile. It seemed, no matter how Song Yaoyao changed, she still couldn't gain Huo Ningxi's affection. What are you screaming for? My hit didn't even make a sound. Huo Ningxi rolled his eyes. He appeared fierce, but the moment that his fist fell down, it only brushed across her hand gently. It didn't hurt at all. Song Jingwan's smile disappeared. Song Yaoyao rubbed her hands against her shirt and shoved them back in her pockets. If I wasn't afraid that you'd snitch on me, I would never let you off so easily. Huo Ningxi humped as he found an excuse for his actions. He couldn't tell her that his heart softened the moment he saw the usually arrogant girl huddle up in fear. Yet, even though their relationship was clearly hostile, Song Jingwan felt as though she was left on the sidelines. This made her uncomfortable, confused, and frustrated. Ningxi, my mom said she hasn't seen you for a while and she misses you. It's Saturday tomorrow. Do you want to have dinner at my place? Now that she was finally talking to Huo Ningxi, she didn't want to let him go so quickly. She swayed Huo Ningxi's sleeve and whined coquettishly. Huo Ningxi pressed his lips together. Remembering the way that Zhou Manli acted at his place last time and the words that Song Yaoyao had said, his heart felt a little confused. He understood that this had nothing to do with Song Jingwan, but he couldn't help his mind from wandering. If Song Jingwan had to choose, would she choose his small uncle or him? Song Yaoyao was not interested in the relationship between these two. She ran over to the nearby bus station to hide from the wind. At the same time, she made a phone call home. Hello, Huo Manor. Uncle Zhang, it's me. Song Yaoyao recognized Uncle Zhang's voice quickly. Is Gerger home? She asked sweetly. Oh, it's Miss Song. You must have just finished school. The master just returned home from work. Do you want to speak to him? Someone that appears innocent but isn't. Uncle Zhang looked toward Huo Young who had just walked in. The man removed his glasses and approached. Furrowing his brows, he took the phone from Uncle Zhang's hands. Speak. The man's low and charming voice sounded particularly sexy through the phone. Gerger, I miss you so much, Song Yaoyao whined sweetly. Huo Yunqi's hand paused. Something was definitely wrong. He narrowed his eyes. Song Yaoyao, you better not tell me that you caused trouble again. He lowered his eyes and looked at his watch. It was almost 6 p.m. Why wasn't she home yet? Was she rebelling? I didn't. Song Yaoyao humped unhappily. Song Yaoyao, one more minute. Song Yaoyao scratched her head, not quite understanding, but she sensed that the man's voice was growing colder and colder. Huh. It's 6 p.m. Huo Young tapped on the desk calmly. What do you want to say? Gerger, are you unhappy? Song Yaoyao could tell that the man was displeased. But she was good today, she didn't do anything wrong. Gerger, can I come home later tonight? She asked carefully. Come home later. When Huo Ningxi heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, Small uncle, I want to tell you something. The brat is going out on a date with some wild guy. So get rid of her soon. Gerger, don't listen to Huo Ningxi. Song Yaoyao glared at him threateningly. You just wait, she was going to give him a lifetime beating package. Whining in an aggrieved manner, she said, from the start, I've only had Gerger in my heart. Huo Ningxi's just jealous that I stole Gerger's affection so he's deliberately slandering me. Gerger, you have no idea. He even tried to hit me earlier. Hoo. After telling a lie, Song Yaoyao opened her mouth and started crying. However, they were just crocodile tears. Song Jingwan was dumbfounded by this. The real thief was pretending to be the victim. What was the world coming to? Worst of all, her acting was so lousy. Could it be that Mr. Huo liked this? His tastes were very unique. FCK, small uncle, don't listen to her. You can't believe a word she's saying. Song Yaoyao's lips parted and she revealed a slight smile. So you're allowed to slander me but I'm not allowed to snitch on you. Stop crying. Although he knew that her crying was half fake, Huo Young couldn't bear to hear it. Give your phone to Huo Ningxi, he said coldly. Here, Song Yaoyao's eyes were dark as she handed her phone to Huo Ningxi. Gerger wants to speak to you. FCK. Huo Ningxi gritted his teeth and accepted the phone while Song Jingwan watched Song Yaoyao's smugness in confusion. In her heart, Mr. Huo was high and mighty. He would never blame Huo Ningxi over a few words from Song Yaoyao, right? After all, Huo Ningxi was more family than Song Yaoyao. But reality proved that Song Jingwan's thoughts were incorrect. Small uncle, Huo Ningxi wanted to cry, I really didn't hit her. She's a liar. Look. Song Yaoyao stood beside him and fanned the fire. Look at how he bullies me when you're not around. He was even getting physical with me earlier. Hoo, it's too much. Huo Ningxi's knees became weak when he heard Huo Yunqi's voice. He wanted to cry but there were no tears. Small uncle, believe me. Yes, I believe you. Huo Ningxi breathed a sigh of relief and Song Jingwan smirked. Look, in Mr. Huo's heart, his nephew was clearly more important. But between now and next year, you will have to earn your own allowance. Huo Ningxi, small uncle, didn't you say you believed me? If you believe me, then why are you not giving me allowance? Song Yaoyao was so happy that she almost revealed her wagging fox tail. Huo Yunk raised his eyebrows. Is something wrong? Wasn't it wrong? Did that mean he really did believe him? Huo Ningxi gritted his teeth and returned the phone to Song Yaoyao. He opened his mouth speechlessly. You're certainly ruthless. For the sake of his own future happiness, not only should he distance himself from Song Yaoyao, it seemed, he had to be wary of her lies. Not only was she a liar, but she was also so bad at it. Yet, she was brave enough to lie, and the man was brave enough to believe her. As someone at the bottom of the food chain, he had no choice but to endure. Unless he was sick of living. Hello, Gerger. Song Yaoyao's voice sweetened by a few degrees. Thank you for getting justice for me, Gerger. By the way, Gerger, Song Wenchuan wants to take me to dinner, so I will be home a little later. I'll see you later. Song Wenchuan. Huo Yunk swallowed. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. Just as she was about to say goodbye, she heard the man calling her gently. I'm here. Is there something else, Gerger? Lying is a bad habit for children. Song Yaoyao was immediately frightened. She blushed and said weakly, you know I was lying. Then why did he still cancel Huo Ningxi's allowance? The man's deep voice sounded but he did not answer her question. Come home early and stay safe. Song Yaoyao stuck out her tongue guiltily. See you later then, Gerger. After the phone hung up, Huo Ningxi was boiling in anger. He glared at Song Yaoyao and asked, Song Yaoyao, should I turn your words into reality and accept your accusation? Otherwise, his allowance would be cancelled for no reason. Worst of all, his small uncle actually knew that Song Yaoyao was lying. Song Jingwan couldn't wait to see Song Yaoyao receive a beating, but when she thought about the way that Mr. Huo protected her, she felt a little scared. She quickly grabbed onto Huo Ningxi and persuaded him. Ningxi, forget about it. Yaoyao's still young and doesn't understand a lot of things. What a rare sight. Song Jingwan was actually speaking up for her. Song Yaoyao curved her eyes and thanked her sweetly. Thank you, sis. You're so good to me. Song Jingwan. No, I'm not good at all. Jingwan, let go of me. Huo Ningxi brushed Song Jingwan away as his eyes fired up. Song Yaoyao kept her hands in her pockets calmly. As Huo Ningxi approached her side and raised his hand, there was a loud warning. You punk, let's see you try and lay a finger on her. Song Wenchuan stepped out of his car, closed the door with a bang, and approached fiercely. He dragged Song Yaoyao behind him and glared at Huo Ningxi. The man stood in front of Huo Ningxi. Although they were roughly the same height, his figure was very different. Yaoyao, was this punk bullying you? Song Wenchuan had always known that Huo Ningxi didn't like Song Yaoyao, but what could he do? He couldn't help that both his sisters were dedicated to him. But he witnessed this scene as soon as he stopped his car. If the guy could treat her like this on the outside, how badly did he bully her at home? No, he wasn't. Song Yaoyao smiled. He's just putting up a front. He would never hit me for real. Couldn't he see that she was just standing there without moving? Who said I wouldn't? Huo Ningxi said coldly as he rubbed his nose. Song Wenchuan, hurry and take her home with you. My small uncle is spending so much time with her that I can barely recognize him. In fact, he was becoming ridiculously biased. Huo Ningxi's unwelcome tone made Song Wenchuan uncomfortable, however, he did not show it on his face. He smiled and asked, is that what your small uncle wants as well? Huo Ningxi was taken aback. If your small uncle also thinks our Yaoyao is a nuisance, I wouldn't wait for you to kick her out. I would drag her home even if I have to tie her up first. Ningxi, I treat you like half a brother. But please remember that although Yaoyao doesn't get any special treatment at home, we are still her family and she is still my sister. She's not an unloved child that you can insult all day long. Besides, she's not clinging to you, right? Huo Ningxi was rendered speechless. I don't. Did he really dislike Song Yaoyao? Song Yaoyao tugged on Song Wenchuan's sleeve. Aren't we having dinner? Let's go. It's cold outside. Are you sure that he didn't bully you? Song Wenchuan asked seriously. Brother, how could Ningxi bully a girl? The Huos are well disciplined, Song Jingwan quickly explained when she heard that there was a misunderstanding. I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from Song Yaoyao, he said as he glanced at Song Jingwan indifferently. He was well aware of this sister's personality. Yaoyao, you tell me. Huo Ningxi and Song Jingwan's gaze immediately fell upon Song Yaoyao. Song Jingwan looked as though she was ready to tear her apart if she dared to slander Huo Ningxi. Song Yaoyao blinked. No, I was the one who hit him. She spoke with full confidence. Song Wenchuan. Huo Ningxi breathed a sigh of relief. Look, she admitted to it. Ahem, Song Wenchuan cleared his throat. Why did you hit him then? It had only been a few days. How did his Yaoyao become so fierce? He asked for it. Song Yaoyao carried her backpack and walked toward Song Wenchuan's car. As the saying goes, the person who provokes first deserves the consequences of their actions. Did she need any other reason? You're the one who deserves a beating more. Huo Ningxi rolled his eyes. I can't be bothered even talking to you. When Song Wenchuan heard this, he held back his laughter. Ningxi, do you know what you look like right now? Huh, Song Wenchuan. Like a primary school student who bullies the girl he likes. After saying this, he glanced at Song Jingwan, who seemed to be thinking something, and asked, Jingwan, I'm taking Yaoyao to eat dinner. Do you want to come? Song Jingwan pursed her lips and said in an aggrieved manner, yes, of course I'll go. She didn't get it. Song Yaoyao had already left their home, but why was she still haunting them? As the three left, Huo Ningxi remained behind. He grabbed his hair in annoyance and scoffed. There's no way I would like her. He mumbled. It was pure hatred. He seemed to be responding to Song Wenchuan, but at the same time, he was comforting himself. Japanese food was on the menu for dinner. Song Yaoyao ate happily. After they were done and they emerged from the little wooden store, the city lights were brightly lit. She shrunk back her neck in response to the cold and her eyes twinkled. It was rare for her to be out so late. Who knew that the streets were so vibrant at night? There were pedestrians everywhere, and the square in front of them had a bubble machine that filled the square with bubbles. She ran over excitedly and jumped up to burst one of them. Water splashed on her face and her eyes curved. Her cheeks were rosy from the Japanese restaurant. Are you happy? With a coat hanging from his arm and his hands in his pockets, Song Wenchuan smiled and followed behind Song Yaoyao. He had never seen this lively side of her. In the past, she had always been timid with low self-esteem. Even when he spoke to her occasionally, she would blush in fear. It's so lively here. Song Yaoyao skipped around the square expressing her joy without feeling embarrassed. Next to her, there was a girl holding a small basket of glowing headbands. There were devil's horns, stars, etc. Song Yaoyao crouched down and did not move. She turned her head and pointed to the headbands. Looking at her cute expression, Song Wenchuan raised an eyebrow and snickered evilly. Do you want it? Call me big brother and I'll buy it for you. HMPH. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes and pulled out her phone. I can buy it myself. I have money. Sigh. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have transferred her so much money. Look how arrogant she was acting now. How much is it? I want to. Song Wenchuan crouched down beside Song Yaoyao, pulled out his wallet, and handed over some spare change. Jingwan, you can pick one too. All around them, girls were wearing these headbands, but in Song Jingwan's eyes, they looked ridiculous and stupid. Disgust flashed across her eyes. Yet, she still approached obediently and casually picked one out. Thank you, big brother, she said sweetly. Song Wenchuan's smile faded a little. There's no need to be polite with me. If you want anything else, just let me know. No need. Song Jingwan had a reserved smile as she held onto the headband. All I need is this. Song Yaoyao ignored her. As she rummaged through the basket, she pulled out a few to try them on. Song Jingwan raised her eyebrows impatiently. Was she done? Song Yaoyao, which one do you want? Song Wenchuan was helpless. If you break them, you'll have to compensate the seller. I won't be paying for that. It's fine. The girl who was selling the headbands smiled and looked at Song Yaoyao. This young miss is adorable. She's actually helping me attract more business. Look, she gestured for Song Wenchuan to look around. That was when he discovered that they were surrounded by people. Is she your sister? She's so cute, the girl said with envy. For some reason, this made Song Wenchuan quite proud. He cleared his throat. Yes, but she's not that cute. She was just average. Does this look nice? After picking for some time, Song Yaoyao finally settled on a devil headband. The two devil horns had a red glow. As she put it on, she shook her head from side to side happily and asked for Song Wenchuan's opinion. Cute. Extremely cute. Oh, I want to take her home with me. Mommy, I've discovered an angel. But she's got devil horns. TCH, that's none of your business. More and more people gathered around, looking at Song Yaoyao like she was a rare animal. Song Wenchuan rubbed his nose. The girl had jet black hair and her eyes were clear. Her beautiful face still had some baby fat, and when she smiled her dimples made her look extremely sweet. She was a naturally cute beauty. Ah, I want to take a photo with her. Is she a celebrity? She's too beautiful. Hubby, I want one too. It looks really good on her. Song Jingwan held onto her headband as she was shoved aside by the crowd. She looked up. The majority of those surrounding Song Yaoyao were girls. They looked at her with their glowing gazes as hearts practically appeared in their eyes. It's all right. Song Wenchuan blushed from the cuteness, but his words were contradicting. TCH, stop looking at me then. Song Yaoyao glared at him and stood up. At that moment, she was shocked by the enthusiasm of the girls around her and she took a couple of steps back blankly. Are you buying headbands too? She opened her eyes wide in confusion and pointed gently to the seller. Thinking that she was in their way, she politely moved to the side. But when she moved, she realized they were moving with her. Their eyes were glowing, and their gazes frightened her a little. Whoa, these girls are scary. Peef. Song Wenchuan couldn't hold back his laughter. He wiped his tears as he watched the people begin to move. They were so mesmerized by her cuteness that they were about to reach forward and touch her. He quickly squeezed through and pulled the girl into his arms. Sorry, excuse me, it's time we go home, he apologized. Song Yaoyao was seriously frightened. After all, she wasn't a celebrity and these people were being too passionate. Huh, you're leaving. Stay a little longer. Cutie, can we take a photo together? Song Yaoyao huddled up obediently in Song Wenchuan's arms as he rushed out of the crowd. Only when she breathed in a breath of fresh air did she let out a sigh of relief. Her hair was a mess. As she poked out her head, she discovered the girls were still holding their phones and snapping photos of her. She hid her head again in fear. Are they treating me like a rare animal? She mumbled. No, they just think you're cute. Ahem, Song Wenchuan held back a laugh. After they walked some distance, the crowd finally stopped following them. Song Yaoyao humped. Her devil headband had been knocked out of place. Song Wenchuan helped her adjust it. Are you still wearing it? Why not? Song Yaoyao touched the headband happily and swayed her head. Doesn't it look good? It's so pretty, she said, answering her own question. I want to wear it home for Gerger to see. Gerger, he's not your real brother, yet you call him so affectionately. Feeling a little jealous, Song Wenchuan snatched the headband from the girl. Give it back, you ungrateful brat. No, Song Yaoyao raised her hands to protect her head as she giggled and ran away. From a distance, she looked at Song Wenchuan and pulled a face. All night, her smile did not disappear once. She was completely unaffected by Song Jingwan. Even Song Jingwan didn't understand why she was so easily satisfied. A cheap 20 yuan plastic headband, something so humiliating, how could she wear it so happily? No one knew what Song Yaoyao had experienced in the past. For her, every day and every minute was worth cherishing. Happiness couldn't be bought with money. Song Wenchuan watched as Song Yaoyao ran around and his gaze softened. His eyes were filled with adoration. Why aren't you wearing yours? You don't like it, he asked Song Jingwan. Huh, Song Jingwan was surprised. She tucked away a loose strand of hair and replied, no, it's just that you bought it for me so I don't want to break it. How could it break so easily? It isn't made from paper. This reply made Song Wenchuan laugh. But Song Jingwan still didn't wear it in the end. As she held onto the headband, she followed quietly beside Song Wenchuan. Every now and then, she would glance at him and notice his bright starry smile, but his gaze was focused on Song Yaoyao the entire time. She immediately felt aggrieved. Song Yaoyao clearly put in no effort. She didn't even call him brother. Why should he treat her so well and why should his eyes and mind be focused on her? Wenchuan, I want to go home. After walking around with Song Yaoyao for so long and being treated like she was invisible, Song Jingwan felt extremely bored. Why did she have to stay here and watch Song Yaoyao like a fool? Huh, okay, wait. Song Wenchuan waved at Song Yaoyao. Come on, let's go home. Song Yaoyao wasn't done yet. She ran over reluctantly and asked, are we leaving just like this? What else do you expect? Song Wenchuan pinched her nose. Should I buy you a tent so you can camp here tonight? If you want a homeless sister, I don't mind. Song Yaoyao glanced at him sideways. Song Wenchuan laughed. Such a sharp tongue. He lifted his arms and placed one on each sister as he headed for the parking lot. On the way home, there was a lot of traffic so they stopped a lot along the way. Do you want to come home with us? Song Wenchuan turned around and asked as he was reversing. Song Yaoyao had her head down, playing with her headband. It's best if I don't. After all, no one in that family, apart from Song Wenchuan, cared whether she returned or not. She understood that it wasn't right for her to stay at the Huos for too long, so she had been trying hard to earn money. In the future, she planned to buy her own property and renovate it to her style. After that, she could still go on dates with Gerger. It wouldn't be too bad. Song Wenchuan didn't want to upset her, so he stopped asking. I will drive you home first, then. But Yaoyao can't continue staying at someone else's home, Song Jingwan said as she looked out the window. Judging by Ningxi's reaction, he seems frustrated by her. Isn't it annoying for her to stay there? Yaoyao, what do you think? The main issue for Song Jingwan was the way that Huo Ningxi treated Song Yaoyao. Rather than letting Song Yaoyao stay there and letting her face Huo Ningxi every day, it was better for her to return home. After all, who knew if love would eventually develop between them? Sure, she was an eyesore, but it was better than letting her steal Ningxi away. Why did she never notice how calculative Song Yaoyao was? The closest person always has the advantage. But seducing Mr. Huo while thinking about Ningxi. Let's see how you resolve this one. Song Yaoyao leaned against the window and enjoyed the night view without responding to her. The car was dimly lit and Song Wenchuan's expression wasn't clear. But his laugh could be heard, and he seemed to be thinking something. Really, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Sometimes, it was easy to annoy a hated person, watch them fall apart, treat them like a clown, and ignore them. Song Jingwan was extremely displeased, even Song Wenchuan wasn't on her side. She did not say a word for the rest of the drive. There were a lot of fallen leaves on the side of the road. Every time the wind blew, the floor would be covered. Winter had truly arrived. Song Yaoyao breathed onto the window in front of her. But just as she lifted her hand to draw something, she suddenly felt a little dizzy. Her eyes turned red, her heart clenched, and she struggled to breathe. Thump, she collapsed on the backseat with her long hair covering her face. Underneath the dim lighting, her skin was visibly pale. Yaoyao, what's wrong? Song Wenchuan received a fright while Song Jingwan turned her head and looked at her strangely. The girl dug her nails into the leather chair, clutching her heart and panting quickly. At that moment, she was reminiscent of a dying animal. Song Wenchuan immediately stopped the car, rushed to the back, and helped her sit up. Is it an allergic reaction? Can you hold on? I'll take you to the hospital right away. He touched Song Yaoyao's forehead. It was covered in a cold sweat. Hold on, okay. He wrapped her in his coat. Just as he was about to return to the driver's seat, a small hand grabbed onto him. The girl's nails almost pierced through his skin. No, Yaoyao, stop causing trouble. Song Wenchuan furrowed his brows as he tried to pull Song Yaoyao away. But he discovered she was gripping very tightly. Each time he pulled a finger free, she immediately grabbed on again. Song Wenchuan couldn't laugh nor cry. Song Yaoyao, he reprimanded helplessly. If you keep causing trouble, I'm going to hit you. If you don't go to the hospital when you're sick, you're going to regret it if something goes wrong. I'm fine. Song Yaoyao's lips were dry and her voice was weak. She used Song Wenchuan as a support, sat up, and looked at him stubbornly. Since the car has stopped, I noticed a chestnut store across the road. Go buy some for me. Yaoyao, stop it. Song Jingwan stepped out of the car and stood behind Song Wenchuan. If you want to be childish, there's a time for that. Right now, Wenchuan is really worried about you. But the usually obedient Song Yaoyao did not act like herself and was extremely noisy. I want to eat it. Buy it for me right now. She raised her voice, but due to the raspiness in her throat, it sounded a little sharp. Song Wenchuan was worried but helpless. Go to the hospital first. After the doctor confirms that you are okay, I will buy you whatever you want to eat, alright? No, Song Yaoyao grabbed onto Song Wenchuan's sleeve. I know my own body better than anyone. Hurry, hurry. The lighting in the car was dim so Song Wenchuan couldn't see her expression clearly. All he could make out was a pair of stubborn eyes. Her tone was hasty as though she wanted to shoo him away. Song Wenchuan furrowed his brows and began to feel a little suspicious. Yao Yao, tell me, did you see something? I see chestnuts. The girl looked down, her eyelashes were moist. She licked her lips and said, if you don't buy it, I'm not going anywhere. Hurry. Fine, I'll go buy some. Song Wenchuan sighed, turned around, and looked at the traffic. There was indeed a chestnut store across the road. The girl's eyesight was quite good. Are you really fine? A moment ago, was it hurting somewhere? Aiya, you're so annoying. Hurry. Song Yaoyao stretched out her hands and started pushing him away. Song Wenchuan didn't know what to do about her. Seeing that she was looking a little better, he nodded his head. Fine, I'll go right now. You've honestly got me at my wit's end. He shook his head, avoided the cars, and ran over to buy some chestnuts. All of a sudden, only Song Yaoyao and Song Jingwan remained in the car. Song Yaoyao's pain hadn't completely subsided. As she gripped onto Song Wenchuan's coat, she huffed and puffed. Song Jingwan watched from outside and suddenly started laughing. Yao Yao, were you acting earlier? It seemed quite real. The night sky was foggy and not a star could be seen. The girl laughed as she spoke in a casual manner. Mockery flashed across her eyes. Song Yaoyao wrapped herself in Song Wenchuan's coat, revealing just her eyes without making a sound. Is there a point in worrying Wenchuan like this? Song Jingwan held onto the door. Doesn't he care about you and dote on you enough? When you're around, he completely neglects me. PFF'd. Her words made Song Yaoyao laugh. However, she was feeling unwell, so she struggled a little. All of a sudden, she grabbed onto Song Jingwan's collar and pulled her into the car. Inside the dimly lit car, their eyes met and Song Yaoyao revealed an unpredictable smile. Do you think he doesn't dote on you? We are both his sisters. He cares about us equally. You simply think he treats me better because you're too possessive. I bet you want me to die so he will only have you in his eyes. Song Jingwan received a fright. Song Yaoyao, have you lost your mind again? She suddenly remembered the incident at the mountain resort. That day, Song Yaoyao had lost her mind in the same way and shoved her head into the bathtub. The look on her face was murderous. She struggled as the girl held her down, and she tried to break free. Song Yaoyao didn't have much strength, so Song Jingwan easily freed herself. She leaned against the seat and huddled into a ball. Her face was pale but her eyes were still glowing. You can just pretend that I lost my mind. She looked toward the other side of the road. Song Wenchuan had already paid and was returning. Her eyes curved. But since we're on this topic, do you really think of him as an older brother, or are you just persistent about winning against me, so you can't bear to see him treat me well? She pointed at Song Jingwan's heart as she spoke indifferently. At that moment, her tone was very different from her cute exterior and she looked frighteningly mature. It made Song Jingwan feel naked in front of her. Her intentions had nowhere to hide. The weather was cold and Song Wenchuan wasn't wearing his coat, so he began to sneeze. In his hands, he was holding 2 bags. The contents were hot, and a layer of steam formed on the inside of the plastic bags. Here, your chestnuts. Song Wenchuan shoved a bag into Song Yaoyao's hands and handed the other one to Song Jingwan. Jingwan, this is for you. He was completely fair, no one had any more or less than the other. Song Jingwan accepted the bag quietly and bit her lower lip. Thank you, big brother. The chestnuts were freshly roasted, so they were steaming hot. At first, she felt a little moved, but when she saw the exact same bag in Song Yaoyao's hands, her feelings immediately subsided. What was so good about this takeaway food? She wasn't the one who wanted to eat it. Are you sure you're fine? Do you want to go to the hospital? Song Wenchuan leaned forward and placed the back of his hand against Song Yaoyao's forehead. The temperature was fine, she did not have a fever. To be honest, when she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and her face turned pale, he was seriously frightened. I'm fine. You're so naggy. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes as she mumbled. Are you complaining behind my back again? Don't think I didn't hear you. Song Wenchuan glared at her, pretending to be angry, and closed the car door. Let's go. This time, Song Yaoyao did not stop him. Her lips were pale as she held onto the chestnuts to warm her hands. After they boarded the car, 2 police vehicles suddenly sped past them with their sirens blaring. Song Wenchuan felt unsettled. He felt as though he had forgotten something. However, he shook his head and started the car. But not long after driving, their path was suddenly blocked. What's wrong? Song Jingwan opened the car window to take a look, but after one glance, her stomach turned and she dry-retched. Not far away, a blue convertible sports car had been totaled, and in front of it, a big truck was lying on its side. All around them, cars were piled up. But this was not the main issue. The issue was, when Song Jingwan looked out, she just so happened to see the paramedics lifting a corpse onto a stretcher. How did she know it was a corpse? Because Song Jingwan saw that the person's head had been crushed. And underneath him was a pool of red and white that stood out beneath the street lights. Song Wenchuan's heart raced. He blanked out for a few seconds before he quickly pulled Song Jingwan toward him. Don't look. You will have nightmares. But he was too late. Song Jingwan had already seen it. She trembled as the scene replayed in her mind. No matter how she tried, she couldn't get rid of it. Song Wenchuan sighed. Don't think too much. Close your eyes and we will go another way. He turned his steering wheel and observed Song Yaoyao through the rearview mirror. It seemed as though she had already predicted this. Even though Song Jingwan had a huge reaction, she did not take a single curious glance outside. She continued to look down in silence. So, why did Yao Yao suddenly feel unwell, and why did she make him buy chestnuts? Was she seriously just unhappy and wanted to mess with him? Song Wenchuan fell into deep thought. Eventually, he stopped outside the Huo Manor. He pressed on the horn and the gate opened. Someone had been waiting, and as soon as they saw Song Yao Yao, they immediately opened the gate. Seeing this, Song Wenchuan felt a lot better. At least, apart from Huo Ningxi, Song Yao Yao was quite welcome in this household. This made him remember the time when Yao Yao was home a little late and Zhou Manli locked her out, refusing to let her in. It was no surprise that Yao Yao preferred staying at someone else's home rather than returning to her own home, and it also made sense why she refused to acknowledge her parents. The Huos lived in a huge home, a grand mansion. After entering the gates, Song Wenchuan had to drive for a few more minutes before he actually reached the main building. Miss Song is back. Uncle Zhang opened the car door with a smile. When he saw Song Wenchuan, he said gently, "Come in and sit for a bit, Mr. Song. Thank you for bringing Miss Song home." These words sounded strange. Song Wenchuan stepped out of his car and smiled. "Yao Yao is my younger sister. It's no problem at all. I should be the one who's thanking Mr. Huo for taking care of our Yao Yao and for being understanding and protective toward her." "That's only right," Uncle Zhang said happily. "I'm not going in. Jingwan's not feeling well. I need to take her home so she can get some rest. Please say hi to Mr. Huo for me. When he has time, I'll come to visit and thank him. Sorry for tonight. Please excuse me." Uncle Zhang looked at the pale-faced Song Jingwan. His eyes glowed. "Oh, if you're unwell then you should hurry home and get some rest. By the way, we have a personal doctor. Why don't I call him to give you an examination?" "No need." She was simply shocked. "She will be fine after some rest." Song Wenchuan refused politely before he opened the door for Song Yao Yao to step out. He then went to the boot and pulled out the clothes that he asked a shop assistant to help him pick and said gently, "If you feel aggrieved, don't hold it in. Let me know, okay? No matter the time or place, I will come to take you home." Song Yao Yao nodded her head gently. As he walked away, she grabbed onto his shirt and tugged on it. "What's wrong? Do you miss me?" Song Wenchuan rubbed her head. "I need to go. Drive, safely." Song Yao Yao's voice was a little raspy. She pressed her lips together and looked at him. Although she still didn't call him big brother, the concern in her eyes was apparent. Song Wenchuan didn't want to leave her there. She was meant to be his sister. But when he thought about their unwelcoming home compared to this place, the Huo Manor seemed more like her home. He watched as some helpers quickly ran out and covered her with a jacket. Here, Mr. Huo doted on Yao Yao more than his parents ever did. He loved and doted on her like the only princess of the house. Normally, Song Jingwan would probably take a look around this unfamiliar mansion, the place where Huo Ningxi lived. But she had been frightened by the bloody scene earlier and was in a daze. Before she even reached home, she started having a fever. Uncle Zhang noticed that there was something unusual about Song Yao Yao. Her energy was lacking and she seemed to be in a daze. As she watched the car drive off, the emotions in her eyes were hard to decipher. Her usual vibrance was missing. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" As Uncle Zhang led her into the house, his heart ached. Over the course of their time together, even though it could be seen as disrespectful, he genuinely treated Song Yao Yao like his own granddaughter. The girl had a good temper and was polite, never looking down on anyone. She also spoke sweetly, and she had a lively personality. Ever since she came to the mansion, the atmosphere was no longer dull and lifeless. "No," Song Yao Yao lifted her head. Her eyes were still red as she smiled sweetly at Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, where's Gerger? I miss him." "The master." Uncle Zhang also smiled when he saw her smile. "I don't think he's realized that you're back. At this time, he should be in his room. Do you want to go see him?" If it was someone else, Uncle Zhang would never let them disturb Huo Yunqi's peace, but Song Yao Yao was different. The entire household was happy to dote on her, and the master doted on her the most. "Okay, Miss Song, give me your stuff, I can take them back to your room for you." A maid smiled as she grabbed the bags out of Song Yao Yao's hands. "Miss Song, your big brother really loves you," she sighed. He was nothing like the Song couple from last time who didn't care about Miss Song and only cared about their own schemes. What was the point of parents like that? "Thank you," Song Yao Yao said politely before she ran upstairs. A million thoughts ran through her head. Back when she read this novel, she had merely skimmed through it because it didn't match her moral values. For example, the way that Song Jingwan seduced Huo Ningxi even though he was her younger sister's fiancé. Sure, it was just a verbal agreement, but everyone knew about it. Worst of all, not only did she not clarify things, she even acted like a victim who believed that true love was invincible. If the secondary female lead didn't share the same name as her, she would have never read it. Now that she had actually become one of the characters, Song Yao Yao was the most curious about Song Wenchuan. Clearly, he didn't completely dismiss his younger sister, but why wasn't he around when the original Song Yao Yao was kicked out? Only a short while ago, when she saw the car accident, did she finally realize the reason. It wasn't because he didn't care. He had no ability to care. Gerger, are you inside? Song Yao Yao stood at the door and gave it a knock. She didn't get a response but she wanted to see the man desperately. This was the first person who showed her kindness after she arrived in this world. Even though he looked fierce at the time, she tested the handle with her hand and it opened with a click. Song Yao Yao licked her lips and quietly peered inside. She had been in this bedroom before. Everything was still placed in the same place except for the book on top of the bedside table. The sound of splashing water entered her ears. Song Yao Yao's eyes immediately opened wide. What was Gerger doing? Having a bath. Before she realized what she was doing, she had subconsciously reached the bathroom door. The frosted glass door was half closed. Inside, the man lay in the big bathtub with his head facing up, his sexy Adam's apple showing. The shower head was spraying from the ceiling, covering everything below it in water. His arms bent back, the lines of his tight muscles were prominent, displaying his strength. Meanwhile, water drops glided off his chin and disappeared into a place that could not be seen. So sexy. Gulp. Song Yao Yao swallowed and she stared straight ahead. Her gaze was fiery, it was hard for her not to be noticed. Huo Yonk slowly looked sideways. Through the half-open glass door, he saw the petite girl, and his face immediately darkened. Song Yao Yao, what are you doing? A girl was actually perving on a man having a bath. Ah, Song Yao Yao almost jumped like a thief. I went into the wrong room. She twiddled her fingers and her eyes darted. Turn around. Huo Yonk furrowed his brows, his voice was low and cold. Song Yao Yao nodded her head furiously and quickly turned her body. Behind her, there was a splash followed by the sound of footsteps. It sounded like bare feet stepping on floorboards. Images began to form in Song Yao Yao's mind and her cheeks turned so red it looked like blood. She licked her lips and stood in place for a while. When she didn't hear anything, she disobediently turned her head quietly. Oh, everything suddenly went dark as a towel covered her head. But before this, she was met with a surprising sight. Song Yao Yao managed to see the man's muscly chest, the outline was clear. Water drops glided down his chest, and underneath that, she saw his sexy abs and his Apollo's belt. Song Yao Yao was dazed. Only after the man put on a bathrobe and removed the towel over her head, Song Yao Yao snapped back to reality. She lifted her head and said weakly, "Gurgur." 2 lines of red streamed from her nose. Huo Yonk touched her forehead, lifted her in his arms, and carried her out. Song Yao Yao, you better give me an explanation. Why did she enter his room without saying anything? Song Yao Yao kicked her legs helplessly as her feet left the ground and Huo Yonk carried her. Blood slowly covered his body. Oh my god, what's this? Uncle Zhang approached and was terrified. Are you hurt? Someone come. Go call Dr. Liu. Sir, miss, which one of you are hurt? Why is there so much blood? Song Yao Yao's chin was supported by a big palm. When she heard Uncle Zhang's question, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Her nose was bleeding because she had looked at Gurgur's body. If she revealed this, then she would rather die. Sensing her discomfort, Huo Yonk held back a laugh and humphed. He then carried her back to her room. It didn't take long before Lu Yu arrived with his medicine chest. When he saw the familiar bedroom, he sighed. It was this girl again. What is it this time? Last time, when he wanted to give her an injection, she almost took his life. This time, he didn't want to attempt that again. He looked at her and saw her huddled up against the sofa. Next to her, the man was disheveled and there was blood on his bathrobe. Most importantly, his hair was damp, and his collar was up. It was hard not to imagine things. Sir, Lu Yu's mouth was open so wide in shock that an egg could fit in it. Are you guys this hardcore? There was even blood. The man lowered his head, his chin was sharp and cold as he pursed his lips. Even though he was a mess, he still looked domineering. Who would have thought? Lu Yu thought to himself. Boom. Realization exploded in Song Yao Yao's mind and it went blank. Although she didn't know much, she actually understood what Lu Yu was insinuating. Shocked by this, her nose began to bleed even more. Huo Yonk furrowed his brows and he glanced coldly at Lu Yu. Why are you still standing there? That, Lu Yu scratched his head as his cheeks turned red. That won't be too good, right? Last time, she already wanted to die when he gave her an injection and took a glance at her skin. This time, he had to examine a place that was much more private. As soon as he spoke, the entire room stopped and the temperature lowered. It was like they were inside a freezer. The man stretched out his hands to cover Song Yao Yao's ears and his expression darkened. This is nose blood. Oh, nose blood, that's good. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He ran over and smirked in a sleazy manner. I thought you did that. He didn't finish speaking, but they were all adults, so they understood. As Lu Yu approached, Song Yao Yao's nose was still bleeding. He clicked his tongue. Miss Song, you must have been getting too heated. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue. Song Yao Yao felt too humiliated. She snuck a glance and happened to look into the man's eyes. She noticed his amusement. Gurgur was mocking her. She didn't want to live. A few minutes later, Song Yao Yao's nose finally stopped bleeding. Perhaps, due to her excessive loss of blood, her head was dizzy, and she looked dopey. Those that didn't know would probably think she was a victim of domestic violence. Sigh. As Lu Yu packed his things and stood up, he sighed. It's just a nosebleed. You made such a fuss that I thought. Lu Yu. Yes, how else may I be of service? Lu Yu turned his head. When he saw the man's gaze, he froze and shivered. His low and indifferent voice resounded through the room. Huo Yonk lifted his eyes. I don't think you're suitable as a doctor. Why? Lu Yu's knees grew weak. You should become a writer instead. You have such a good imagination, Huo Yonk replied. In particular, if he became a writer of adult fiction, he would definitely make a lot of sales. No. Lu Yu waved his hands. Sir, I already vowed to be a doctor from a young age. This is my calling and my purpose in life. Oh, Huo Yunki's eyes drooped and he crossed his arms smartly. Lifting his jaw slightly, he said, roll out of here. He was high and mighty with a domineering presence. Lu Yu bent over and did a forward roll. Okay, I'll roll. He then grabbed his medicine chest and rolled out. Song Yao Yao held back her tears delicately. When she saw this scene, she let out a laugh. Her eyes curved. She was pretty and cute. She pointed at the door and said softly, Gerger, why did you call this brainless doctor? Huo Yonk leaned back leisurely and sneered, are you having fun? Yes. Song Yao Yao nodded without realizing what was happening. Do you want to give it a try? The ringing laughter immediately stopped. Song Yao Yao shrunk back her neck and snuck a glance at the man. The man's bathrobe was covered in blood. His legs were crossed and his gaze was gentle. He even had a slight smile on his lips. He didn't look much different from usual. But Song Yao Yao still shivered. One should know when to stop. Without thinking, Song Yao Yao slid off the sofa and her knees became weak. Thump. The petite girl kneeled obediently in front of Huo Yonk and twisted her own ears. She looked pitiable, delicate, and soft. She glanced at him cautiously, wanting to cry, and her eyelashes trembled. It was hard not to sympathize with her. Gerger, I'm wrong. Translator. Uni. Huo Yonk was dumbfounded as he looked over and held back a laugh. From his point of view, the girl was delicate and wasn't kneeling with sincerity. She was trying to kneel, but she was actually sitting. Her hands were twisting her ears as she stared at him. But from what he saw, she was blinking her eyes and trying to force out some tears. Get up, Huo Yonk said helplessly. As soon as he spoke, Song Yao Yao immediately lit up. She pounced over and grabbed onto Huo Yonki's leg. Hoo, I know I'm wrong. I'll get up when you forgive me. As she spoke, she secretly felt her Gerger's leg. His muscles were firm and his legs were long and slender. It felt so good. Song Yao Yao. Huo Yunki's eyes narrowed dangerously and he looked extremely intimidating. Your hands aren't being obedient. Should I chop them off for you? Her hands were originally on his thigh, but when he didn't say anything, she began to stretch her limit and started doing things openly. That's why Huo Yunk had to warn her. Song Yao Yao received quite a fright. She immediately shrunk back her neck and pretended to cry. Hoo, Gerger's threatening me. She was a typical villain acting like a victim. The door was half open and Huo Ningxi happened to pass by. He glanced in curiously, but this one glance caused his blood to boil with anger. Song Yao Yao, let go of my small uncle, he yelled as he threw open the door. From his perspective, his small uncle was disheveled and the girl was kneeling by his leg. What were they doing? His temples started twitching. All of a sudden, he didn't know what he was feeling. His instincts simply told him that he had to stop them. Huo Yunk and Song Yao Yao turned their heads at the same time. Huo Yunk grabbed Song Yao Yao's arm and easily pulled her up. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Huo Ningxi sharply. Huo Ningxi, didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering? Song Yao Yao lost her balance and fell into the man's arms. Her hands, coincidentally, landed on his chest with a thump. Huo Ningxi pressed his lips together. Yes, I know I was wrong. But small uncle, how could you and Song Yao Yao? He paused and shut up. His underlying meaning was clear. Huo Yunk laughed. What did I do? It was certainly a lively night. One after another, they were accusing him of the same thing. How interesting. You, Huo Ningxi bit the bullet, endured the intimidation, and said, Song Yao Yao's still young. How could you do that with her? Do what? Song Yao Yao tilted her head. Inside the bedroom, the heater was on high, causing her face to turn a little rosy like she had a layer of blush. Her pupils were originally dark, but they were currently glowing because of the lights in the room. She was like a tempting peach. Stop acting. Huo Ningxi felt Song Yao Yao was a swindler who was dishonest. He had already caught her, yet she was trying to play tricks. What's that blood? A man and a woman were alone in a room. It would be a surprise if they didn't do anything. He was like a boyfriend who had caught his girlfriend cheating and lost control of his emotions. This, Song Yao Yao pointed to her nose. That's my nose blood. Otherwise, what could it be? Song Yao Yao thought carefully. Lu Yu had misunderstood earlier. Now, Huo Ningxi was misunderstanding as well. Judging by his expression, they were clearly thinking the same thing. In that case, Song Yao Yao realized what was happening. She blinked her eyes and said with disgust, Ew, Huo Ningxi, your mind is so dirty. Huo Ningxi who had received a slap to the face. How dare this brat say that he had a dirty mind? If he could turn back time, he would have taken a photo as evidence the moment he rushed in here. That way, he could show it to her and let her take a good look at how suggestive her pose was earlier with his small uncle. It was hard not to imagine things. Get out. Huo Yunki's voice was indifferent, but his gaze was particularly sharp. Huo Ningxi pursed his lips and asked with slight doubt, is it really nose blood? What else could it be? Song Yao Yao rolled her eyes. For some reason, Huo Ningxi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. As he turned and headed for the door, he heard Huo Yunki's deep voice. Close the door. Huo Ningxi paused and nodded his head. Okay. Just before the door closed, a calm comment surprised Huo Ningxi. Huo Ningxi, don't forget that you are no longer related to each other. In other words, no matter what she did, it had nothing to do with him. He was the one who didn't want her first. Huo Ningxi's throat moved and he gritted his teeth as he closed the door. Yes, he didn't regret it. Definitely not. Oh, what are you doing here? Uncle Zhang quickly pulled him away when he saw the situation. Huo Ningxi sneered and swept his eyes gloomily across Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, are you specifically standing here as a lookout? What do you mean? I'm simply worried that Miss Song might be hungry. I just asked the chef to make some blood replenishing soup for her. It should be ready soon. Since you dote on her so much, how could you just watch as my small uncle does that to her? Young master, Uncle Zhang's smile disappeared as he interrupted with seriousness. Is that what you think of the master? The Huos have been standing firm for hundreds of years, and their reputation has been good. As a part of the Huo family, you should know that the masters never forced anyone to do something they don't want to do. Sure, he was cold, so cold that he felt unapproachable, but deep down, he had the serious and disciplined nature of the Huos. The master would never do something so shameful. Young master, you better not say things like this again. If the master hears, he will be so disappointed. Uncle Zhang sighed as he patted Huo Ningxi on the shoulder. Especially since the master dotes on you so much. Besides, Miss Song is already an adult. If it's consensual, there's no problem with it. How is she an adult? She looks like a clueless brat. And she's so childish, Huo Ningxi retorted. Uncle Zhang was surprised to hear this and his eyes deepened. Young master, why are you unhappy? Don't you normally hate Miss Song? You should be happy that she's no longer clinging to you. Huo Ningxi's back froze and he pursed his lips. But he hid his discomfort well without showing anything on his face. I'm happy, of course. After speaking, he turned and returned to his room. He had already forgotten what he had initially come out to do. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest, he said indifferently. Uncle Zhang watched as the young man's tall and skinny body disappeared from his sight and he sighed. Sigh, this isn't good. After the consecutive accusations, Huo Yonk was no longer in the mood to punish Song Yaoyao. He pulled away Song Yaoyao's cheeky hands and looked at her blushing cheeks. How brazen of her to feel him up like that. He raised his eyebrows as he held back a smile. Song Yaoyao, were you enjoying yourself? Huh. Ahem. Song Yaoyao cleared her throat awkwardly and she curled her fingers. Nodding her head with seriousness, she blushed. Yes. Huo Yonk didn't know what to do with her. She was outrageously honest. You're finally being honest. These words immediately reminded Song Yaoyao of something. She pouted and quickly grabbed onto Huo Yunki's arm when she saw him about to leave. Closing her eyes, she cried out, Gerger. Listen to me. Huo Yunki's gaze softened. Speak. He sat back down and watched as the girl swallowed in desperation. Gerger, I was wrong, she said loudly. It didn't look like she was apologizing. It seemed more like she was starting a fight. She was full of vigor. Amusement slowly appeared in the man's gray eyes. He lowered his eyes slightly and nodded. Oh, continue. Song Yaoyao breathed out and secretly took a glance at Huo Yonk. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. Huo Ningxi didn't actually hit me, I hit him. As Song Yaoyao spoke, she glanced at Huo Yonk cautiously, afraid that he would be angry. But she discovered the man's expression did not change. He didn't take advantage of me either. I was lying. She sniffed and hooked her little hand around his. Gerger, I won't lie again. She looked so pitiful. Huo Yonk did not move. Anything else? As soon as he asked this, Song Yaoyao's gaze changed and her eyes darted guiltily. Gerger, there's something else. Yes, speak. Oof, was it a self-reflection night? I shouldn't have perved on Gerger bathing. Ahem, Huo Yonk placed his fist to his lips and his lips curved slightly. Song Yaoyao grabbed onto his hand. I shouldn't have copped a feel, and I shouldn't have started nosebleeding after watching you bathe. She pouted her lips and blushed. There are many things that I shouldn't have done, but most importantly, I shouldn't have coveted Gerger's body. Song Yaoyao. At first, she spoke with logic and reason and sounded like she was seriously self-reflecting. But the more she spoke, the more Huo Yonk furrowed his brows and his temples began to twitch. He squeezed between his brows. Do you know what you're saying? Their eyes met and the girl stared straight at him without hiding anything. In front of him, her intentions were clear. Song Yaoyao nodded her head lightly and said in a soft voice, Gerger, I was wrong. But I will do it again. Huo Yonk glanced at her and held back a laugh. He knew what she was thinking. He placed his hand on her head and rubbed it. Do you know what you resemble? He mumbled. Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. She rubbed against his palm and asked coquettishly, what? Someone who's spoiled and arrogant. Huo Yonk tore the girl, who seemed to be obsessed with his skin, off of his body, and placed her on the sofa. He then stood up. In an instant, they had swapped positions. He bent his back slightly and looked down into Song Yaoyao's eyes. His lips curved. While Song Yaoyao was feeling unsettled, he said, but this is something that I approve of. His voice was low and charming, his eyes were gentle as water. He was ridiculously doting, teasing her sweetly. Wow. Song Yaoyao's mind went blank before it filled with fireworks. She was ecstatic. Do you forgive me, Gerger? Under one condition, Huo Yonk suddenly squeezed her cheeks. Don't lie to me again. His gentle tone and his doting gaze made Song Yaoyao's eyes turn red. She was reminded of her brother from her previous life, he also doted on her unconditionally like this. But there was something different about Huo Yonk. Even compared to Song Wenchuan's kindness, there was something different. In short, this difference was the most special thing about him. I understand. Song Yaoyao raised 3 fingers like she was making an oath. I will never lie to Gerger again. Really? Huo Yonk smiled and stood up. Go wash your face, you little tabby cat. It was rare for him to tease someone, he was usually cold and serious. Oh, Song Yaoyao covered her face and ran to the bathroom. As she looked in the mirror, she lost her mind. Ah. Who was the fool with all that dried blood on her face, staring back at her in the mirror? She was even acting cute in front of her Gerger earlier. It was fortunate that he actually fell for it, otherwise. She would have been completely humiliated. Silly brat. Huo Yonk shook his head as he listened to the screams coming from the bathroom. His lips curved upwards and he walked out of the room. Sir, Uncle Zhang immediately approached when he saw him. He glanced at the closed bedroom door and asked, how is Miss Song? Huo Yonk was calm, energetic and vibrant. She couldn't be any better. If the walls weren't soundproof, they would have probably heard her sighs and groans coming from the bathroom. That's good, Uncle Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Young people are certainly full of energy. After bleeding so much, she should get some replenishment. As he looked at the bloodstains on Huo Yunqi's body, Uncle Zhang felt his heart ache. The girl was so petite. How much blood could she possibly have? After bleeding so much, how much did she need to eat to replenish it? Oh, that's right, sir. Huo Yunq needed to bathe after all the drama, but Uncle Zhang remembered something about Huo Ningxi and decided to give a word of warning. The young master seems to be interested in Miss Song. Without stopping, Huo Yunq said calmly, let him. He wasn't a child. It wasn't like he could get what he wanted by throwing a tantrum. But just because Huo Yunq didn't give any reaction, it didn't mean he was indifferent. At least, Uncle Zhang understood. The master is not concerned by the young master at all. What a shame. Competing with the master will only end in a loss. Young people could make mistakes, but not everyone had the chance to fix them. Luck was necessary if one wanted to get back what they already lost. Extreme luck. Huo Ningxi's temper made him incomparable to a truly mature man. The next day was a Saturday. Outside the window, there was a sea of white. The hospital was extremely busy. Inside one of the most luxurious rooms, a few doctors were gathered, discussing Elder Shen's condition. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Your swelling has subsided. Some of your bruises have also faded, and you seem more energetic. Where's the examination report? Have you seen it? Yes, but this was the strangest part. Previously, all the treatment that Elder Shen was doing in the hospital was only enough to keep him hanging by a thread. But today, when the examination report was released, the doctors were shocked. It wasn't because the illness had worsened, that would have been normal. The abnormal thing was the fact that Elder Shen's health was actually improving. Although it had only improved a little, he looked a lot more energetic. Had he encountered isn't this a good thing? Oh, God must be watching over us. Even he doesn't want to see the old man suffer. Mrs. Shen was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth as she clapped her hands together and thanked the gods. Elder Shen leaned against his bed. When he heard the woman, he humped, God. Then can you ask him to just cure me? Dad, Mrs. Shen's lips twitched awkwardly. Sister-in-law, you're making it sound like some divine miracle. From what I see, I reckon it's just father's luck. That's right. The brothers and sisters each shared their thoughts, refuting Mrs. Shen until she could barely lift her head. She complained on the inside. Why did Elder Shen have so many children? Look at what was happening. Not only were they fighting for his inheritance, now that he was still alive, they were all jumping forward, unable to contain their sinister motives. Shut up. Elder Shen's head was spinning from all the noise. Slapping his hands on the bed, he yelled, I'm still alive. Don't think that I don't know your intentions. When I'm dead, you can fight as much as you want, but for now, if anyone dares to argue another word, I will kick you out of the family. And after I'm dead, you won't get a cent. These words caused the room to fall silent. The arguing people shrunk back their necks and did not make a sound. Mrs. Shen raised an eyebrow and looked at them in ridicule. Go ahead, argue if you're brave enough. What are you afraid of? At that moment, Elder Shen spotted Shen Shuan standing at the door and waved his hand, Shuan, come here. While everyone was arguing, Shen Shuan had been simply watching. Only when Elder Shen called him, did he finally feel as though he existed. He lifted his legs, approached the bed, and sat down. Elder Shen held onto Shen Shuan's hand with satisfaction. God didn't do anything. Shuan was the one who got me the prescription. None of you believed her, but Shuan did. He was willing to grab onto the tiniest bit of hope. Elder Shen knew who cared about him, and who actually cared about what he possessed. None of his children had the ability to shoulder heavy responsibilities. The eldest, Shen Hongyang, could only run a business, but he had no ability to expand it. Actually, if not for Shen Hongyang's troublemaking siblings, Elder Shen would have had nothing to worry about. But since there were so many people waiting to get a piece of his inheritance, Elder Shen did not dare to die. If he was to die, then the business he had worked so hard to develop would be ruined by his useless children. Fortunately, Shen Hongyang gave birth to Shen Shuan. Elder Shen didn't care that Shen Shuan fought and got into trouble at school, he was impressed by his intelligence and ferocity. What? When they heard this voice, everyone looked at Shen Shuan. Shuan, you've done something stupid. How could you give your grandfather a random prescription? Sister-in-law, don't tell me you taught him this. Do you want Shuan to kill the old man? Ha, Shen Shuan licked his lips and turned his head with annoyance. Uncle 2, Auntie 4, what did you say? Do you want to say it again? His eyes were bloodshot and fierce, like a hungry wolf's. It was as though he was ready to pounce as soon as things didn't go his way, and he would shred the other party into pieces. Hey, Auntie 4 was shocked by Shen Shuan's gaze. Little rascal, why are you acting so fierce? Do you want to hit me? Shuan, Elder Shen patted him on the hand and gave him a look. Shen Shuan smiled slightly, his cracking voice was raspy and rough. How could I? Since you're my elder, I would never lay a hand on you. But I have a suggestion. Eyes are a precious commodity. If you don't need it, you can donate it to someone who does. You, Auntie 4 glared at him. What do you mean by that? Are you insulting me? Dad, look at this grandson of yours. Shen Shuan shrugged his shoulders. The examination report clearly says that grandfather's illness has improved. I remember Auntie 4 has gone through higher education. You wouldn't want a badly educated person to teach you how to read, right? He raised an eyebrow and sneered as his gaze swept across everyone. His words were directed at Auntie 4, but his warning was for everyone. Elder Shen laughed out loud and clapped his hands. Well said, Shuan. He then glared at Auntie 4. Leave. Stop being an eyesore. Dad, Auntie 4's face turned red in displeasure. Go. I don't want to hear your voice, Elder Shen said before he commanded the bodyguards coldly, drag her out. Without my permission, don't let her in again. Dad, I'm not leaving. How could you do this to me, Dad? Auntie Four struggled, but the two bodyguards dragged her out. Previously, everyone was arguing in front of Elder Shen without any care. Now that he showed them some power, they were finally awoken. The man sitting on the bed was a person who had led the Shen family through the complex upper society. His power could not be extinguished by a simple illness. From now on, if anyone dares to say something that I don't like, they will end up the same as her. Elder Shen's gaze was cold. Now that his swelling had subsided, his energy levels had improved, and he was much more powerful than when he was sick. I can make a decision with my own body. You have no right to comment. If you want to stay and watch, then go ahead. If not, then leave with 4. When Elder Shen lost his temper, no one dared to retaliate. Mrs. Shen smiled. Dad, we were just worried about you. Shuan, where did you get this prescription from? Where is the doctor? Your father and I will go ask the doctor to cure your grandfather. What a joke. Others may want Elder Shen to die quickly, but Mrs. Shen saw through it all. Elder Shen could not die. Only if he stayed alive would her husband's position as the head of the family remain stable. Otherwise, as she thought this, she began to grow more determined. Hey, sister-in-law, how could you word it like that? What about us? We want to go too. That's right, he's our father too. We don't feel good seeing him sick either. Shen Shuan crossed his legs and listened lazily to them. He grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl and asked, Grandfather, do you want some? Elder Shen replied happily, yes. After hearing this, Shen Shuan grabbed his fruit knife and started cutting the apple. The grandfather and grandson were practically in their own world. While everyone else was ridiculing each other, they were completely unaffected. Shen Shuan cut the apple into pieces and handed it to Elder Shen after washing it with hot water. They shared one apple between the two of them. When he turned around, Shen Shuan yawned. They were taking so long, the fruit knife was almost fused to his hand. Are you still trying to come to a consensus? Why don't I tell you who it is, and you can go together, he said tiredly. Everyone looked at Shen Shuan. His arrogant expression made them furious. Who is? Shen Shuan played with his knife. When he heard what they said, he was extremely happy. My classmate. She was his big bro indeed. She was amazing. Mrs. Shen was stunned for a moment. Shuan, are you saying that the prescription which improved your grandfather's condition was written by that girl? She asked in disbelief. Shen Shuan lifted his chin slightly, his movement was slow and relaxed. They previously looked down on that girl and expressed their distrust in front of her. Now, they had to go beg her. What, didn't you just say that you were willing to do anything to bring the doctor here? I guess age is an issue for you. Shen Shuan laughed. Grandfather, in this modern age, don't you think it's interesting that real skills can't compare to swindlers who dress nice? Elder Shen was in a good mood as he nodded his head. Interesting, very interesting. The criticized aunties and uncles fell silent. In the end, Elder Shen had to speak up. Didn't you guys want to put on a display? Here's your chance. Go apologize and bow down if necessary. I don't care what you need to do. If you can bring her here, I shall forget what happened in the past. But if you offend her again, his eyes narrowed and his gaze turned sharp as he gave his warning in an eloquent manner. Yes, Dad, we understand. Their hearts were bitter but they did not dare to make a sound. After receiving a public face slap, they left the room with their heads held low. Elder Shen grabbed onto Shen Shuan and asked nosily, Shuan, you said Yao Yao is your classmate. How is your relationship with her? His eyes glowed. Without saying anything, Shen Shuan already knew what he was thinking. He rolled his eyes. Grandfather, don't even dream about it. There's no chance between us. What do you mean? That punk from the Huo family is strange and old. Besides, you young people know how to have fun and you have similar interests to talk about. I think that girl is quite good. If you can turn her into my granddaughter-in-law, I will be able to die in peace. Grandfather, do you want me to be domestically abused? Shen Shuan said helplessly. I can't beat her in fighting. Instead, he was beaten up badly. Elder Shen, the weekend arrived. Tang Xinru invited Song Yao Yao to go shopping with her. After notifying Huo Yunk, Song Yao Yao left the house happily. The driver from the Tang family arrived at the Huos to pick her up. When he saw the huge manor, he stuck his tongue out in awe. As soon as Song Yao Yao boarded the car, Tang Xinru began talking to her. People always say that the Huos are the richest of the rich. After today, I can see that it is true. Song Yao Yao was speechless. Aren't you from a rich family? It's different. Tang Xinru shook her finger. Even the rich have different classes. Although the Tangs are considered high class, we are nothing compared to the Huos who have been in high society for hundreds of years. Song Yao Yao didn't think much of this. She simply wanted to be well-fed, warm, and healthy. She didn't really desire anything. Oh, except for her gurgur, of course. The thought of her gurgur made Song Yao Yao's nose heat up. She wanted to bleed again. Sigh, if only she had never seen his body. Now that she saw it, her future was going to be more stressful. Tang Xinru was surprised when she saw Song Yao Yao blush. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Ahem. Song Yao Yao touched her nose and looked at Tang Xinru with seriousness. If I tell you that the weather is really dry in winter and I have too much heat, would you believe me? Of course. As soon as they arrived in the shopping district, Tang Xinru took the heated Song Yao Yao to buy a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Yao Yao, drink more. Chrysanthemum tea is good for reducing heat, she said earnestly. Song Yao Yao held onto the chrysanthemum tea and puffed her cheeks. But I want to drink milk tea. Who wanted to drink something so bland? She didn't want to. Besides, her heat was in the heart, and it could only be cured by her gurgur. Tang Xinru simply thought she was whining, so she patted her on the head and said, be good. If you don't reduce your heat, you will get pimples. You don't want that, do you? When she thought about her cutie growing a face full of pimples, Tang Xinru sighed. To protect her cutie, she was determined. She was going to add chrysanthemum tea to Song Yaoyao's daily drinks menu. And she was going to add a little to her thermos every day. Song Yaoyao took a sip of the chrysanthemum tea, and said in surprise, "Will I?" She had never grown pimples. Yes, Tang Xinru said with certainty. She had been so frightened by her own imagination that she couldn't let Song Yaoyao grow a single pimple. After speaking, she pulled Song Yaoyao into the shopping district with her. "Let's go, come buy clothes with me." The shopping district was bustling with malls in every direction. Since it was the weekend, it was particularly busy. Thanks to Song Yaoyao's encouragement, Tang Xinru was beaming in confidence. She knew that if she wanted to see her idol, she had to prepare some battle gear. That was how they ended up at the shopping district. Women were born with a passion for shopping. Song Yaoyao's eyes were dizzy, and her legs were weak as Tang Xinru dragged her into one store after another. Buy buy buy, swipe swipe swipe. As they entered another clothes store, Song Yaoyao couldn't move anymore. She waved her hand, sat down, and refused to get back up. She watched as Tang Xinru tried on one outfit after another and walked back and forth between the change room and the mirror happily. In all honesty, Tang Xinru had a beautiful face and a good body. She stood at a superior looking height of 170 centimeters, and her slender hips and long legs made her look good in every outfit she tried. However, the clothes from this particular store were a bit strange. Yet, the shop assistant wouldn't stop praising her. "Oh, you look so good in this. This was made for you. To be honest, I've never seen anyone look as good in it as you." Tang Xinru's heart lit up from all the praising. Really, she tugged on the sweater and looked at Song Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, does it look good?" She spun around and the tassels on the sleeve swayed. Rather than giving her opinion, Song Yaoyao asked, "Do you like it?" Everyone had different tastes. One should not live for the sake of others. The most important thing was whether she liked it herself. "Well, I guess it's okay." Tang Xinru had tried on a whole heap of clothes, but nothing really amazed her. Sure, they looked good, but something was missing. When they heard their conversation, one of the shop assistants' expressions changed. Their friendliness immediately disappeared. "These clothes were designed by our world-famous designer, and they are this year's trendiest styles. I suggest you simply take others' opinions as reference. The most important thing is still your own thoughts. Don't you think you look great?" "Really?" Tang Xinru tugged on the tassels and asked, "How much does this sweater cost?" The shop assistant smiled slightly. "This design only arrived yesterday, so the price is quite high. It's 12,000 yuan. So expensive. These days, every store in the shopping district was brave enough to ask for exorbitant prices." Tang Xinru thought for a moment. She had never heard of this brand, and she had never seen it before. "Is this store newly opened? I don't remember seeing it last time." "If you can't afford it, just say so. Why are you asking so many questions?" A fashionable young girl took off her sunglasses while a group of bodyguards followed behind her. Tang Xinru took a glance and rolled her eyes. The stores these days all provided delivery services. All she had to do was leave her address and someone would naturally deliver it to her door. Yet, this girl was carrying so many bags. Didn't she find it burdensome? What, was she trying to show off her wealth? "That's right, I can't afford it. Are you happy?" Tang Xinru rolled her eyes and grabbed Song Yaoyao. "Precious, let's leave." "Hold on." The girl sneered and raised her hand to stop Tang Xinru. "Wait, you haven't explained why you think my clothes aren't worth their price. You devalue it just because you can't afford it. I've seen plenty of girls like you." "Ha, peef." Song Yaoyao's eyes curved as she suddenly stopped in her tracks. "You look a little familiar." Huh. After hearing Song Yaoyao's comment, Tang Xinru examined the girl curiously. The more she looked at her, the more familiar she looked. A few seconds later, she suddenly slapped her head and realized who the girl was. Isn't she the girl who was in the explicit photos that were trending on Weibo? Han Feifei. Peef. Ha ha ha. People gathered around as Han Feifei's expression grew more and more uncomfortable. "I dare you to say that again." "Why can't I say it? You opened your store here. If people aren't allowed to try on your clothes, then you should put up a sign. Do you want me to remind you how badly you were scolded by your lover's wife? What right do you have to judge other people when you are using someone else's money? Just because someone can't afford it now, does it mean that they can never afford it?" Han Feifei grit her teeth as everyone criticized her. She lifted her hand and tried to slap Tang Xinru in the face. "BTCH, shut up." Tang Xinru's eyelid twitched. Unable to dodge in time, she closed her eyes in fear. But the pain she expected did not happen. Instead, Han Feifei was the one who cried out in pain. She opened her eyes and saw Han Feifei lying vulnerably on the floor. Song Yaoyao's gaze was cold as she stepped on the girl's face. "Have you gotten my permission to hit my friend?" Everyone was shocked. Wow, did you see her reaction? She was so quick. She looks so harmless, but she's so vicious. I'm in love with her. She looks so cute. Who knew she would be so powerful? Tang Xinru's eyes lit up as she rushed forward and hugged Song Yaoyao. Hoo, precious, I love you. Without you, what would I have done? I thought I was going to be disfigured." "Impossible." Song Yaoyao applied force with her foot and stared down at Han Feifei condescendingly. "Apologize." Why? Han Feifei was worried that her face, which had just healed from surgery, was going to be ruined by Song Yaoyao, so she was too afraid to even move. "What did I hire you guys for? Are you just going to stand around and watch me being beaten?" She growled angrily. The store assistants finally reacted and rushed forward to pull Song Yaoyao away. But Tang Xinru looked at them coldly. "Let's see who's brave enough to touch her. If you're new here, you should ask around and find out who I am." Not only am I not buying your clothes, I can even tear your store down and no one would be able to say a thing. She frowned intimidatingly, scaring the store assistants. At that moment, the store manager opposite heard the noise and wandered over to check what the commotion was about. As soon as he saw Tang Shinru, he was shocked. Miss Tang, what are you doing here? What happened? Miss Tang, the store opposite had been open for several years. It was a famous luxury store with many regular customers. Tang Shinru was one of them. But due to the fact that Song Yaoyao had been holding her back to study, Tang Shinru didn't even get the chance to skip class, let alone go shopping. When she heard her name, Tang Shinru smiled. It's nothing. A small-time influencer is just doubting me and saying that I can't afford to buy her clothes. Huh, the store manager laughed. Is there anything that you can't afford in this mall? The crowd began to chatter. Most of these people didn't know who Tang Shinru was, so they wondered what this young girl's background was. Han Feifei frowned as someone helped her up. Gritting her teeth, she asked, what right do you have to discriminate against me? I may not be clean, but how clean can you be? She had attended many socialite parties, but she had never seen these two girls before. Peef. The store manager from opposite looked at Han Feifei like he was staring at a fool. Miss Han, not everyone in this world relies on their body to climb up the social ladder. Ha, she's your customer, so it's normal for you to speak up for her. What's happening over here? What's the commotion? Where are the security guards? Are you just standing around and watching? At that moment, a male voice could be heard coming from outside. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be someone with authority. As expected, Han Feifei's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. She then twisted her hip and pounced toward the man. Her voice was unbelievably coquettish. Honey, someone's trying to ruin my store. Look at my face, hoo, I can't be seen in public anymore. You need to get justice for me. Wow, Tang Shinru shook Song Yaoyao's hand excitedly. Yaoyao, isn't this scene familiar? Song Yaoyao yawned. Huh, this is a typical scene from a novel. Tang Shinru rolled her eyes in disdain. Don't you know, hee, but if they dare to bully you, you can tell your Gurgur to come here and destroy them. She giggled like a fool. A moment ago, she had a tough exterior. Now that she was giggling, her intimidating aura immediately disappeared. Huh, bully me, are you serious? Song glanced sideways in a dumbfounded manner. I can destroy them with one hand. I don't need Gurgur for things like this. Her Gurgur was only responsible for looking good. She could handle this rough stuff on her own. Tang Shinru, precious, are you treating Mr. Huo like a delicate flower? Have you forgotten that he's not human when he gets fierce? Ahem, so arrogant. Shen Wenxuan cleared his throat as his eyes wandered toward the approaching people. The person leading the way was wearing a business suit with gold-framed glasses, looking very respectable. Following behind were 3 male and 2 female assistants. What a presence. That's right, they even hit me. Look, Han Feifei stomped her feet as she began to sound more and more coquettish. Oh, don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you, okay. Shen Wenxuan noticed that the girl didn't look at him at all, her attention was on the tablet in her hand. He sighed and patted Han Feifei on the back comfortingly. That's more like it. Over there, that's them. Han Feifei humphed. Not only did these B*TCHES say that my clothes are bad quality, they even threatened to ruin my store. Moreover, they suggested that I'm selling myself. Shen Wenxuan furrowed his brows. Them, how could girls be so? Miss Tang, what are you doing here? Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly surprised by something. Tang Shinru frowned and pouted her lips. Who are you? The professionally dressed female assistant furrowed her brows and approached impatiently. Sorry, our boss is busy. Can we deal with this matter another time? Shen Wenxuan simply nodded when he heard this and bowed. Yes, I understand. After that, he ordered coldly, where are the security guards? Come kick that girl out. How dare you? Tang Shinru protected Song Yaoyao. The instigator knows that she started it, and now she's acting like the victim. How disgusting. Look at my face. Do you think I hit myself? She even stepped on me. How humiliating. Han Feifei received quite a fright. She never imagined that Shen Wenxuan would also show respect to Tang Shinru. Since she couldn't defend Tang Shinru, her only choice was to target Song Yaoyao. At least, it didn't look like Shen Wenxuan knew who she was. But, Han Feifei had no idea that she had already made a bad decision that morning when she stepped out of the house. Miss Song, are you shopping? The female assistant lowered her voice and looked over at that moment. When she saw that Song Yaoyao was standing behind Tang Shinru, her eyes immediately lit up. Unable to contain her excitement, she yelled impatiently, Boss, Miss Song is here. Huo Yunk raised an eyebrow and his gaze finally moved away from the data on the tablet. He handed the tablet to Huo Qi and stepped inside the store. Everywhere he walked, people naturally moved out of the way. Song Yaoyao, Huo Yunqi's voice was indifferent as he waved at her. What did you promise me? When Song Yaoyao heard this, she pouted her lips and shuffled over to the man. She wrapped her arms around his waist and said coquettishly, I didn't want to. It was her. She wanted to hit Ruro, so I hit her instead. Han Feifei's face turned pale and her legs grew weak. What was this girl's background? Mr. Huo, do you know this girl? What a coincidence. We're all family, haha. Shen Wenxuan's gaze turned dull as he rubbed his hands and spoke awkwardly. Who's family with you? Don't try to make your relationship sound close. Huo Qi rolled his eyes. You're not worthy. He was just an extended relative of the Shens. If he wasn't here on behalf of Shen Hongyang, he would have never got the chance to see Master Huo. Stretch out your hand, Huo Yunk commanded indifferently as he glanced at Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and stretched out her hand. Her fair-skinned palm faced Huo Yunk. Here. Huo Yunk looked at her hand. It wasn't red nor swollen. Stand straight. He patted her on the back and Song Yaoyao immediately stood upright like a student who was being disciplined by her teacher. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this intimidating man on the girl's side? Why was he disciplining her? Han Feifei's mouth opened as she stared at the man's handsome face. Sir, we simply had a disagreement earlier. She didn't actually do anything. Please don't discipline her, she said coquettishly. Shen Wenchuan rolled his eyes in anger and threw a slap across the young woman's face. Can you stop for a bit? Is it your turn to speak? If he lost this deal, his uncle would definitely kill him. This was a crucial opportunity for him to squeeze himself into the company. If he lost this deal because of a woman, that would be really stupid. Huo Yunk raised his eyebrow when he heard this and smiled as he glanced at her sideways. When was I disciplining her? Tang Xinru stood to the side and enjoyed the show. Master Huo was clearly worried that Yao Yao's hand was hurt from hitting someone. Weren't you just? Han Feifei stuttered. Huo Yunk was so stern a moment ago, wasn't he disciplining Song Yaoyao? HMPH. Song Yaoyao humped. Gerger wasn't disciplining me, that was an expression of his love. She lifted her chin proudly as she tugged on Huo Yunk's sleeve. Gerger, aren't I right? Huo Yunk looked at her with a mysterious smile, as though he was agreeing. Didn't you promise to behave? Song Yaoyao was frightened when she heard this question. I didn't initiate it, she blocked our way and wouldn't let us through. Song Yaoyao complained, but Han Feifei did not think she was wrong at all. You were the ones who insulted my brand first. How dare you continue talking? Shen Wenchuan glared at her fiercely. I will deal with you later. As expected, girls that were pretty with no brains were only meant to be toys. When it came to marriage, this woman was not an option. She was too stupid. What's wrong? At that moment, an authoritative voice resounded from outside. His every word was loud and clear. The crowd turned their heads and froze in surprise. Wasn't this the man that often appeared in finance magazines? The chairman of Shen Corporation. What day was it today? So many big names had appeared. Shen Wenchuan's knees became weak as he quickly explained, Uncle, it's nothing. This is just a small matter. The girls had a misunderstanding, so I came to resolve it. Shen Hongyang furrowed his brows. I asked you to keep Mr. Huo company for a little while. I didn't ask you to be a peacemaker. He had wanted to give his nephew a chance, but look what happened. What idiotic thing had he done? Fortunately, he had his doubts and decided to check on him. Chairman Shen, your nephew is quite interesting. Huo Qi smiled. His girlfriend is quite interesting too. Our Miss Song was just shopping when she was suddenly bullied. What's wrong? Did you think our Miss Song couldn't afford your clothes? There was no anger in his voice, it was like a normal conversation. But Shen Hongyang was surprised. Miss Song. He immediately thought of Song Yaoyao, the girl who Huo Yunk treated like a precious gem, and the girl who was currently Elder Shen's only hope. But Shen Hongyang did not expect to meet Song Yaoyao under such awkward circumstances. Worst of all, Shen Wenchuan, the idiot, had just offended her. He looked over with slight doubt. As soon as he noticed the obedient girl standing beside Huo Yunk, his eyes darkened, and he almost couldn't breathe. You just wait. Shen Hongyang left some fierce words for Shen Wenchuan before he started walking toward Song Yaoyao. Sorry, Mr. Huo, I'm late. My nephew is stupid. If he has offended Miss Song in any way, please let me apologize on his behalf. Shen Hongyang's posture was lowered and there was a pleading tone to his voice. By the way, the prescription that Miss Song wrote for my father last time was very effective. When you are free, may I invite you to examine him again? The onlooking crowd glanced at each other. What was this girl's background? Initially, they thought she was being protected by the mysterious big boss, but as it turned out, Shen Hongyang's attitude toward her was very different from what they expected. Song Yaoyao poked out her head curiously from behind Huo Yunk. Grandfather Shen ate the medicine. You guys suddenly came to your senses. She scratched her head in confusion. Huo Yunk glared at Shen Hongyang's awkward expression and rubbed Song Yaoyao's head with a slight smirk. Whenever an opportunity arose, the Shen family would grab onto it. It was only a matter of time before the old man passed away. Without him around, Shen Hongyang would not be able to hold on to the position he was currently sitting in. Ahem. Shen Hongyang rubbed his hands awkwardly. Sorry for what happened previously. We were too rude. I hope you can forgive us and not stoop to our level. She's too young to accept such a flattering apology. Huo Yunk spread open his palm. Song Yaoyao, let's go. Okay, Song Yaoyao said as she quickly handed her hand over to the man and followed his pace. Tang Xinru, precious, are you leaving without me? She quickly complained. Song Yaoyao immediately stopped in her tracks. Sorry, Ruro, I almost forgot about you. Tang Xinru, do you still want to shop? Song Yaoyao lifted her head to look at Huo Yunk. Gerger, can I keep Ruro company for a little longer? I'll look for you at the office later. Huo Yunk nodded and suddenly remembered something as his gaze fell upon Han Feifei. For some reason, Han Feifei felt chills down her spine like she had been spotted by a wild predator. All she heard was the man's cold, commanding voice. Go wash her mouth out. Shen Hongyang looked at Huo Yunk. Although he was much older than Huo Yunk, he had no idea what he was thinking. Right now, for example, his expression was cold, but it was impossible to decipher his mood. Mr. Huo, leave this with me. Shen Hongyang said, this shopping mall is our family business. Since this happened here, I will handle it well and give Miss Song an explanation. No need. Huo Yunk removed his sunglasses. His phoenix eyes were sharp. My child likes to get into trouble. It's normal for girls to enjoy shopping. Since I'm worried about her shopping elsewhere, I might as well buy this one for her to play around in. I will send someone to discuss this with you. Give me a price and I will buy the whole thing. Shen Wenxuan opened his mouth in shock as his face turned red. When he kept a woman, he already thought it was generous to buy them a shopfront. Yet, this guy was buying an entire shopping mall. Oh, the difference. Ahem, Mr. Huo sure likes to joke around. Shen Hongyang's heart raced, but he continued to smile politely without showing any discomfort on his face. Yes, I'm sorry for scaring you. The man's eyebrows were sparse and long. When he spoke, he sounded polite and gentle, without any force. But when their eyes met, Shen Hongyang's mouth naturally opened. And he sighed on the inside. This man was, of course, being serious when he said he was acquiring this shopping mall. It seemed, he was about to lose it. He immediately thought of a plan and instructed the bodyguards, didn't you hear what Mr. Huo said? Take her to the bathroom and wash out her mouth. From now on, wipe your eyes clean before you leave the house, and learn how to be modest and low-key. Wenxuan, Han Feifei opened her eyes in disbelief. As Han Feifei turned her head, a slap landed on her face. She quickly covered her face and said between sobs, save me. If her mouth was really being washed out by the dirty water in the public bathroom, how was she going to live? Shen Wenxuan furrowed his brows. He was not worried about Han Feifei. Instead, he found her extremely stupid. All she ever did was attract trouble. Hurry up. His words made Han Feifei's heart go cold. Shen Wenxuan, UB Street Road, let me go. I want to call the police. This is an abuse of power. Shen Hongyang saw the situation and watched as Han Feifei was dragged away like a dead dog, but he simply turned away coldly. He then said, since Miss Song likes to shop, why don't I give her an all expenses paid card? As long as she shops in one of the malls owned by the Shens, she can buy anything for free. What do you think, Miss Song? Song Yaoyao leaned against Huo Yunk. When she heard what the man said, her lips curved and she laughed. But I don't like taking advantage of people. Shen Hongyang's eyes sparkled and he said with a smile, how could this be considered as taking advantage? This is an apology gift. If Miss Song is missing anything, just let me know. I hope you can excuse the past and save my father. I don't need your card nor your gift. I will definitely save grandfather Shen. Song Yaoyao stared into his eyes coldly. But this has nothing to do with you. She simply wanted to save grandfather Shen because he was a good person. But it didn't mean she liked the entire Shen family. Huo Yunqi's lips curved into a slight smile and he patted her on the head. He looked indifferent, but there was an inconceivable sense of doting. Mr. Shen heard it. My child doesn't hold grudges, so you should forget about the gift. Or do you think the Huos are poor and can't afford to support a girl? He laughed and put on his sunglasses. Let's continue our business talk another time. Don't worry, I've always kept business separate from my private life. His last few words were firm and strong, causing Shen Hongyang's heart to immediately sink. It wasn't a good idea to be remembered by Huo Yunk. Hearts appeared in Tang Xinru's eyes and she held her cheeks in awe. Oh, Mr. Huo is so cool. As soon as her voice fell, her eyes met with Song Yaoyao's. The little girl rubbed the red mole on her wrist and narrowed her eyes. Ruro, one should never touch their friend's husband. Ahem, Huo Yunk hadn't walked far before he cleared his throat and furrowed his brows. Song Yaoyao, get over here. It was rare for him to talk in such a rough manner. Song Yaoyao shrunk back her neck and made a hand gesture toward Tang Xinru. Tang Xinru laughed out loud and rushed over to push her. Hurry and go. I bought enough today. I won't disturb your date with your Gurgur. Good luck. She winked at Song Yaoyao with an ambiguous expression. Song Yaoyao was no longer a child who didn't understand anything. She blushed and nodded in seriousness. I will try my best. She waved her hand and ran toward Huo Yunk. The shop assistants looked at each other as they heard Tang Xinru yawn and say, congratulations, you can change jobs now. This shopping mall was about to change ownership and there was no way that Huo Yunk would leave this store standing. Now that Shen Hongyang had exposed Shen Wenxuan's immoral dealings, including keeping a woman and opening a store for her, he was not going to stand idly by and let the store continue running either. Tang Xinru smiled and waved her hand as she lifted her chin toward the store manager opposite. I'm not in the mood to shop anymore today. I'll come back another day. Contact me when you get new stock. As she spoke, she proudly walked out of the mall in an elegant manner. Song Yaoyao jogged after Huo Yunk and grabbed onto his sleeve as she spoke. What a coincidence, Gurgur. Have you eaten yet? She rushed forward and blinked her almond eyes. At that very moment, her stomach grumbled. A smile slowly appeared in Huo Yunqi's eyes. What do you want to eat? Song Yaoyao followed Huo Yunk downstairs and saw that a lot of girls were looking at him. Some had walked really far and they still turned around to take another look. A few even pulled out their phones to sneak photos. She grabbed onto Huo Yunk and started running. I'm not eating. I'm not hungry yet. Gurgur, let's leave. Blah, Gurgur was hers. These people weren't allowed to even take a glance. As Huo Yunk was being dragged away, he sped up his steps in amusement. What's wrong? Nothing. Song Yaoyao stuck out her tongue and looked around. The girls began to blush and some even refused to leave as they stood firmly in place and stared openly at him. She puffed up her cheeks as her face turned red in anger. These people were going too far. They had no shame. Are you really not hungry? Huo Yunk raised an eyebrow and said suggestively, I thought I just heard someone's stomach grumble. Gurgur. Song Yaoyao was humiliated. She stomped her feet and complained angrily, look at those people. They're all sneaking looks at you. Someone's even stealing photos of you. Who knows what they may do with your photo in private. Huo Qi was surprised by Song Yaoyao's possessiveness. Miss Song, even if they've taken photos, they won't be able to post them up. Don't worry. I'm not worried about that. Song Yaoyao glanced at him. The photo is in their hands. Aren't they going to do whatever they want with it? She didn't even have a photo of her Gurgur. Song Yaoyao felt so jealous that she was overflowing with sourness. She lowered her head unhappily. Why were there so many people in the shopping mall, and why was this path so long? As she was thinking this, someone lifted her chin. The man's eyelashes lowered as he stared straight at her. Let me take a sniff. Where is that sour smell coming from? The tall and classy man leaned over slightly and focused on the girl gently. Although they couldn't hear what he was saying, the ambiguous distance between the two, as well as the man's doting actions, made the surrounding girls squeal with envy. Song Yaoyao's eyes became misty. I don't like it when those people look at you. Her Gerger was so impressive. If he wanted to, he could wave his hand and countless girls would swarm toward him. The thought of this made her extremely annoyed, and she was quickly filled with possessive desire. TCH. Huo Yunk shook his head and he lowered his voice. He brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and spread out his palm. Give me your hand. Why? Song Yaoyao puffed her cheeks unhappily as she placed her hand in his. The man closed his palm and held onto her hand as he pulled her into the crowd. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the girl stumbled as she obediently followed behind the man. The man's shoulders were broad and his legs were long, so his steps were wide, but he deliberately slowed down for her. The girl was innocent looking in her pink sweater, white pants, and sneakers. Over her shoulders, she was carrying a backpack. Compared to the mature man in business attire, they did not match at all. Yet, the almighty, unapproachable man, who was being followed by an entourage of bodyguards and assistants, understood this innocent girl's thoughts. She was jealous that others were looking at him, so he held her hand in public. Without a word, he told everyone that the position beside him was already taken. Huoqi looked down and sighed. The master sure had his ways. If anyone still had the guts to say that his master was pure with no desires and had no interest in women, he was going to crush their skulls. Gerger. Song Yaoyao stumbled behind. When she saw all the envious gazes that were directed at her, the dark clouds in her heart faded. She stuck out her body and asked in a quiet voice, why? Why did he suddenly hold her hand? Moreover, he wasn't holding her like she was a child, he had his fingers clasped with hers like a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Her heart suddenly felt sweet and all her discomfort disappeared. So what if these people kept looking? Gerger was hers. Are you happy? Huo Yunqi's eyes moved slightly as he questioned her in a satisfied tone. He was observant and nothing could escape his gaze. Song Yaoyao quickly nodded her head like a happy little fool. Are you hungry now? Huo Yunq asked. Song Yaoyao touched her stomach and nodded her head. Yes. Huo Yunq was amused as he pointed at her. What do you want to eat? They had already reached the first floor. If they wanted to eat, they would have to turn back. Song Yaoyao looked around. When she spotted a burger and pizza restaurant, her eyes lit up. She pointed straight in front of her. Gerger, I want to eat a hamburger. Some fried chicken, cola, and pizza. Every time she mentioned an item, Huo Yunqi's eyebrows would furrow further. Those are all junk food. Huo Yunq had never eaten food like that in his life. He always ate bland food and only drank water or coffee. Those deep-fried food covered in all kinds of weird sauces was something that he had never wanted to try before he met Song Yaoyao. Everyone's eating them. Just try it once, Gerger. Song Yaoyao wrapped her hands around his arm and tugged on it like a whining child. It appeared as though she was not leaving unless he agreed. Huo Yunq held his head and his temples twitched. Song Yaoyao, you won't grow taller if you eat this. He knew that height had always been Song Yaoyao's weakness. But, this time, it was as though Song Yaoyao had been possessed. Plus, she was starving, so she really wanted to eat it. After all, in her previous life, she could only watch others eat junk food while she never got the chance to taste it. I don't care. She shook her head as she pulled Huo Yunq into the store. Huoqi didn't even get the chance to stop her as he watched Huo Yunq being dragged away. Oh no, his godly master had become immortal because of Song Yaoyao. The hamburger restaurant was full and there were people everywhere. Even in front of the counter, there was a long queue of people waiting to order their meals. Huoqi couldn't bear to watch as he instructed the other bodyguards to wait outside and told the assistants to return to the office first before he walked inside. Sir, why don't you and Miss Song find a seat, and I'll line up for you. Huo Yunq was dressed in business attire, looking classy and refined. Moreover, he was tall with a handsome appearance. So people were naturally looking at him. As soon as he joined the queue, everyone instinctively moved away. The reason was simple, his aura was too frightening. When they stood close to him, they were too afraid to even take a big breath. But Song Yaoyao did not notice anything at all as she looked up at the menu boards excitedly. Every single item looked so tempting, and she wanted to eat them all. It's too hard to decide. Huo Yunq looked at the girl's excited expression and suddenly chuckled. He turned to Huoqi and said, you can go back as well. Sir, there are too many people here, what if he encountered some kind of danger? Before he even finished speaking, he was interrupted by Huo Yunqi's cold gaze. He lifted his hand slightly and gestured for Huoqi to leave. Gerger. Song Yaoyao was troubled. She tugged on Huo Yunq and pointed at the boards above. What should I eat? I want to try them all. What should I do? She bit her nails with a stressed expression. Huo Yunq grabbed her hand to correct her bad habit. Song Yaoyao, children shouldn't be too greedy. You can only choose one. Song Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks. But I haven't tried any of them before. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Huo Yunq finally looked at the menu for the first time. He squeezed between his brows, endured the discomfort from the unfamiliar smell, and nodded as he said to the counter staff, Hi, can I please get a 99 yuan meal, thank you. Wow, Song Yaoyao immediately jumped back to life as she grabbed onto Huo Yunqi's arm and said in a flattering manner, Gerger, you're so handsome. I love you so much. Mua. Huo Yunk held onto her head, stopping her from acting silly in public. The counter staff was a girl in her 20s. When she saw Huo Yunk, she did not dare to even look in his eyes as her cheeks turned red. Her voice trembled as she placed the order. Oh okay, you want the 99 yuan couple's meal. Your order has been placed. Please collect your meal from the right when your number is called. May I ask if you're eating in, or taking away? Is there anything else I can help you with? You can pay using our QR code. Behind Huo Yunk were a few boys. They had to lift their heads high just to see the back of his head. They were sour and envious. Not only was this man tall, he also had a good figure. A couple's meal. Song Yaoyao was already happy enough that she got to eat the hamburger she had always wanted to try. It even turned out to be a couple's meal. Song Yaoyao blushed and lifted her head to sneak a glance at the man. That was when she saw Huo Yunk pull out a card from his wallet and place it in front of the staff member. Do you accept card? The staff member stared speechlessly at the black card on the counter. What kind of card was this? She had never seen it before. Yes sir, it's more convenient to pay using your phone. Haven't you set up your virtual wallet yet? Huo Yunk furrowed his brows. Why was it so troublesome just to eat a meal? I don't need that. The truth was, his phone was only used as a communication tool, and all his apps were business ones. Peef. Song Yaoyao was secretly amused as she took the card back. Sorry, was it 99 yuan? I'll pay for it. She pulled out her phone and quickly paid using the QR code. Behind her, she could hear the boys discussing, what kind of card was that? Was it a black card? It looked exclusive. Wow, I never thought rich people would eat hamburgers. Song Yaoyao was a bit embarrassed. What was she to do? It seemed as though she had affected her Gerger's image. But Huo Yunk was unfazed as he led Song Yaoyao to the side and asked, where would you like to eat? Song Yaoyao turned and looked around. She really wanted to experience eating in, but when she thought about the amount of attention that her Gerger attracted, she replied, we'll just get takeaway. Huo Yunk nodded and said to the staff member, we'll eat in. Huh, Gerger. I said takeaway. She tugged on his sleeve. Gerger was still so young, but why was his hearing so bad? You don't want to eat in the restaurant. Huo Yunk grabbed the tray of food and held onto the girl with one hand as he went to look for a seat. The restaurant was busy and a lot of people subconsciously glanced at the strange mismatched couple. They were filled with envy. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid that you're not used to it. Song Yaoyao followed obediently behind Huo Yunk. As they wandered deeper, they finally found a table for two beside the window. Huo Yunk waited for her to sit down before he placed the tray in front of her. I won't. He removed his glasses. This can be eaten once in a while as a reward. Huh, just as Song Yaoyao unwrapped her hamburger, she heard what the man said, and looked up. What is it a reward for? The man leaned forward slightly and brushed away a loose strand of hair on her lips. His voice was low. It's a reward for not lying to me. You were good today. Huo Yunk removed his coat. It appeared as though he didn't wear ties often. His first two buttons were undone, revealing his long, slender neck and sexy Adam's apple. When he spoke, his gaze was focused on her as though she was the only person in his world. As Song Yaoyao held onto her hamburger, the teasing made her heart race out of control. Why aren't you eating? Not hungry. Huo Yunk pulled out a tissue and wiped his glasses. Every now and then, he lifted his gaze to see what the girl was doing. And no, Song Yaoyao licked her lips. Her face was red as though she was drunk. No wonder princesses in ancient times liked to keep men as pets. A man's beauty was distracting. She blinked her eyes and quickly stuck out her burger. Gerger can have the first bite. Fried chicken was found in the middle of the burger, and the oily taste made Huo Yunk pause. He furrowed his brows. He looked into the girl's anticipating eyes and finally took a bite. Huo Chi did not dare to leave. When he saw this scene, his eyes opened wide in disbelief. His master was actually eating a burger. Was the world coming to an end? Does it taste good? Song Yaoyao asked Huo Yunk for his opinion. Like a child, she needed permission from the person she loved before she could eat the food she liked. Huo Yunk swallowed the bread in his mouth and nodded. Yes. Gerger can have this then. Song Yaoyao smiled as she generously placed the other beef burger in front of Huo Yunk. Huo Yunk's throat twitched. He cleared his throat and said, I'm not hungry yet. You can eat it. Song Yaoyao did not hold back. This time, she not only got the chance to eat a hamburger, she also ate many things that she never ate in her previous life because her family stopped her. It didn't matter that it was junk food. In the end, Huo Yunk furrowed his brows as he watched Song Yaoyao finish the couple's meal. She held onto her stomach and burped. Huo Yunk held his head and sighed. Song Yaoyao. Here, Gerger, burp. Song Yaoyao covered her mouth awkwardly and her eyes darted. Oh no, she ate too much. Don't the Huos feed you enough? Huo Yunk grabbed his coat and stood up. As he passed by Song Yaoyao, he said casually, I heard this type of food is very fatty. Do you want to go weigh yourself? Song Yaoyao sat down and watched as the man walked out of the restaurant. She waved her fist. Gerger, you went too far. She then chased after him. Huo Yunk laughed. Silly brat. He then slowed down his pace. How is he? Later that day, inside the hospital, Song Yaoyao stepped out of the private room with a pale expression. Shen Hongyang and his wife immediately rushed in to check on the old man. All they saw was Elder Shen sleeping peacefully in bed, his cheeks rosy and his breathing steady. Song Yaoyao was dizzy. She quickly leaned against the wall, lowered herself, and crouched down to get some rest. Are you okay? The doctors took the old man for some examinations, and a group of people followed behind. Shen Shuan held onto her and checked whether she was okay. I'm fine. No wonder her grandfather refused to do acupuncture in his later days. It was mentally exhausting. After 2 hours of complete concentration, Song Yaoyao's brain hurt whenever she tried to think of something. She desperately needed some rest. In the distance, Huo Yunk had just stepped out of the elevator. He spotted Elder Huo leaning against the wall smiling at him. How did it go? He raised an eyebrow and continued walking. Where is she? Elder Huo pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. There, isn't that her? She looks exhausted. It's heartbreaking to see her like this. Look, even the brat from the Shen family has abandoned his grandfather to watch over Yao Yao. Now that I mention it, the two of them look quite, hey, where are you going? I haven't finished. Elder Huo stretched his neck and watched as his son took big and hurried steps toward the girl. He was overjoyed. Are you still planning to act in front of me? Go ahead. In the end, Huo Yunk was nervous when he saw the young man next to the girl. Elder Huo held his hands behind his back, went to ask a nurse which floor Elder Shen was on, and slowly made his way there. The youngsters could deal with their own matters. Son, good luck, Huo Yunk had no idea how elaborate Elder Huo's thoughts were. When he saw Song Yaoyao crouching against the wall with her face as pale as a paper, huddled up like a ball, his heart felt as though it was being stabbed by needles. He pursed his lips as he heard Shen Chuan ask, can you walk? I'll carry you to get some rest. Song Yaoyao, he suddenly roared. Shen Chuan's back clearly stiffened for a moment. But he quickly relaxed as he stood up and greeted Huo Yunk like nothing had happened. Hello. Huo Yunk nodded slightly and strode toward Song Yaoyao. Looking down on her, he said, how long has it been since you last put yourself in such a state? Do you want another injection? He knew what Song Yaoyao feared the most. These words were only meant to scare her so she wouldn't work so hard in the future. Song Yaoyao's muscles tightened. She could still remember the feeling. She pouted her lips, stretched out her arm, and said in a coquettish voice, Gerger, carry me. Walk on your own. Although he said this, he still bent over to carry her in his arms. Song Yaoyao swung her legs and mumbled, I'm tired and can't walk. Shen Chuan shoved his hands in his pockets and stepped back. His eyes darkened slightly. Huo Yunk clicked his tongue, so you know how to be tired. Normally, this delicate girl would cry when she was a little sick or there was a bit of pain. Yet, her face was pale right now, and she was enduring it. Song Yaoyao buried herself in Huo Yunki's arms, found a comfortable spot, and closed her eyes. Waving her hand, she yelled, Shen Chuan, I'll be leaving with Gerger. I'll come again tomorrow. Huo Yunk paused. You're coming back tomorrow. His aura was cold and so was his voice. Song Yaoyao was a little frightened. I have to, she said softly. As soon as she said this, it felt as though the air around her had frozen. At that moment, Shen Chuan bit his lip, watched as the man carried the girl away, and quickly chased after them. Song Yaoyao, thank you. He said. Song Yaoyao shook her hand in response. She had no extra energy to say anything as she quickly fell asleep in Huo Yunki's arms. Elder Shen's examination results shocked everyone. One session of acupuncture wasn't enough to completely cure a person, but his body was completely different from before. Traditional Chinese medicine is amazing. The nurses couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Elder Huo gave a chuckle and walked past them with his hands behind his back. Our country has a long history. Things that we've created in the last 5,000 years are no worse than others. Young'un, you need to open up your mind and respect the things that you may not understand. He slowly returned to the hospital room at a leisurely pace. Yes, you're right, one of the nurses replied happily without feeling offended at all. This was a rarely seen big shot. She already felt lucky to be able to talk to him. In comparison, another nurse standing next to her was a little awkward. Shin, what's wrong? Your expression is a little strange. Oh, Wang Xin was surprised. She rubbed her hands awkwardly and replied, I'm fine. Last time, she had publicly looked down on traditional Chinese medicine in front of the elders. Elder Huo's comment was clearly directed at her. How's Miss Song? Should we call Dr. Lu to check on her? The weather is cold and it's currently flu season. She needs to be careful. Uncle Zhang opened the car door and saw Song Yaoyao asleep in Huo Yunki's arms. Her usual energy was absent. She's fine. Huo Yunk carried her inside while Uncle Zhang followed worriedly behind. I still think we should call Dr. Lu. Even if she isn't sick, it's best to prevent it. When an old person nagged, it was frightening. Huo Yunk furrowed his brows. Fine, we'll call him. Sigh, what's wrong this time? Lu Yu arrived quickly with his medicine chest. He had been here so often that he felt he was about to remember the placement of every item in the room. He approached and took a look. The girl was breathing steadily, and apart from a slightly ill complexion, there wasn't much of a problem. So, Lu Yu ended up thinking dirty again. His gaze swept across Huo Yunk. He was sitting on the sofa, with his shirt half undone, and he looked satisfied. Lu Yu smiled knowingly. Sir, the girl is still young, you should hold back a little. Don't scare her away. He searched through his chest and pulled out a delicate bottle. I have some good stuff here. It's great for improving a relationship. Lu Yu. Huo Yunki's head hurt. He lifted his gaze coldly. Did you study the Golden Lotus in university? Why was his mind so dirty? Peef. Lu Yu was shocked as his hair stood on end. Sir, can you not look so serious when you're telling a dirty joke? It was frightening, especially since his classy and distinguished image wasn't scathed at all. His legs were still crossed, and even his hair looked pure and clean. It made Lu Yu seem even more dirty-minded. How is she? Huo Yunk asked without answering. Lu Yu looked at Song Yaoyao. It's no big deal. Just feed her some good food to replenish the body. Okay. Huo Yunk nodded slightly. You can get lost now. Again. Lu Yu frowned. Or do you prefer sunbathing in the garden? Fine. Lu Yu gave up and chose the first option. I'll get lost. I'm an expert at it. A classic adult fiction book. Lu Yu turned around as the man knocked on his desk. His hand was very good looking, each joint was clear, and his fingers were clean and slender. Every single raised bone was refined. Take your stuff with you, Huo Young said. He pointed slightly. Lu Yu followed his gaze and saw the bottle on the coffee table. He chuckled. There's no need. Oh, Huo Young held back a smile. He picked up the bottle and stood up. He then walked over to the man and shoved the bottle in his pocket. You don't need to be concerned about my future love life. I think you should be prepared instead, and leave this for yourself. His voice was low. As his eyelashes lowered, his eyes curved upwards, making him look relaxed. WTF. Like that, Lu Yu was kicked out. As he lifted his head, his eyes met with Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang was not surprised. Doctor, Lu, did you upset the master again? No, Lu Yu stood up calmly and patted the non-existent dust from his body. He's just got a bad temper. He openly criticized the man. Uncle Zhang shook his head in amusement. The young man was dressed casually, and he had big eyes and thick eyebrows. He was a bright and handsome young man. Unfortunately, he was a little dirty-minded. Stop provoking the master and he'll stop punishing you. Without agreeing, he sniffed and said, Uncle Zhang, do you have any more food downstairs? I want to eat. There's plenty of food. What would you like to eat? You can ask the kitchen to prepare it. Lu Yu nodded and walked downstairs proudly. Halfway down the stairs, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, did the master curse at him earlier? Monday, the third class was refreshed after 2 days of relaxing, and they all had smiles on their faces. When Song Yaoyao entered, she discovered everyone had returned to their lazy selves, messing with their phones, reading manga, playing games, and chatting. She revealed a slight smile and greeted them sweetly. Good morning, did you all have a good weekend? Her soft and cute appearance was too deceiving. When everyone saw her, they nodded their heads. Morning, Yao Yao. It was not bad. I went on a trip with a friend for 2 days. I went to my idol's concert. Oh, they were so handsome. It's good to see you happy, Song Yaoyao said as she walked to the front of the room and placed a stack of practice papers in front of her, because you won't be having any more breaks after this. Peef. Someone was eating their breakfast. When they heard her comment, they sprayed their soy milk all over the student in front. But that student was not in the mood to care because they were completely stunned by Song Yaoyao's words. The classroom fell silent. Song Yaoyao patted the practice papers and smiled like an angel. I'm sorry to tell you that your last 2 days of break are over, she said. Now, let me welcome you into study mode. At that very moment, the girl standing in front of the class with a sweet smile was like an NPC in the hell mode of a game. Her voice was sweet, but she was saying the harshest words. Yao Yao, are we really not? Crack. Song Yaoyao snapped the teacher's pointer stick in half and looked over innocently. Sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say? I was saying that I love studying. Studying brings me happiness. I can't wait. It's good that you have some self-awareness. Song Yaoyao patted the paper and happened to see the sleepy Shen Xuan walking slowly into the classroom. Shen Xuan, good morning, she called out. Shen Xuan's eyes flew open in surprise. Today, Song Yaoyao had her long hair tied up, revealing her clean face. For some reason, she looked beautiful and cool. What's wrong? He asked cautiously. Song Yaoyao smiled. You came at the right time. We can start our exam. Please try your best not to disappoint. She emphasized her last words, blatantly warning them. Everyone succumbed to her threats. Holding the practice papers with tears in their eyes, they began their exam. It was the morning self-study session. Wang Zongyan had just finished breakfast, so he decided to go for a walk to digest. He glanced in through the back window. The girl standing at the front of the room was writing something in her book. The entire third class was refreshed and different, even a few had dyed their hair back to black. Wang Zongyan smiled proudly and left without a word. The fact that these kids were willing to work hard meant that they weren't beyond saving. He really wanted to see the surprise that Song Yaoyao was about to give him. After he left, Song Yaoyao lifted her head knowingly and glanced over. The window was empty. Her lips curved upward slightly and she placed her focus back on the script in front of her. And Firen was the first to hand in his paper. He had finished in less than 30 minutes. Song Yaoyao had specifically printed these questions for the third class so she could determine their foundation. For a top student like Firen, this was naturally child's play. So quick, Song Yaoyao collected the paper and flipped through it. His accuracy was 100%. She slapped herself on the head. That's right, these questions are nothing for you. When he heard her praise, Firen scratched his head in embarrassment. It's all right. By the way, do you need help with anything? He was too afraid to even look Song Yaoyao in the eyes as he blushed. Huh, Song Yaoyao closed her script and jumped out of her seat. Okay, you can help me monitor this exam. I need to pop out. If anyone cheats, write down their name for me. When Han Jun saw this, he bit his pen and nudged Shen Xuan. He lowered his voice and whispered, Brother Xuan, this punk must have ulterior motives. I don't think he changed classes for a pure reason. He was from the first class indeed. He managed to answer questions that had him all stressed out in just a little over 10 minutes. A top student and a bad student were more than a galaxy apart. They were practically separated by a universe. Shen Xuan glared at Firen who was talking to Song Yaoyao and smiling, and his lips twitched in disdain. He was so timid and shy. Why should he be worried about him? Achoo, Firen touched his neck. It was a bit cold at the front of the class. Before Song Yaoyao got far, she turned back around. She wrote down a number and handed it to him. This is my number. Call me if you need anything. Oh, okay. And Firen blushed even more as he put the number away like it was a treasure. FCK. He even got her number. Han Jun glared at Firen. Brother Shuan, if this continues, your position as the #1 follower will be gone. This punk was clearly competing with Brother Shuan. Ha. As soon as Song Yaoyao left, Shen Shuan dropped his pen and stood straight up. And Firen's eyelid twitched. After transferring to this school, the thing he heard most often was this guy's achievements. He held onto the phone number, quickly stood up, and stuttered, "Classmate Shen, are you ready to hand in your paper?" "No, can I go to the toilet?" Shen Shuan shoved his hands in his pockets and smirked slyly. "Sure," a voice suddenly sounded from the window, sweet and soft. However, it felt as though a bucket of iced water had been poured onto Shen Shuan. Song Yaoyao lifted her chin and her lips curved upward. "Just go on the spot. Don't waste time. If you step out of the classroom, I'm giving you 0. Think about it." FCK. Shen Shuan was caught by surprise. As his heart raced, he glanced over. He wanted to cry, but he had no tears. "Didn't you already leave?" Tang Xinru burst into laughter. Song Yaoyao tilted her head and waved at the dazed class. "I am leaving for real this time. Good luck, classmates, don't bully our new student. Bye-bye." After she finished speaking, Song Yaoyao left coolly with her script. Meanwhile, Shen Shuan stood dumbfounded in the aisle. Quote. Han Jun shrunk back his neck and cleared his throat awkwardly. Clearing a path, he said, "Brother Shuan, if you're not busting to go, why don't you come back and sit down?" After all, it was awkward for him to continue standing there. The filming crew had started work early. The crew recognized Song Yaoyao, so when they saw her, they immediately let her in. The students that were filming were dressed in thin uniform. It was cold just to look at them. When Kong Yuan saw Song Yaoyao, he smiled and his eyes curved. He immediately waved at her. "Yaoyao, come here. Did you finish editing the script?" I changed a few fine details based on what I thought. It's not too different. Take a look." She handed the script to Kong Yuan and looked at everyone happily. Luo Xingguang wasn't present that day, so they were filming scenes with other people. Song Yaoyao had changed the beginning scene where Luo Xingguang was being bullied, as well as his encounter with the female lead later on. The secondary female lead's lines were changed the most, but Song Yaoyao did not change anything that the screenwriter deemed necessary. The secondary female lead was a notable character. She wasn't an antagonist, yet she acted like one sometimes. On screen, she was slightly cute. Kong Yuan's eyes lit up as he read the script and handed it to the screenwriter. "Come, look at this. I know you don't like it when people touch your stuff, but take a look at this edited script yourself. You can make your own decision whether it's good or bad." Sun Man's expression sank. He took a glance at the happy Song Yaoyao and accepted the script. Kong Yuan never expected that Song Yaoyao would be interested in directing instead of acting. "Yaoyao, do you want to gain more insight? Come, let me show you this." Kong Yuan stood up and pulled Song Yaoyao over to the camera. Meanwhile, Sun Man sat on a chair and flipped open to the first page of the script. Song Yaoyao marked the lines that she changed. Her handwriting was clean and neat. The screenwriter had already heard about the earlier edits from Kong Yuan, so he directly flipped to the secondary female lead's part. To be honest, compared to her bright and forgiving personality before, this proud and brave character was much more lovable. After all, the female lead was already bright and vibrant. If the secondary lead was the same, then she would be too contradicting. The male lead was supposed to hate the secondary female lead in her personality. Moreover, she came from a luxurious background, and she normally spoke and acted openly. One was the #1 student, one was #2, so they were often compared. Meanwhile, the female lead was the worst student. But after an exam once, the secondary female lead confessed to Xu Yang in front of the entire school. "Sorry, I don't like you," Xu Yang rejected calmly from the bottom of the stage as he looked at Xia Yuchu quietly. The scene fell silent, and the teachers did not look pleased. The girl on the stage shrugged her shoulders, jumped off coolly, and approached Xu Yang. "It doesn't matter if you don't like me now. I will make you like me one day." She lifted her chin proudly. Later on, they were both questioned by their teachers because of this. However, Xia Yuchu did not change her ways. She set her sight on Xu Yang and continued to be very attentive toward him. But even after their college entrance exams ended, and the students met up before going their separate ways, Xia Yuchu did not succeed with Xu Yang. Instead, she saw him with the female lead, holding hands sweetly. After that, Xia Yuchu disappeared. In the end, Xu Yang and Liling became a couple and got ready to get married. That was when Xia Yuchu finally reappeared to attend their wedding. By then, she was a slightly famous designer with a stylish appearance. "I wish you happiness." She didn't wish both of them happiness, just him. "Forgive me for being so petty and not being able to wish you both happiness." Actually, the secondary female lead didn't get more scenes with Song Yaoyao's edits. In fact, a lot of her scenes were deleted. But Sun Man wasn't angry. He stared at the edited scenes for some time without saying a word. He actually wrote this script when he was still a newcomer. After that, every script he wrote was a huge success. This was the only story that Sun Man couldn't forget and couldn't bear to let go of, even though it wasn't that spectacular. He simply tried his luck by handing it to Kong Yuan. Who knew he would actually film it? To be honest, this script's quality and style were not good enough for someone like Kong Yuan, but for some reason, he accepted it easily. It was hard not to admit that Song Yaoyao's edits made the secondary female lead come alive. She didn't have many scenes, but she was full of character. Since she was just a secondary character, it didn't matter how beautiful she was, how good her grades were, and how rich her family was. The reality was, there were still many things that she couldn't have. After Kang Yuan took Song Yaoyao on a lap around the set, she was filled with joy. Old Sun, what do you think? Kang Yuan immediately knew that Sun Man was satisfied and winked at him. Sun Man glared at him. Young people deserve respect. He sighed as he looked at Song Yaoyao. Did you come up with these scenes? Or did you receive help? The characters are indeed more complete and spectacular. But have you ever considered that the details are too distracting? Song Yaoyao was unfazed by his questioning. Her eyes curved and she chuckled. Uncle Sun, why don't you look at it from another point of view? Xia Yuchu seems perfect, but she is far from realistic. In contrast, Xu Yang and Liling have their flaws. Xu Yang is full of contradictions. He's got a low self-esteem, but he's also arrogant. As for Liling, she's cute and lively with good grades. She is the type to cry for the person she likes, she follows celebrities, and she gossips. In this world, there are plenty of Xu Yangs and Lilings. As long as their characters are acted out well, the audience will be able to relate to them. Ha ha ha, well said. Kang Yuan clapped and looked at Sun Man. So, is that your response? Yao Yao looked through the script seriously. Don't screw up your face and make it seem like she's destroyed it. Ahem. Sun Man touched his nose and stood up. The edits were really good. But this change means we will have to choose another actress for the role. Actually, I have a suitable person in mind. Song Yao Yao rubbed her hands and smiled harmlessly. Yao Yao, can I really do it? Tang Xinru crouched down in the stairwell, holding onto the railing, unwilling to let go. Hoo, I don't think I'm ready. Won't it be embarrassing if I don't get chosen? I can't do it, I'm too nervous. Hoo, I want to die. She cried and wailed. Are you going or not? Song Yao Yao shoved her hands in her pockets and watched speechlessly as Tang Xinru ignored her own image. To be honest, I just received 200,000 yuan from Song Jingwan last Friday. This role. FCK. Tang Xinru shot up on her feet. Without waiting for Song Yao Yao to finish, she pulled her out angrily. I'm going to get this role. Don't fight with me for it. Well, if you really don't want to, you don't have to force yourself. Song Yao Yao grinned like a little fox. Tang Xinru rolled her eyes. PFF'd. I really want it, okay. HMPH, don't even dare to compete with me. There's no window of opportunity whatsoever. Without waiting for Song Yao Yao to lead the way, she already knew where she was going. She dragged Song Yao Yao onto the set and the crew did not stop them when they saw Song Yao Yao. Along the way, they passed all kinds of props and machines, as well as staff. As Tang Xinru walked, her legs began to feel weak. She stood in the doorway and hesitated. Yao Yao. Was there really no space for negotiation? She wasn't ready yet. Don't worry. Song Yao Yao wanted to pat her on the head at first, but when she saw her height and looked at herself, she stood up on her tiptoes and patted Tang Xinru on the shoulder instead. Just do what you usually do. Don't forget, your auntie is a best actress. Peef. Tang Xinru was stunned. She hugged Song Yao Yao and squeezed her in her arms. Hoo, my Yao Yao is so cute. Really? Song Yao Yao smirked. I think so too. As such, Song Yao Yao pushed Tang Xinru into the classroom. Instantly, a series of eyes fell upon her. Song Yao Yao lifted her fist and cheered her on. Good luck, I have faith in you. Tang Xinru gritted her teeth. She wanted to cry but she couldn't. Song Yao Yao, are you the devil? Oh, it's you. When Kang Yuan saw Tang Xinru, his eyes lit up. To be honest, when he saw her for the first time, he had actually thought she was not bad. She was pretty, and her eyes were vibrant. However, the role suited Song Yao Yao more at the time. Now, after it had been edited, it completely suited Tang Xinru's temperament. That brat sure had a lot of ideas. Kang Yuan finally understood what was happening. He had fallen for Song Yao Yao's trap. She didn't want to be an actress, so she pushed her best friend forward. To be honest, he had the right to be angry, but he had to admit that the girl did edit the script well. The character was much more multidimensional, and she made the story more interesting. Is this the student who's here for an audition? Sun Man was pleased with the current Xia Yuchu, so as soon as he saw Tang Xinru, his eyes lit up. Since he wrote the story, Kang Yuan respected his opinion. Moreover, he was pleased with Tang Xinru's vibe, and she was apparently his fan. He glanced speechlessly at Song Yao Yao who was standing in the doorway. The girl smiled at him in an appeasing manner, clasping her hands like a fortune cat and pleading him for his help. Since you're here, let's try out a scene. Kang Yuan gave Song Yao Yao a look and greeted Tang Xinru. The silly Tang Xinru snapped out of her daze. Her face immediately turned red as she quickly bowed at everyone. Sorry for disturbing you all. Hi, Director Kang, my name is Tang Xinru. I know, we met last time. Who knew we'd be fated to meet again? Kang Yuan handed the script to her. Have you seen it? Tang Xinru shook her head awkwardly. Not yet. Oh, didn't your good friend show it to you? As he said this, he glanced at the door mockingly. Song Yao Yao stood upright. As soon as her eyes met with Kang Yuan's, she immediately smiled sweetly. Her almond eyes curved like a crescent moon. Her dimples sank like they were pumped with honey. Who could bear to be angry at her? No, I know the rules. Tang Xinru shook her head honestly. The normally lively person was like an obedient little kitten in front of Kang Yuan. Sun Man selected the scenes for the audition. There were 3 in total. It included the first meeting, the confession, and the wedding at the end. The first scene was a little stiff because Tang Xinru hadn't let go, but the second scene was a little better. As she looked into Song Yao Yao's eyes, she was filled with courage. She began to think about what she would do if she ran into the person she liked. Xu Yang, I like you. As soon as Luo Xingguang walked in, these happened to be the words that he heard. He was slightly surprised. Xu Yang was the character that he was playing. During this time, in order to immerse themselves in their roles better, everyone in the cast had been calling each other by their characters' names. So, he naturally responded to this name. He looked over. The girl had her eyes closed. As the lights fell on her beautiful face, she lifted her chin slightly. Her back was straight, filled with arrogance. However, her clasped hands and trembling eyes exposed her nervousness. Luo Xingguang let out a laugh, crossed his arms, and leaned against the doorway without entering. Instead, he glanced beside him at Song Yaoyao who had not noticed him yet. Hey, stinking brat. Song Yaoyao snapped out of her daze and moved her gaze away from Tang Xinru to the person next to her. She slowly opened her mouth. I have a name. It's Song Yaoyao. Oh, but I like calling you stinking brat. What about little firecracker, then? Or violence addict? He smirked as he rubbed his chin. Song Yaoyao smiled slightly and stepped forward. Luo Xingguang immediately readied his stance and warned, hey, don't even dream about touching me. Idiot. The girl's lips were red and moist as she squeezed this word out slowly between her teeth. Her voice was filled with disdain and ridicule. Inside the classroom, Tang Xinru was beginning to perform the third scene. The truth was, after she completed the second scene, Kong Yuan and Sun Man had already decided that they were hiring her. Although her acting was inexperienced without much technique, this was what they expected for a school drama. Besides, it wasn't like Kong Yuan hadn't guided a newcomer before. On the contrary, he was famous for using new faces because he felt that many actors had lost the motivation that newcomers had. Although they were experienced with abundant techniques, their enthusiasm just wasn't there anymore. The third scene was the most difficult to act out. It was a scene that took place after graduation, where the characters had already entered adult society. By this time, Sha Yuchu was no longer the young and impulsive girl that she once was. Although she only had one line, her gaze and tone were very important. So as expected, Tang Xinru did not achieve the result they were after. Okay. Without expressing much, Kong Yuan nodded his head, gesturing for Tang Xinru to stop. Tang Xinru pursed her lips and looked at Kong Yuan. She felt a little sad on the inside. Had she failed, thank you, Director Kong, for giving me this opportunity. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Tang Xinru sniffed. In the end, she couldn't handle the blow and bowed at everyone. She was too afraid to even lift her head, afraid that they would see her embarrassing state. She turned around and ran right out. Kong Yuan called her back in amusement. Hey, why are you running? Don't you want the script? Huh, Tang Xinru turned around in surprise. Hey, are you talking to me? She stuttered as she pointed to herself, struggling to get her words out clearly. Who else if not you? Kong Yuan walked over and shoved the script into Tang Xinru's hands. You have a good friend, he sighed. The script was thick and heavy. Tang Xinru stared in disbelief at the three big words on the cover of the script, Ride the Wind. She couldn't believe that she had been selected. Is it really me? She stuttered. To be honest, she knew exactly how bad she acted back there. She was too afraid to even look back at it. All she knew was it was horrible. Before this, she never imagined entering the entertainment circle or even acting. This was her first encounter, and she did it based on feeling. She was embarrassed to even think about it, and her face began to heat up as a result. Haha, when you have time, ask your guardian to come and help you sign your contract. Kong Yuan's words were like an insurance that immediately made her scream in joy. Ah, thank you, Director Kong. I will definitely do my best. I'll be watching. It was rare for Kong Yuan to not be cold. If you have time, you should come and observe more often. That way you can learn as much as possible. Your role is the most complex. If you don't understand something, you can ask that person. He is the screenwriter. His name is Sun Man. Tang Xinru nodded her head furiously. Sun Man, good script. Sun Man was stunned by her passion. Hello. Luo Xingguang stood outside with his arms crossed. When he saw the situation, he burst into laughter and asked Song Yaoyao, weren't you the original person that Director Kong wanted for the role? Don't you want to be a celebrity? She actually gave away her role so easily. Song Yaoyao found this guy too noisy. Apart from her Gurgur, everyone seemed noisy. Hey, are you this arrogant? Seeing that he was being ignored, Luo Xingguang poked Song Yaoyao's arm. Humans always wanted what they couldn't get. The more they got ignored by someone, the more they remembered them. Song Yaoyao moved to the side and furrowed her brows in annoyance as she puffed up her cheeks. Compared to being a celebrity, I'd much rather be a director. Oh, you have quite the ambition, Luo Xingguang said with amusement. If you become a director, I will definitely show my support. I can even help you for free. He didn't actually take Song Yaoyao seriously, she looked too childish. If someone was to say that she was a junior high school student, people would not doubt it. But he never expected that Song Yaoyao would record this casual conversation. She turned off the voice recorder on her phone and played it for Luo Xingguang to hear. Her smile was harmless, sweet, and soft. Thank you, Brother Luo. To prevent you from going back on your word, I recorded this conversation. When I direct something in the future, I will definitely hire you. FCK, Luo Xingguang was speechless. Are you a fox? What are you going to make me act as? I won't take a role unless it's the protagonist. Song Yaoyao rubbed her hands happily. That's fine. I'll definitely make you the protagonist. It's not like the protagonist couldn't be a eunuch or a fool, right? Oh, I just noticed. Why is there an extra character here? Sun Man suddenly called Kong Yuan back as he pointed to something marked in the script. The character didn't have much screen time. If he wasn't discussing the script with Tang Xinru, he would have missed. Kong Yuan stretched out his hand to grab the script and casually flipped through it. He then looked at Song Yaoyao and held back a smile. Tell me, where did this character come from? Hee hee. Song Yaoyao's smile grew sweeter. Uncle Kong, to be honest, I have someone else in mind. What? Song Jingwan felt as though she was drowning in grievances and anger. Her fiery eyes almost burned a hole in the script. After some time, she sneered. Song Yao Yao, are you messing with me? She took so much of her money and took advantage of her ambition to join Kong Yuan's drama, and gave her this measly role. Worst of all, it was an ugly character. She was the secondary female lead's follower, a character who always wore thick short-sighted glasses, with a sensitive and self-conscious personality, bad grades, and braces. Throughout her entire high school life, she was known as the braces girl. As for Xia Yuchu, she was a rich girl with a precious background, and she was always beautiful with a swarm of followers. Compared to Xia Yuchu, one was like a star in the sky, and the other was like an unwanted street rat at her feet. How could an arrogant person like Song Jingwan not care about something like that? When Song Yao Yao smiled, her eyes curved downward slightly, making her look innocent and kind. Her dimples sunk into her cheeks. How could I? Song Yao Yao asked in surprise. Isn't this still a role? I've given you what I promised. Ha! Song Jingwan grabbed onto her wrist with anger in her eyes. Song Yao Yao, I warned you not to play tricks. Stop acting in front of me. You clearly know what role I want. I want to be the secondary female lead. Go and tell Director Kong. Oh, Song Yao Yao's wrist began to hurt, but her smile grew bigger and bigger without revealing any pain. I can't make that decision. I simply said I would recommend you. As for Director Kang's choice and who he wants to use, it has nothing to do with me. When she smiled, her snow-white teeth were exposed, looking bright and beautiful. But they were blinding on Song Jingwan's eyes. Song, Yao Yao. She screamed each word clearly as she dug her sharp nails into the girl's delicate skin. You took 200,000 yuan from me. In the end, all you're giving me is this lousy role. Do you take me for a fool? Ah, the girl's eyes were clear as she smiled. If that's what you believe, there's nothing I can do. Song Yao Yao spread her palms and shrugged her shoulders helplessly. However, she wasn't very sincere with her act, so her intentions were clear. Her expression was like a fuse connected to the bomb on top of Song Jingwan's head. You deserve to die. She lifted her hand and aimed for Song Yao Yao's rosy cheeks. Ah, a moment later, a pitiful cry echoed through the room. Song Jingwan's face turned pale as her eyes became misty. The harmless-looking Song Yao Yao had twisted her arm while Song Jingwan was gripping onto it and turned her around to face the wall. She was then pressed against the wall in a very humiliating posture like she had been arrested. Song Yao Yao, let me go. Ah, she moved a little and her bones and tendons twitched painfully, causing Song Jingwan to break down in tears. Big sis, don't you always claim to be lady? Song Yao Yao tilted her head and smirked. A lady wouldn't try to hit someone. Song Jingwan huffed and sneered in pain. Ha, can you look at what you're doing before you say that? Her bones were about to be crushed. Who knew how much strength was hidden inside Song Yao Yao's weak and harmless-looking body? I'm different from you. Song Yao Yao blinked as she spoke confidently. I have no morals, so don't try to blackmail me with morals. I can hit whomever I want. You. Song Yao Yao endured the pain as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She furiously turned around, ignoring her own image, and gripped Song Yao Yao's hair. I won't let you mess around with me. Either give me back the 200,000 or, Song Yao Yao furrowed her brows in annoyance as she easily grabbed back at Song Jingwan's hair. Her leg bent as she kicked and Song Jingwan subconsciously kneeled in front of her. The girl wore her hair up in a ponytail, revealing her clean forehead. Her appearance was beautiful, and her lips were red like roses. She had an intimidating vibe like the antagonist of a story. Meanwhile, Song Jingwan kneeled in front of her. Those that didn't know would probably think that Beauty Song was being bullied. You only have this role. Nothing else. Song Yao Yao glanced down at her condescendingly. The alluring look in her eyes grew, and as she looked down, her childish vibe completely disappeared. Let me say it one more time. I've already done what I promised. This is the only role I can give you. Take it or leave it. As for the secondary female lead, her lips curved upward slightly. Go fight for it if you have the ability. Don't worry, I've always been open and honest. I won't play any tricks. The winter sun shined in from the window in the stairwell and danced around on the girl's forehead. Her face was like a blooming morning rose. A sweet smile appeared on her lips, almost sweet enough to produce a scent. But her actions were so rough and violent. Her vibe was complex but it strangely matched. Sweet, beautiful, yet bad and wild. Classmate Song, I've already collected all the practice papers. Do you want to look through them? A gentle voice interrupted them. And Firen stood at the top of the stairs and looked toward the narrow corner. Firen, Song Jingwan held back her tears and looked up. Her stiff back relaxed. Her hands dropped and she stopped struggling. The girl's face was covered in tears and her eyelashes were moist. Strands of hair were stuck to her face and she looked pitiful. She was kneeling in front of Song Yao Yao, her clothes in a mess as her jet black hair was being tugged. Anyone that looked at her would pity her. Let alone someone who once liked her, right? Firen, save me. Seeing that Firen wasn't responding, she cursed on the inside and cried harder. She stretched out her hand as she sobbed. I was simply showing my concern for Yao Yao. Who knew she never treated me as an older sister? Song Yao Yao licked her lips and turned her head. There was no shock nor panic on her face. I will look through the papers later. If you're out here, what's everyone else doing? Are they causing trouble? Firen, Song Jingwan froze. She never imagined that the boy who was completely in love with her before, would actually do nothing when he saw her being bullied. And Firen blinked blankly and looked at Song Yao Yao. Sorry, did I disturb you? He asked apologetically. The two hands hanging on his sides pinched his trousers with uneasiness. But the entire time, he only had Song Yao Yao in his eyes. Song Jingwan couldn't believe what she saw. She simply felt as though she was almost drowned by the endless ridicule. And Firen, she growled again, unable to accept the situation. This time, she did not act pitiful. Instead, there was a questioning tone in her voice. Although she didn't like this boy, it didn't mean that she didn't enjoy his admiration toward her. It was a good feeling to be admired. At least, before this, she had enjoyed it. But not now, and Firen shook his head and looked at Song Jingwan in a calm and controlled manner. Jingwan, you've never called me by my name. She had always called him classmate and his voice was as gentle as ever. It was as though there was no sharpness in him whatsoever. His youthful face still had bruises, and he was pale and skinny. As always, he was just as warm and proper. No, something was different. His gaze toward her no longer contained any affection. Song Jingwan realized that Firen was actually quite good looking. He wasn't the type to stun someone at first sight, but his features were clean and comfortable to look at. She blushed as a result of Firen's directness. Can't I call you that now? She asked slowly. Song Yaoyao smiled and let her go. The more she looked at Firen, the more pleasing he appeared. To be honest, if he rushed over like an idiot and tried to speak up for Song Jingwan, then sorry. She would have beaten him up as well. He had already entered the 3rd class, how could he still be thinking about someone from the 1st class? Don't even think about it. Fortunately, the young man was promising. Song Yaoyao was pleased with how quickly he learned. I don't think it's appropriate. And Firen's eyes twitched a little as he stared into Song Jingwan's angry and aggrieved gaze, but he did not look away. Only my good friends and family can call me Firen. You don't like me, am I right? Song Jingwan almost ground her teeth to dust. What kind of creature was Song Yaoyao? Why did people act like they didn't know her after they encountered Song Yaoyao? If you need to go to the nurse's office, I can help you call for someone. But, of course, that's after classmate Song is done with you. By the way, as he looked at the girl standing on the side, his eyes sparkled like stars. Classmate Song, can I call you Yaoyao? As it turned out, Firen had a pair of attractive eyes. As he looked at someone, the focus in his gaze made one feel like they were his entire world. Song Yaoyao shrugged indifferently as she placed her hand on the railing. Up to you. Firen immediately chuckled. Okay, I shall call you Yaoyao from now on. Yaoyao, he tested. Don't call me unless you need something. Also, Song Yaoyao suddenly turned her head and pointed at him. Don't use such a coquettish tone. I don't like boys who are weaker than me. Ahem, I don't. Firen was frightened. His face immediately turned red like a cooked shrimp. He quickly waved his hands. I'm glad that you don't. Seeing his seriousness, Song Yaoyao nodded her head and walked away briskly. Firen was not attracted to Song Yaoyao in a romantic way, he respected her. Even now, he could not forget the first time he saw her. The way she faced the bullies and taught them a lesson even though her eyes were red and teary. She was unbelievably cool. Song Yaoyao, stop right there. Song Jingwan glared at Song Yaoyao's back and yelled at her fiercely. What? The girl's long ponytail swayed. She pouted her lips and turned around, looking down condescendingly from the top of the stairs. Do you want to endure another beating? Song Yaoyao rubbed her wrists as she grinned. You, Song Jingwan said with hatred. However, she swallowed the rest of her words under Song Yaoyao's threats. Meanwhile, Firen watched as Song Yaoyao left and nodded politely at Song Jingwan before he turned to follow her. Firen, Song Jingwan rubbed her cheeks and stood up. There were still tears in her eyes and she looked pitiful. Do you like Song Yaoyao? Firen was stunned by her question and instinctively glanced at Song Yaoyao's back. The girl's steps were quick, her hands were in her pockets, and her ponytail swayed with each step. It appeared as though she hadn't heard what Song Jingwan said. Of course not, Firen denied. Really? Your eyes are telling me otherwise, Song Jingwan said in ridicule. She then brushed her hair behind her ears and continued, didn't you like me before? Who knew your love was so fickle? Firen blinked blankly as he processed these words. He patted on his sleeves and sighed. Love isn't fickle, hate is. Since you don't like me, I won't cause you any more discomfort. Isn't that ideal? Firen asked. He was slow but he wasn't a fool. Back when he was helplessly obsessed with Song Jingwan, all he saw was her good side. Unfortunately, the time that he tripped in front of her and she looked at him in disgust, immediately extinguished his fiery heart. The man spoke slowly and his voice was clean. His eyes were round, his pupils were clear, and he was giving her a look of confusion. But there was no trace of attraction. Go ahead then. Song Jingwan shrugged and walked past him in disdain. You like Song Yaoyao, but you're destined to not receive any reciprocation. How sad. This was the real her. But to her surprise, Firen was not sad. As he thought about Song Yaoyao, his eyes curved and he smiled. Love isn't the only thing that exists in this world, there is also friendship and kinship. Yaoyao is like the sun. Anyone that goes near her is naturally attracted to her. If you insist that I like her, then I admit that I do, but I'm sure that it is not the romantic kind. He really wanted a friend, and Song Yaoyao's vibrant personality naturally attracted him. Hey, Song Yaoyao turned around after walking for quite a bit, and called out, hey you, if you keep nagging, I will throw you down from the top of these stairs, she threatened fiercely. However, her voice was soft and sweet without any lethality. Okay, the sun immediately fell upon the boy's eyes, making them light up in an astounding manner. Firen instantly agreed. Without taking another glance at Song Jingwan, he started bounding toward the girl. He was like a disciple running toward his leader. Song Jingwan stood in place and watched in displeasure as Song Yaoyao and Firen entered the 3rd class. She grit her teeth, threw her script on the ground, and stomped on it. Song Yaoyao, you just wait. A role that was clearly made to brush her off wasn't something that she was cheap enough to accept. She pulled out her phone and walked to the side as she called a number. Hello, brother, can you come to pick me up? Hoo, I don't want to stay here anymore. Please. As Song Yaoyao expected, the class did really well in their practice exam. Apart from Infirin, who got full marks, not a single person passed. Song Yaoyao sat on a chair at the front of the classroom. She scanned her eyes across the room with a slight smile and gently clapped her hands. You guys did so well. Ahem. Tang Xinru was frightened as her eyes met with Song Yaoyao's. She shrunk back her neck and quietly sank down, hiding behind the student in front of her and whispering to the student behind. FCK, Yaoyao's so scary when she's like this. Will she hit us? Ahem. Han Jun was also a little frightened. He glanced at his brother Xuan and saw that he was sitting calmly in his seat with his hands in his pockets, filled with confidence. He praised Shen Xuan on the inside. Big bro is big bro indeed. Look at that presence. He's nothing like these little shrimp. That was when his gaze trailed down and he noticed Shen Xuan's shaking leg. He had grown up with Shen Xuan and knew his habits. For example, his leg would shake when something bothered him. And right now, only one thing could be bothering him. Han Jun glanced at the front of the class and saw Song Yaoyao's gaze. Haha, she's quite frightening indeed. She was scarier than Brother Xuan. Brother Xuan simply hit people when he was angry. Whereas, this doll-like girl not only had a strong fist, she also forced them to do exam questions. The classroom was quiet. A teacher who was checking up on the class noticed that the vibe was a little strange. Without entering, he immediately turned around and slipped away. Song Yaoyao flipped through the papers and quickly remembered everyone's flaws, weaknesses, and strengths. In a short span of time, she quickly thought of several solutions. She remained silent for roughly 10 minutes while everyone hesitated to even breathe. They frowned as they self-reflected. Only when she finished looking at the papers and lifted her head did she realize that something wasn't quite right. What's wrong? Song Yaoyao asked in confusion. As soon as she asked this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo, Yaoyao, we know we're wrong. Sorry for doing so badly. Hit us. Yes, don't give us the silent treatment, it's so scary. If you're unhappy, just hit us. Song Yaoyao, she had met people that demeaned themselves, but never to this extent. However, she was pleased that they were so self-aware. She stood up and clapped her hands. I'm happy that you are so self-aware. I thought things over a moment ago. High-intensity study requires a healthy body. So from today onward, I have designed a fitness plan for you all. You will do 5 laps around the field every day in 1 practice paper. Is that fine? Peef, Yaoyao, just hit us. They'd rather die than do 5 laps around the field. I never knew that you had such a fetish. Song Yaoyao stood up, stretched a little, casually grabbed a broom beside her, and snapped it on her knee. The thick broom snapped just like that. It actually snapped. FCK, Han Jun stared in shock. Who will go first? Song Yaoyao looked at them and smiled. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang, everyone immediately ran outside. Yaoyao, for the sake of your efforts, we have decided to get fit. Song Yaoyao threw the broom onto the ground and dusted off her hands as she nodded proudly. Good, remember to do 10 laps. Didn't you say 5? Because you all failed the exam, you will do double. Song Yaoyao shook her finger. Non-negotiable, run. At that time, in class 3-1, and Ruoyao watched as Song Jingwan walked in disheveled with an obvious red mark on her face, and yelled, oh god. What happened to your face? Who bullied you? What, someone actually bullied our beauty Song? Jingwan, what happened? If you were bullied, we will get justice for you. Song Jingwan's eyes were red as she smiled thankfully at everyone and said in a choked-up voice, thank you, I'm fine. As soon as her voice fell, a tear seeped out from the corner of her eye. Huoning Shi slowly lifted his head. When he saw her in this state, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. What's wrong? He strode over and analyzed Song Jingwan. The boy was very tall, and he already had the slight contours of a man, his childish appearance slowly fading. His voice was deep and husky. Even though it was still cracking, he sounded better than most of the other boys. Song Jingwan's eyelashes twitched and her tears immediately fell harder. She quickly lowered her head and wiped her tears frantically. But the more she wiped her eyes, the more tears fell. It didn't take long before her sleeves were soaked. I'm fine. I'm honestly fine. Stop asking, Ningxi. Song Jingwan lowered her head and rushed back to her seat. In one sweep, she placed all her textbooks into her backpack. And Ruoyao was confused. Jingwan, what are you doing? Why did it seem like she was leaving? Young Master Huo, hurry and question her with me, she said as she stomped her feet anxiously. Song Jingwan bit her lip and cried. Thank you for taking care of me all these years, but we won't be classmates from now on. Hoo. She suddenly buried her head and cried. A few of her close girlfriends saw her in pain and their eyes also turned red as they frantically tried to comfort her. Jingwan, if something's troubling you, tell us about it. We will help you think of something. That's right. If you keep crying, I will start crying too. Huo Ningxi furrowed his brows. He pressed his lips together and walked over to grab her wrist. Was it Song Yaoyao? In Liang, apart from Song Yaoyao, he couldn't think of anyone else with who Song Jingwan had a conflict. After all, she had always had a gentle personality, and it didn't seem like she would offend anyone. He noticed Song Jingwan freeze. A moment later, tears fell even harder and he knew his guess was right. I'll go look for her. He looked down, let go of Song Jingwan, and turned to leave. Ningxi, no, it wasn't her. It really wasn't her. She put on an act and chased after him a little, but Ruoyao held her back. Her face was filled with anger and her cheeks turned red. Don't speak for her. Does she even treat you as an older sister? How can she act so arrogant at school? Does she think the first class is dead? That's right. Let's go. We will go with young Master Huo to get justice for Jingwan. Yes, if anyone is to leave, Song Yaoyao should be the one to leave. Jingwan is Liang's pride, why should she leave? A few of Song Jingwan's admirers saw the situation and quickly followed Huo Ningxi to get justice. Deng Qi and Lu Peng, who had just returned to school, looked at each other. They touched the bruises on their faces and took a deep breath. They quietly sat down and did not move. Not everyone in the first class was from a rich background. In fact, half of them relied entirely on their good grades to get into the class. Normally in this class, when they were bullied, they did not dare to say a word. Now that they were heading off to cause trouble, they naturally had no guts to join in. If something was to go wrong, they would definitely take the blame. They weren't stupid. In the end, they gathered together a dozen or so boys, and they stormed over intimidatingly toward the third class. Jingwan, wipe your tears first. Stop crying. As you can see, everyone cares about you. And Ruoyao handed her a tissue as she comforted her. Thank you. Song Jingwan sobbed and silently wiped her tears as the corner of her lips curved upwards slightly. Oh, Song Yaoyao's going to be miserable. Should we go and watch? Are they going to hit Yaoyao? Song Jingwan stood up and anxiously tugged on Ruoyao. Quick, we can't let them do that. As she spoke, she quickly ran out. And Ruoyao shook her head helplessly. Jingwan, you're too kind. She's already done this to you, yet you're speaking up for her. I'm speechless. But wasn't this what the first class liked about her? Song, Huo Ningxi approached the classroom door, but just as he spoke, he saw a bunch of people running out in a disorderly manner. There were both boys and girls, and it looked like they were about to miss out on something if they were one step slower. He stepped back nimbly, but the others weren't so lucky and were knocked out of the way, toppling over and banging against the wall. Hey, that's too much. FCK, my shoe. The place was a mess. The last to step out was Shen Xuan, and behind him were two boys and one girl. Oh, isn't this young Master Huo? Shen Xuan asked casually as he shoved his hands in his pockets. In his mouth, he was sucking on a lollipop. He had bought it from Song Yaoyao for an exorbitant price. Where's Song Yaoyao? Huo Ningxi furrowed his brows as his gaze swept across him. He looked behind him. Song Yaoyao, come out. I have something to ask you. What's wrong? Song Yaoyao bent over to pick up the textbooks that had been knocked onto the floor. When she heard the boy's voice, she turned her head in confusion. Her eyes were too pure and her gaze was too relaxed, rendering Huo Ningxi speechless. It was someone behind her that said, Song Yaoyao. Come out. Did you hit Jingwan? Yes. Song Yaoyao nodded as she stepped out of the classroom. Shen Xuan moved aside. The girl stood in the doorway looking gentle and weak, but the protection from everyone made her appear really powerful. Are you here to get revenge for her? Song Yaoyao blinked curiously and looked at the unfamiliar boys. You, Huo Ningxi said helplessly. Why did you hit her again? With her temper, his small uncle was the only one who treated her like a precious gem and thought she was an innocent little flower. She wanted to hit me. Shouldn't I fight back? Ahem. Huo Ningxi wanted to laugh. She wanted to hit you. She's not the kind of person to casually hit another person. Oh, so you're saying my Yao Yao hits people just because they don't agree with her? Tang Xinru was displeased with his comment. She sneered and stepped forward as she glared at the people in front of her. You said it, not us. Yes, she admitted to it. TCH. Shen Xuan twitched his lips and sucked loudly on his lollipop. Combined with the hostility in his eyes, it was hard not to feel a little numb looking at him. How do you plan on resolving this matter? Do you want to fight? You, who hadn't heard about Shen Xuan's reputation. He took a step forward, causing the cowardly people to retreat. Do you think we're afraid of you? We have over a dozen people. Peef. Han Jun burst into laughter as he pointed around. Please, look around. I will. The boy mumbled. What's the big deal? FCK. The boy opened his eyes wide and looked at the students from class 3 to 3. They all had strange smiles on their faces and they were surrounding them. Schoolmate, do you want to fight? Shen Xuan approached the boy with a smile and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Trust me, it's better to be hit by us than to be hit by Song Yaoyao. If we hit you, you will, at most, go to the hospital. But if she hits you, you may be dragged straight to the funeral parlor. Why you? The boy was almost scared to death by Shen Xuan, and he lost all his power. When did Song Yaoyao become so prestigious in her class? Her entire class was trying to protect her. Huo Ningxi furrowed his brows without feeling any fear. Song Yaoyao, did you establish a bandit den here? The third class had always been rebellious and a mess. Normally, no one cared about them, and they often skipped classes. But now that Song Yaoyao was here, the brat actually managed to put the mess back into order. Song Yaoyao shrugged and pointed outside. I admit that I hit her, but as I said earlier, she was the one who tried to hit me first. Based on the fact that you will be calling me auntie in the future, I will let you off. She lifted her chin with a grin. Throw him out. As for everyone else, do what you want to them. Hey, who's calling you auntie? Huo Ningxi never expected that Song Yaoyao would be so shameless. She actually said such words in front of everyone. But before he finished speaking, his hands and feet were restrained, and he was carried out into the crowd. Song Jingwan and the others approached, and they were met with this scene. The corridor was a mess and she couldn't find her own people. Song Jingwan's heart tightened. What's happening, Ningxi? She was shocked as she quickly ran over and held onto Huo Ningxi. What happened? Huo Ningxi dusted himself and looked into Song Jingwan's eyes. Jingwan, Song Yaoyao said you tried to hit her first, he said with a lowered voice. Song Jingwan's eyes darted and she quickly brushed him off nervously. How's that possible? She's my sister. Why would I try to hit her? Ningxi, don't you believe me? As he looked at her misty eyes, Huo Ningxi laughed. Yes, I believe you. However, he suddenly realized that the girl he thought he understood was nothing like he expected. What are you guys planning to do? The people around them were fierce and clearly looked like they were about to start a fight. Who knew they'd encounter such a scene? Had the third class been brainwashed by Song Yaoyao? What was so good about her? The situation speaks for itself. Tang Xinru spread her palms. The answer is obvious, Han Jun added. Shen Chuan bit his lollipop and mumbled unclearly, get him. As soon as his command fell, numerous hands reached toward them. But their hits weren't hard. Instead, what the FCK? Who took off my pants? My shoes. FCK. UB asterisk starts. Give me back my underwear. Something white passed through the crowd. Song Yaoyao let out an eek and quickly covered her eyes. What an eyesore. These boys couldn't compare to even a strand of her Gerger's hair. Shen Chuan's lips twitched and his face turned pale as he blocked in front of Song Yaoyao. FC can stop. Hee hee. Han Jun chuckled pervertedly. A bunch of naked chicken. Tang Xinru rolled her eyes and twisted his ears. With their figures, she was not interested in looking at them even though they were standing naked right in front of her. FCK. Are you human? I know right. Fight us head on if you have the guts. Why are you taking off our clothes? Give me back my clothes. FCK. The fierce boys from earlier huddled into balls, hugging their knees in anger. Sigh, and Ruo Yao blushed. She grabbed onto Song Jingwan and dragged her back toward their classroom. Jingwan, let's leave. But, Song Jingwan turned her head slowly. Oh, but what? The third class is made up of a bunch of hooligans. If you stay any longer, they may strip you naked too. Song Jingwan pursed her lips. This is schoolyard violence. I will report this to the teacher. Hearing this, Huo Ningxi shook his head helplessly and said to them, go back to the classroom first. I'll deal with this matter. What was the point of telling the teacher? Could the teacher do anything? Besides, the first class were the ones who started this. Oh okay, Song Jingwan nodded her head as her eyes darted. Ningxi, be careful, Yaoyao is, I don't understand her anymore. The girl lowered her head sadly as tears fell. Huo Ningxi furrowed his brows, but he was well educated, so he couldn't say anything nasty. Especially since this girl was a childhood friend. He waved his hand and shooed Song Jingwan and the others away. After that, he walked toward Song Yaoyao and took a glance at the curled-up classmates on the floor. Fortunately, these people weren't too cruel and left them with their shirts. At that very moment, they were tugging on their shirts and trying to cover the bottom half of their bodies. Looking across the scene, it was a sea of bare skin. It really was. An eyesore. Huo Ningxi held his head and looked into Song Yaoyao's eyes with both anger and amusement. Song Yaoyao, aren't you afraid that my small uncle will find out about this? His gaze fell upon Song Yaoyao. When she heard him, he noticed that a trace of guilt flashed across her eyes. But it didn't take long before she raised her chest and cleared her throat. I didn't see anything. She acted all serious. Huo Ningxi clicked his tongue. If you didn't see anything, why do you look guilty? Song Yaoyao, you're done for. Your eyes aren't clean anymore. Song Yaoyao was indeed feeling guilty, and she had accidentally been discovered by Huo Ningxi. Hey, Shen Chuan placed his hand on Huo Ningxi's shoulder. Young Master Huo, this is a threat. Hearing this, Huo Ningxi laughed. He pointed at the boys on the ground. Do you think I can compare to you? They were frighteningly fierce. Yaoyao, what do you plan to do with these people? And Firen glanced at the watch on his wrist and asked. Them. As Song Yaoyao spoke, she couldn't help but look at them. Once again, her eyes were tarnished. Song Yaoyao was annoyed. What's wrong with you guys? Why would you strip off their clothes? I know, right. The students from class 3 to 3 pointed to themselves and looked at each other. They then started accusing each other. Yaoyao, I didn't start it. Long Hu did it first. Yes, we all saw it. Long Hu had innocently taken the blame. I didn't. Don't make things up. Song Yaoyao, give their clothes back to them. If someone sees. Huo Ningxi had begun to notice that several students from the nearby classrooms were quietly poking their heads out of their windows to look at them. These boys were his classmates, so he couldn't just sit idly by. Even though he felt that they deserved it. Class is almost over. And Firen looked at the time and suggested, I think it's time for a solution. What do you want to do then? And Firen, are you trying to trick me? Let me see you try. Shut up. One of the boys threw his underwear into his face and rolled his eyes. You're already in this state. How dare you talk back? What's giving you the courage to do that? Fish Liang. Hey, Firen, what are you planning to do? Tang Xinru's gaze swept across and Firen and she narrowed her eyes. And Firen blushed. If they want their clothes back, they can buy them with money. FCK, you idiot, what kind of suggestion is that? If you want money, I don't have any. All I have is a life. If worse comes to worst, I'll just streak. Song Yaoyao was indifferent. If these people wanted to get revenge for Song Jingwan, then go ahead. I'll let you guys resolve this matter. If you manage to get money, then we'll think of it as payment for a lesson learned. I won't get involved. She casually waved her hand without stealing the limelight. Tang Xinru was elated as she patted Firen on the shoulder. Good job, you've learned quickly. Keep it up. After saying this, she quickly chased after Song Yaoyao. And Firen's face was red, his appearance was clean and proper, and his voice was gentle and soft. After Tang Xinru and Song Yaoyao left, he finally approached the boys and asked, "This underwear costs 100 yuan. Does anyone want it?" He had a polite temperament, but his words were shocking. In the end, even though they were unwilling, the boys who were there to cause trouble had no choice but to grit their teeth and hand over their money in return for their clothes. In reality, not many people actually saw them in this state. Those that tried to peer in were blocked by the students from the third class. In fact, they couldn't even see their shadows. But they still felt humiliated. This time, their grudge was set. Song Wenchuan arrived quickly after hearing Song Jingwan's crying. Song Jingwan apologized as she sobbed, and paid back the students who had been tricked of their money. She then grabbed her bag and left. Everyone was in an angry mood, but when they saw Song Jingwan crying pitifully, their displeasure was immediately replaced by heartache. Outside the school gates, Song Wenchuan approached. "Jingwan, what's wrong?" He had rushed here from work. His suit was messy and he looked clearly exhausted. Hoo-hoo, Gurgur. Without explaining anything, Song Jingwan pounced into his arms and bawled her eyes out. Song Wenchuan was slightly stunned. His hands froze in midair, and it took a while before he patted her on the back to see if she was okay. He sighed. "Don't cry. Were you bullied?" When she heard this, Song Jingwan cried even harder. Song Wenchuan wasn't good at comforting people. He furrowed his brows as his eyes almost overflowed with worry. "Did someone bully you? Don't be afraid, tell me and I will get justice for you. Where's Yao Yao? Is she okay?" At first, Song Jingwan felt comforted. But when she heard Song Wenchuan mention Song Yao Yao, her anger immediately exploded. "Song Yao Yao, Song Yao Yao. When will you stop mentioning her name? Is she your only sister?" A popular Malaysian singer who has a famous song called Courage. Song Jingwan lifted her head and looked at Song Wenchuan angrily. "When are you going to give me some attention as well? I also get unhappy and upset. Who do you think would bully me at school? Apart from Song Yao Yao, who would do that?" Song Wenchuan looked into her eyes and saw extreme anger. His hand froze just as it was about to pat her on the head and he slowly lowered it. "Jingwan, most of your unhappiness originates from Yao Yao. Perhaps you should try and accept her. That might make things easier," Song Wenchuan said. "TCH, accept her." Song Jingwan bit her lip, refusing to bow down. Impossible. After the incident at the mountain resort, how could they exist side by side in peace? "Jingwan, both of you are my sisters." Song Wenchuan sighed. He couldn't understand. Song Jingwan already received love from his parents, yet she was so possessive that she wouldn't allow him to give Song Yao Yao a little more attention. Was female jealousy this strong? Then do you know how Song Yao Yao treated me today? Song Jingwan cried and pulled up her sleeves. There were bruises around her wrists. She restrained my hands and pushed my face against the wall. She also pulled on my hair and forced me to kneel in front of her. Even my classmates saw it. Do you know how that felt? Song Wenchuan was shocked to discover that he felt quite indifferent when he heard these complaints. He was like an observer that stood idly by as she made a fuss. He grew up with Song Jingwan, but even now, he did not understand her. She seemed to be unconsciously complaining, but the truth was, she secretly analyzed his gaze from the corner of her eyes. "Stop crying for now," he patted her on the shoulder comfortingly. "Why did Yao Yao do that to you? Can you tell me the reason? If she's really wrong, I will definitely side with you." Song Jingwan's back stiffened and she stopped crying in disbelief. She opened her eyes wide and took a couple of steps back, avoiding Song Wenchuan's comforting actions. "You don't believe me. I simply want to know what happened," Song Wenchuan replied. "I don't want to talk about it. Did you consider my feelings when you asked this?" Song Jingwan's voice was cold as she wiped her tears and opened the car door. "Let's go home. I'm tired." "Jingwan." Song Wenchuan furrowed his brows. He was a little frustrated when he saw that she refused to communicate with him. As the car turned onto the asphalt road, Song Wenchuan handed Song Jingwan a tissue. "Wipe your face. You won't look pretty if you keep crying." Song Jingwan accepted the tissue and lowered her eyes. Hostility slowly appeared in her gaze. "Can't you just be my brother?" she mumbled. "Jingwan, stop joking." Song Wenchuan furrowed his brows. "I know a really good psychiatrist. Let me take you to see him." "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" "I'm fine. Why should I see a psychiatrist?" The girl's sharp voice resounded inside the car. During this time, she had suffered so much at school while Song Yao Yao's school life had been improving by the day. Song Jingwan was about to lose her mind and her heart was a mess. She wasn't about to let Song Yao Yao steal everything from her. "That's not what I meant. I simply think you're giving yourself too much stress." Song Wenchuan undid his tie. He had no idea how to explain this to her. "I'm not sick. I won't see a psychiatrist." Song Jingwan turned her head and looked out the window angrily. She dug her nails into her palms, leaving red crescent moon marks on her hands. If he couldn't be her brother alone, then he should just disappear. She was not sharing his love. "Jingwan, be careful." Just as she thought this, the car abruptly veered to the side. Song Jingwan stared ahead in shock, her pupils constricting. A big truck had lost control and was flying toward them. At that moment, Song Wenchuan used all his strength to turn the steering wheel, facing the driver's seat into the line of impact. Song Jingwan was wrapped up by a pair of arms. She blinked her eyes in a daze as something sounded beside her ear. Drip drop, drip drop, drip drop. On the athletic field, a bunch of boys and girls were dripping sweat. All of a sudden, a small figure fell and lay on the floor without any response. Song Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Shen Xuan's usually roguish smile faded as he ran toward Song Yao Yao like he had lost his mind. Tang Xinru was shocked. Her knees fell weak as she also ran toward Song Yao Yao. behind Shen Xuan, and Firen followed without a sound, but his steps were also hurried. Blood. Blood was everywhere. The car was turned into a pile of useless metal. The person in the driver's seat was rendered unrecognizable by the blood on his face. His breathing was weak, and his arms and legs were twisted. Huff. Song Yaoyao's eyes flew open and cold sweat fell into her eyes, stinging them. Yao. Hoo, I'm so glad that you're fine. Song Yaoyao felt a body pounce against her before she managed to make a sound. Tang Xinru lay carefully beside her, her eyes swollen from crying. Next to her ear was the sound of a machine. Her arms were too weak to move. She blinked her eyes in surprise. You're awake. The boy's voice was low and raspy. The doctor said this was due to lack of exercise. You should get a checkup at the hospital, and Firen looked over. Are you feeling okay, Yao? Should we take you to the hospital? Hoo, stupid Yao. You really scared me. Tang Xinru's voice was choked up. She gritted her teeth and pinched the girl gently. But Song Yaoyao didn't sense anything. Her usually sparkly eyes were dazed and staring straight at the wall. Blood slowly faded from her retina and the white wall of the nurse's office finally came into view. She also noticed the worried faces of the third class looking at her from the doorway. She suddenly threw off her blanket and ran out barefooted. Tang Xinru yelled in surprise, Yao, where are you going? Shen Xuan's eyelids twitched as he quickly grabbed onto her waist to stop her. Hostility slowly appeared in his eyes as he glared at the person next to him. You call this fine? How did you examine her? She's clearly unwell. FCK. He cursed quietly. Huo Ningxi heard about the news and rushed over. As he arrived, he was met with this scene. The girl's face turned pale and her eyes became misty. Huo Ningxi felt as though he lost his soul and his heart began to hurt. Hoo, Yao, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Tang Xinru wiped her tears helplessly. Let's go to the hospital first, Huo Ningxi mumbled. At a time like this, all grudges could be temporarily brushed aside. Song Yaoyao was clearly unwell and dazed. Yes, that's right. Shen Xuan furrowed his brows. Do we have a car? Everyone fell silent. At this time of the day, their drivers had not arrived yet. It was Firen who said, I can borrow my uncle's car. Take Yao to the school gates first. I'll go look for my uncle right away. After speaking, he turned and ran out. At this time, no one was in the mood to think about who his uncle was. They simply breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Xinru held onto Song Yaoyao's shoe. Yao, put your shoes on first. Don't be scared, we are going to the hospital. The hospital. Song Yaoyao's eyelashes twitched and she suddenly snapped out of her daze. She patted on Shen Xuan's arm, gesturing for him to let her down. The sound of her voice made Tang Xinru's heart break. It was low and raspy, and it reminded her of a kitten forcing a cry from its throat. I'm fine, she sniffed as she stepped onto the ground and put on her shoes. Let's go. After what had just happened, Song Yaoyao's brain felt as though it was being pierced by needles. The moment she stepped on the ground, her legs felt weak. Shen Xuan stretched out his hand, but Huo Ningxi blocked him. His lips curved as he looked into Shen Xuan's eyes with his burning gaze. Meanwhile, Tang Xinru helped Song Yaoyao out. Although everyone was worried about Song Yaoyao, they couldn't skip class together and go to the hospital. Besides, even if they were willing, Song Yaoyao would not allow it. Let's fight later. Shen Xuan smirked as he looked into Huo Ningxi's eyes and raised his eyebrows. I've never liked the look of you. Huo Ningxi laughed, but he was not amused. What a coincidence, I felt the same about you. After their exchange, the two boys left side by side and followed behind Song Yaoyao. At the hospital, emergency room, Zhou Manli had collapsed from crying. Despair was written all over her body and face as she sat on the ground, disregarding her image. However, at a time like this, anyone that looked at her would simply feel a sense of pity. She was a mother, and two of her children were involved in a car accident. Moreover, her only son was being resuscitated in the emergency operating theater, and his condition was unclear. Any mother in her position would feel the same sense of despair. Yao, who are you looking for? Tang Xinru followed behind Song Yaoyao. Listen to me, go get a checkup first. Yao. She tried to grab onto Song Yaoyao, but someone grabbed her wrist instead. And Firen looked at her silently and shook his head. Something must be wrong. She's smart. She knows what she's doing. But, Tang Xinru nodded her head. Okay. Shen Xuan narrowed his eyes as his gaze fell upon the boy. All of a sudden, he sneered. Song Yaoyao wasn't actually sure whether Song Wenquan was in trouble. She didn't have the contact details for anyone from the Song family, and Song Wenquan's phone was switched off. If she could, she would hope for none of it to be true. That was when she spotted Zhou Manli kneeling outside the emergency theater, crying her heart out. Song Yaoyao's lips pursed together and her eyes lowered. The scene in her mind had come true. Song Wenquan really? She suddenly felt overwhelmed by sadness. Apart from Huo Yonk, Song Wenquan was the second person who treated her nicely after she came to this world. I've begun to treat you like my real brother. How could you? She blinked her eyes, trying to force back her tears. In the novel, Song Wenquan may have already died by now, but didn't she already help him avoid it last time? This time, she could definitely do it too. Tang Xinru and the others did not understand what Song Yaoyao had experienced. All they sensed was that her vibe had changed and there was a sense of determination. Song Yaoyao clenched her fists and stepped forward. Yao. Song Rui sensed something and saw the pale-faced girl approaching with her clenched fists as soon as he turned around. What are you doing here? His voice was a little stiff without any affection. Tang Xinru and the others spotted Song Rui and Zhou Manli. Immediately, they understood why Song Yaoyao had insisted on running upstairs. So this was the case. But who had gotten in an accident? Who would make her react this way? Tang Xinru assumed it wasn't Song Jingwan. Even if Song Jingwan died, Song Yaoyao would probably not shed a tear. Tang Xinru had a foreboding feeling. She took a deep breath and stood from a distance without following her any further. Song Yaoyao's here. Zhou Manli suddenly lifted her head, tears in her eyes, and spotted a beautiful face looking at her. In an instant, the hatred in her heart sprouted and grew into a huge tree. She didn't know where she got the strength, but she suddenly stood up and pushed Song Yaoyao. Thump! Song Yaoyao was caught by surprise and she fell on the floor. Pain immediately spread through her body and tears began to form in her eyes. But she quickly blinked them back. When no one who loved her was around, who was she crying for? Yao Yao. Tang Xinru immediately rushed over. Song Yaoyao. You jinx. How dare you come here? What did you do to Chuan? He just left the school. You are so unlucky, you little troublemaker. You won't let us live in peace even after you've left. You did this to me before, now you're doing it to your brother. Let me tell you, Song Yaoyao, if something happens to Chuan, you won't be able to live in peace either. What are you talking about? As he listened to Zhou Manli's ridiculous rant, Song Rui maintained a bit of logic. When he saw that everyone was looking at them, he grabbed onto Zhou Manli's arm and warned her quietly. If this was in the past, Zhou Manli may have actually backed off. But now, both of her most beloved children were in the operating theater. Her only son, her most capable son. Her son was in the emergency operating theater. How could she maintain her logic in this situation? Her eyes turned red and bloodshot as she glared at Song Yaoyao fiercely like an angry poltergeist. Song Yaoyao, why aren't you the one who's dying? Everyone was shocked. On the surface, this girl was also her daughter. But, she was obviously treated differently. Clearly, this woman acted like a good mother, but to Song Yaoyao, she was not good at all. Is something wrong with you? Tang Xinru helped Song Yaoyao up. She was so angry that she was about to cry. She hugged Song Yaoyao, turned to Zhou Manli, and yelled, if something's wrong, then you should go see a psychiatrist. What does this have to do with Yaoyao? If Yaoyao was really a jinx, then why are you still alive after the way that you've treated her? Slap. Zhou Manli's chest heaved as pain spread across her palm. Yaoyao, are you crazy? FCK. This is too much. The slap was aimed at Tang Xinru's face, but Song Yaoyao quickly shielded her. The slap landed on the back of her head. Song Yaoyao's head was already in pain to begin with, so this slap amplified it, causing her eyes to immediately darken. Zhou Manli. Song Rui was shocked. His face turned pale as he gripped onto Zhou Manli's wrist. This is the hospital, not a place for you to cause drama. What are you doing? Can you shut up and think of it as good karma for your kids? Tell her to leave then. I don't want to see her. Zhou Manli pointed at Song Yaoyao with hatred. He lowered his head and looked around. Fortunately, this was a private hospital that was founded by several rich families and they didn't treat many people at the one time. So, he wasn't worried that the nurses and doctors would spread news about what had happened that day. If it really happened, he wouldn't be able to handle the humiliation. Seeing that Zhou Manli wasn't backing down, and was persistent about not existing in the same space as Song Yaoyao, Song Rui held his breath. He pursed his lips and said in a lowered voice, Yaoyao, why don't you go home first? Your mom and I are here. You can visit when your brother's life is no longer in danger. It sounded like a negotiation, but his tone was firm. No, I won't allow that. Even though Song Rui said this, Zhou Manli was not satisfied. She is a jinx. As long as she is around, she's bad luck for our Chuan and Wanwan. Even when Chuan recovers, I won't allow her to see him. The smell of gunpowder lingered in the air and Shen Chuan's expression sunk. Tang Xinru's eyes also turned red. From the moment that she first met Yaoyao, she had never let her suffer in this way. The third class doted on her, and small uncle Huo spoiled her. What right did these parents have to take their temper out on their Yaoyao? If they could treat her like this in public, clearly, Yaoyao led a horrible life at home. She hugged Song Yaoyao and glared back at the couple without any fear. Is your word final? What year are we in? Why are you still so superstitious? What right do you have to call Yaoyao a jinx? You might think Yaoyao is a jinx, but in my eyes, Song Jingwan is. After all, she was the one who was in the car with Song Wenchuan. You, where did you come from? How dare you interrupt when an elder is speaking? Enough. Song Rui grabbed Zhou Manli and furrowed his brows as he recognized Shen Chuan and Tang Xinru. If she wants to stay then let her stay. If you continue talking recklessly, then go home. How can I relax when Chuan and Jingwan haven't come out yet? Zhou Manli shrieked. Then quiet down and shut up. Song Rui growled. His sharp gaze fell upon Zhou Manli, causing her to shiver. She finally realized what was happening as her mouth opened. She then sat back down in frustration. Every second outside the emergency theater was tortuous. Song Yaoyao hugged her knees and leaned against the wall in a spot that was far from the Song couple. Tang Xinru was heartbroken. She sniffed. Yaoyao, brother Song will definitely be fine. Really, you're like a lucky koi. You will definitely bless your brother. Really, Song Yaoyao rested her chin on her knee as her feathery eyelashes lowered. Her lips were so pale that there was no color to them. It would be great if that was true, but there's no such thing as certain luck. She thought things would be fine after she helped Song Wenchuan avoid death once. Who knew he'd still get into a car accident? The sun rises until midday and begins to fall, the moon becomes full and begins to wane. Everything had its limit and she had a feeling that she may have run out of luck. Ding! The doors to the emergency operating theater flew open and two nurses stepped out covered in blood. They spoke quickly. The patient has intracranial bleeding, his ribs are broken, and his kidneys are punctured. We can't stop the bleeding. Where is his family? We need you to sign a consent form. A medical waiver appeared in front of them. When Joe Manley heard the nurse's words, she stepped back and her head buzzed. A second later, a cry of sorrow and despair sounded. I'm not signing. I will never sign this. Joe Manley was held back, and her feet began to feel weak. Hatred flashed in her eyes and she gritted her teeth. I command you to save my son. If you can't, then I will take your lives as compensation. The nurse had seen many people like this in the past. There were big shots all over this hospital, so she wasn't afraid. She simply smiled sarcastically. Go ahead and don't sign it. If you don't, then we can't continue in the operating theater. For the patient, every second puts him in more danger. Think about it. Song Yaoyao immediately stood up and approached the nurse. Sister, can I sign it? You. The girl's voice was choked up and pitiful. The nurse glanced sideways and saw the pale-faced girl. Are you 18 yet? What is your relationship with the patient? She asked. As long as she was over 18, she could take responsibility. Yes. Song Yaoyao grabbed the pen and quickly signed her name on the waiver. He is my brother. Please save him. Thank you. Song Yaoyao. Joe Manley stretched out her hand to snatch the paper, but the nurse quickly collected it. Who let you sign that? Who let you? What right do you have to do that? Get lost. I've never thought of you as my daughter. Get lost. Her voice was sharp and cruel. No one understood why she treated her daughter like that. The person in the operating theater was her child, but wasn't the girl outside the theater also her child? She was pitiful, yet hateful. What a coincidence. Song Yaoyao's finger curled. She turned around and glared at Joe Manley with her dark eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips. I never treated you like my mother either. You're not worthy. Fine, then I shall break all bonds with you here. From today onward. Even at your age, you can't understand your children. All of a sudden, an authoritative voice sounded from the elevator. Elder Huo stepped out with an unfriendly expression. You. Song Rui was shocked. He quickly approached and bowed slightly. Elder Huo, you're also at this hospital. Elder Huo sneered and walked right past him, ignoring his awkwardly outstretched hand. Not everyone was worthy of shaking hands with him. Precious Yaoyao, have you been wronged? He walked over and stretched out his hand toward Song Yaoyao. He rubbed her head. Don't be sad, Yaoyao. Grandfather is here. If they don't love you, I'll love you. Your Gurgur is on his way. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll get him to teach them a lesson. Grandfather, how did you know? Song Yaoyao's tears immediately started falling. She lifted her hand to wipe them, but more fell out like a broken string of pearls. However, the girl remained obedient without causing a fuss. Her quietly crying expression was heartbreaking to look at. Nothing can escape my ears in this hospital, Elder Huo said as he patted her on the back. His voice was comforting and gentle. Don't cry. If Young sees you like this, he'll be heartbroken. Okay, I won't cry. Song Yaoyao quickly wiped her tears and glanced at the closed doors of the emergency operating theater. Grandfather, my brother is. He'll be fine. Elder Huo wrapped his arm around her shoulder. His presence was like a sedative that calmed her. The surgery had to continue. Elder Huo was keeping Song Yaoyao company. She opened her palm slowly and realized it was wet and covered in a layer of cold sweat. She didn't want Song Wenchuan to die. The escalator dinged and opened again. The man leading the way was followed by an entourage as he hurried out. Huo Ningxi was originally leaning against the wall, slowly rubbing his wrists. When he saw the arriving man, he immediately stood upright. Small uncle. Where is she? Huo Yunk lifted his hand to undo the buttons on his shirt and looked over. The girl was standing beside Elder Huo in one piece. He clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yaoyao. He pursed his lips and walked quickly. The bodyguards that he brought along surrounded the entire area. For these people, the Song family's bodyguards were far from enough. The familiar voice immediately snapped Song Yaoyao back to reality. Before her mind reacted, her body had already rushed over to the man and thrown itself into his arms. Gurgur. The man's snowy breath surrounded her, comforting her down to her bones. The man lifted his head and wiped her tears with his fingers. His voice was low. Why are you crying? Song Yaoyao sobbed and grabbed onto his sleeve. I couldn't help it. Her eyelashes were moist and her hair was a mess. Ever since he arrived, Joe Manley had suddenly fallen silent like she was frozen in place. As she sat on the side, sad tears fell from her eyes. Song Rui's head felt uncomfortably heavy. His eyes fell upon Song Yaoyao. This daughter was quite capable, unfortunately, she was not on their side. This was something that he had just realized. Back when Joe Manley said that she wasn't their daughter anymore, he noticed that the girl did not look sad at all. In fact, she looked at Joe Manley as though she was looking at a stranger. There was no sadness, no happiness, no hatred, and no anger. Don't move. Song Yaoyao lifted her gaze. There was a gentle pat on her head. A moment later, everything turned dark. The man had pulled her head into his arms. His charming and pleasant voice sounded above her head. It was cold like snow, but it gave Yaoyao a sense of security. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but wrap her arms around the man. Lu Yu was dragged out of bed. As he arrived, he was still waking up. He had his pajamas on and he was wearing a pair of slippers. Hey, Huo Qi, this is too much. His struggles were futile. With one hand, Huo Qi dragged him into the hospital. Everyone looked over. Lu Yu patted his messy hair and looked at all the eyes that were looking at him. He waved his hand. Hi. The depressing atmosphere grew more stale. Lu Yu's lips twitched in displeasure. So who did you drag me out of bed to save? From the moment that he entered the hospital, he already sensed what was happening. Go disinfect yourself first. Stop talking nonsense. Huo Qi took him to get disinfected and changed. He was then pushed toward the doors of the operating theater by the director of the hospital. Wait, who are you people? Zhou Manli's eyes were swollen like walnuts as she stared at Lu Yu and Huoqi with caution. What are you doing? Where is Chuan? Is he coming out soon? FCK, who are you, old lady? Lu Yu insulted. He was the ultimate genius. Normally, apart from acting modest in front of Huo Yonk, no one else was treated that nicely. Elder Huo shook his head. So clueless. If Lu Yu can't save him, then no one can. Song Rui was stunned. Lu Yu, the Lu Yu who was internationally renowned. The genius of the medical world. Apparently, no hospital managed to hire him after he returned to China. It turned out, he was scouted by the Huos. Song Rui was immediately overjoyed. Dr. Lu, please save my son. As long as you can save him, I am willing to give you anything. TCH, do you think I would be interested in your stuff? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. If not for Huo Yonk, he wouldn't even be there. The door to the emergency operating theater opened and Lu Yu walked in with a serious expression. At the same time, he received Song Wenchuan's medical report. The more he looked at it, the faster his eyelids twitched. However, Zhou Manli lost her mind. She had never heard of Lu Yu before. All she saw was a disheveled young man who looked like a hooligan. So she grabbed onto him stubbornly and did not let him go. Who are you? Did Song Yao Yao call you? Don't hurt my son. Zhou Manli. Song Rui's temples twitched. At this moment, Song Yao Yao's patience reached its limit. She suddenly strode over, wrapped her hand around Zhou Manli's neck, and pressed her against the wall. Everyone was caught by surprise. Her eyes were bloodshot and veins popped out from her hands as hostility filled the air. The whites of Zhou Manli's eyes began to show. She hit Song Yao Yao's hand frantically, but Song Yao Yao lifted her with one hand and she felt her feet leave the ground. If you were to die today, I wouldn't even blink. If you want Song Wenchuan to live, then behave, otherwise, I don't mind killing you right here. Tang Xinru and the others stood at a distance and opened their mouths in shock. Lu Yu, are you going in or not? The man's voice was indifferent without any fluctuation. Everyone was stunned. Elder Huo was the only one who snapped out of his daze quickly. He smiled, not minding what Song Yao Yao was doing. To be honest, what was the big deal if she killed her so-called mother? It wasn't like the Huos couldn't protect her. For this brainless woman, death was ideal. But, the girl's hands were clean and fair, it wasn't right for her to take on this responsibility. Elder Huo looked at his son, he was already moving. He quietly approached Song Yao Yao, but he did not stop her. Meanwhile, Song Rui was losing his patience. He wanted to walk over and pull Song Yao Yao away. There was something wrong with the current Song Yao Yao. It was like she was possessed without any sense of humanity. Huo Yonk lifted his chin slightly. Huo stopped Song Rui with one hand. Song Rui's mind was a mess and his hands trembled. Zhou Manli's face was red and swollen. If Song Yao Yao applied any more strength, Song Rui was sure that his wife would die right in front of him. Song Yao Yao, she is your mother. Have you lost your mind? Song Yao Yao did not move, she completely ignored him. Song Rui called for his bodyguards, but Huo and his men blocked them and they were unable to get through. Down the hospital corridor which smelled of disinfectant, every second was precious inside the emergency theater, while outside, death filled the air. Zhou Manli truly sensed despair. Her breathing slowed down and her hands fell weak. Elder Huo's lips twitched. Small uncle, hurry and stop Song Yao Yao. Huo Ningxi said anxiously, she's going to kill someone. Huo Yonk burst into laughter. I know, so what? He stood calmly beside Song Yao Yao like a guardian with his dark eyes and mighty presence. He was like a sharp blade that had already experienced the taste of blood. Huo Yonk was too casual about the entire thing. He played with the prayer beads on his wrist, and his lowered eyes were filled with benevolence. But everyone knew that it was all an illusion. It felt like a long time passed, but it had only been a few short minutes. Yao Yao, calm down. Tang Xinru couldn't get through and she began to break out in a cold sweat. Have you forgotten? No matter how awful she is still the person that gave birth to Brother Song. You don't want him to hate you after he wakes up. Snap. Song Yao Yao snapped out of her daze and let go. Zhou Manli fell to the ground weakly, holding onto her neck and coughing. Horror filled her eyes as she looked at Song Yao Yao and retreated. Her arrogance had completely disappeared. Sigh. A low sigh echoed through the corridor. The man had been waiting for this moment. He pulled the girl into his arms and covered her eyes with his hands, comforting her quietly. And Firen watched with admiration and suddenly asked, who is that man? Tang Xinru sighed, retrieved her gaze, and actually felt a little disappointed that nothing happened to Zhou Manli. But she knew that this way of thinking was wrong. Zhou Manli deserved to die, but not at the expense of tarnishing Yao Yao's hands. Him, the infamous, Mr. Huo. Haven't you heard of him before? Mr. Huo, and Firen nodded, suddenly feeling a little nervous. I heard about him as soon as I returned to China, but I had never seen him. Who knew he was so young? He then looked at Huo Ningxi. He had called the man his small uncle. The first time that Tang Xinru met Huo Yonk, she was also surprised. But now, she had accepted this reality. A black shirt enveloped the man's broad shoulders and firm chest, and his arms were strong. He was tall and majestic, the only person who could speak such reckless words and allow the girl to act inappropriately in front of him. Even if she tore the sky down, he would have a way to fix it for her. For some reason, that was the feeling that Firen got when he looked at him. He lowered his head, feeling a little self-conscious. Compared to a mature man, he still had a lot of catching up to do. The door to the emergency theater opened and Zhou Manli instantly looked over. Lu Yu was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and shook his head as he looked at Huo Yonk. Things don't look optimistic. He has an intracranial hemorrhage but his body may not be strong enough to undergo surgery. Song Yaoyao listened to Huo Yunqi's heartbeat and her worries eased. When she heard Lu Yu's comment, she suddenly asked, "Can I go in?" Lu Yu was stunned. "What do you want to do?" Before Song Yaoyao replied, Huo Yunqi patted her on the shoulder and said, "Go get changed and disinfected. I'll prepare everything else." At a time like this, everything was a waste of time. Song Yaoyao nodded and ran toward the disinfection room. As she passed by Shen Xuan, she said, "Help me fetch my silver needles from grandfather Shen." Okay. Once everything was prepared, Song Yaoyao followed Lu Yu inside. Zhou Manli opened her mouth. Before she managed to stop her, Song Yaoyao glared at her coldly. "If you cause trouble again, I won't be holding back this time." Zhou Manli had already wasted too much time. The surgery was extremely long and not a single person left. It wasn't until the sun rose the next day that the emergency theater doors finally opened again. Zhou Manli covered her mouth, but she couldn't contain her emotional cries. Her son had been saved. Song Yaoyao was helped out by a nurse. The nurse who was supporting her no longer treated her like a child. Instead, she saw her as a traditional Chinese doctor who was worthy of respect. If she didn't use her silver needles on Song Wenquan's acupuncture point to control the bleeding in his skull, the surgery would not have been a success. Huo Yunqi approached immediately. "Song Yaoyao, who let you in there?" Zhou Manli regained her composure. She hated Song Yaoyao to death, so she lifted her hand to hit her. Fortunately, her son was fine. If he wasn't brought back to life, she would have taken Song Yaoyao's life as compensation. She was ready to give up everything. Slap. Huo Yunqi pulled the girl into his arms and blocked Zhou Manli's attack with his hand. He slowly glanced sideways, his eyes dark like an abyss that never saw the light of day. His coldness was apparent. "Mrs. Song," he pressed his lips together. "As an adult, you don't seem to think very logically. I'm sure Mr. Song has seen clearly what's right and wrong. Mr. Song, I suggest you take Mrs. Song to the mental hospital for a checkup." Huo Yunqi leaned forward and lifted the girl in his arms. The girl huddled up lovingly in his embrace and slowly closed her eyes. Her eyelashes twitched a little. Yes, yes, yes. Song Rui couldn't voice his grievances. He simply made an eye gesture at the bodyguards, signaling for them to block Zhou Manli and stop her from causing any more trouble. "I will definitely listen to Mr. Huo's suggestion." When the man heard this, the emotions on his face did not change at all. Instead, he sincerely added another suggestion. "Lu Yu is quite an authoritative figure in the psychiatry field. If you don't mind, you can ask Lu Yu to examine your wife." Hearing this, Lu Yu wiped his hands on his coat, glanced at them sideways, and sneered, "She's beyond saving. Just send her straight to the mental hospital." Song Wenquan was temporarily out of the danger zone, so Zhou Manli was a lot more relaxed. At that moment, her tiredness finally caught up to her. When she heard what Lu Yu said, she gritted her teeth and glared at him. But all she got back in return was a look of ridicule. "Mr. Huo, no matter what, Song Yaoyao is still a part of the songs. I will be taking her home with us today," Song Rui said bravely as he clenched his fists. Song Yaoyao's eyes flew open and she said in a raspy voice, "You just said earlier that you wanted to break all ties with me. Were you B*LLSH*TTING? Song Yaoyao, a child shouldn't curse." Huo Yunqi patted her on the back as he corrected her. However, his voice did not sound stern. "Mr. Huo," Zhou Manli pursed her lips. "Don't tell me you don't want to let go." "How's that possible?" Huo Yunqi looked at her with a doubtful gaze and said politely with a smile, "But, how do you know she's your daughter?" Song Rui was surprised as he looked at Zhou Manli with suspicion. Zhou Manli was flustered. Raising the tone of her voice, she said sharply, "She crawled out of my stomach." "What do you mean she's not mine? Also, Song Rui, what's with your gaze? Do you think I cheated on you?" Song Rui did not say anything. When Elder Huo saw that he no longer had any business there, he turned and left happily. Lu Yu was amused. What a great show. He looked at Huo Yunqi, waiting for his response. But all he saw was the man carrying Song Yaoyao out with slight amusement in his voice. She has the choice not to be. As long as Song Yaoyao was unwilling to do something, no one could force her otherwise. 4. What a high-level response. Even though he saw the situation, Lu Yu didn't seem to think the songs had suffered enough as he added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that although your son was saved, his brain suffered serious trauma and some of his nerves were damaged. So, he may have been brought back to life, but he will have a lot of residual problems. But the songs have plenty of money. I'm sure you can afford to get him treatment." Just as the couple was about to faint, Lu Yu smirked and spread his palms casually. For example, he could end up in a vegetative state, his consciousness could remain intact but he could be paralyzed, or his body could be fine but he would be mentally disabled. "I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm just helping you to mentally prepare so you won't be too distraught." After saying this, he waved his sleeves and walked away in a carefree manner. This car accident had heavy casualties, the truck driver died at the scene, and a 30-car pileup followed behind it. On that same day, it appeared on all the local headlines and even became a trending topic on Weibo. The songs were extremely anxious about this. As soon as the news went out, they immediately tried to suppress it. All the public ended up knowing was that a luxury car was involved in an accident and the car had been totaled. However, they were yet to know who the victims were. While the netizens were sharing their opinions, Song Yaoyao saw the inspection report as well as the surveillance findings from the police. The Bentley did not break any rules, the truck was in the wrong. It tilted due to an excessive load and rammed into the oncoming car on the other side of the road. Following standard trajectory, the first person to be hit should have been the front passenger, but because Song Wenquan reacted quickly, he turned the steering wheel and shielded Song Jingwan who was sitting in the passenger's seat. Song Yaoyao sat on the sofa indifferently as she listened to Huo Ju's investigation results. This was her first time meeting Huo Ju. He was in his 20s, but he had a calm and introverted vibe that was not normal for a youngster of his age. And, she asked as she lifted her gaze. What do you mean? Huo Ju was surprised, not quite understanding Song Yaoyao's question. He shrugged his shoulders. The results are as you see them. Song Wenchuan sustained most of the impact, so he's in the ICU, while Song Jingwan simply suffered minor injuries. It was quite a miracle that she didn't even break a single bone. Song Yaoyao laughed. Has she woken up? This was their first meeting, and Huo Ju had always been curious about the girl that the master treasured, but he was too introverted to show it. Song Yaoyao was beautiful as expected, but she was surprisingly young. Although she was stunning when she laughed, Huo Ju felt a sense of coldness. He nodded. Yes, she's awake. Our people have been keeping an eye on her. Thank you. Song Yaoyao stepped off the sofa and started walking outside. Huo Yong had just finished work. Since Song Wenchuan's car accident, almost 3 days had already passed. But Song Wenchuan still hadn't woken up. As a result, the Huo manor had been depressing and silent without the girl's cheerful laughing. Where are you going? He raised an eyebrow and looked at the girl. Gerger, Song Jingwan woke up, she said as she buried herself in his arms and breathed in his fresh and snowy scent. She closed her eyes. I want to go see her. She wasn't seeing Song Wenchuan, she was seeing Song Jingwan. No good was to result from this. But Huo Yong did not question her. He ran his hand through her hair and replied, okay, do you want me to go with you? I will go on my own. Song Yaoyao shook her head. Although her Gerger knew she was violent, she was too embarrassed to fight in front of him. Huo Yong did not insist. He gave her complete freedom and space. Okay, he nodded. Huo Ju, you go with her. Song Yaoyao opened her mouth but her lips were covered by the man's slender finger. Don't make me worry about you, okay? One couldn't really hear the concern in the man's voice, but these words already explained everything. Song Yaoyao's nose stung a little as she quickly nodded her head. Okay. Don't get hurt. If you need to do something, tell Huo Ju to do it for you. Huo Yong glanced at Huo Ju. His back straightened and he said with respect, don't worry, Master Huo, as long as I'm there, I won't let Miss Song get hurt at all. Then, go ahead and return quickly. Inside a regular room of the hospital. The doctor flipped through Song Jingwan's medical records as he patiently questioned her about her condition. Are you dizzy? Does it hurt anywhere? Song Jingwan lay in bed, connected to a drip. Hearing the doctor's questions, her eyes turned red and she shook her head. My brother. He's fine, he's fine. Jo Manley began to cry as well when she saw her daughter cry. She spoke gently and patted her comfortingly. He's been resuscitated. He'll be fine. You should get some rest and not think too much. Both you and your brother are my life. If something happened to either of you, how would I have continued to live? The doctor and nurse looked at each other and slowly retreated. This was all my fault. Song Jingwan bit her lip until it began to bleed. If I didn't force him to pick me up from school, the car accident wouldn't have happened. Mom, you should scold me. Hoo-hoo, this was all my fault. How could you be blamed for this? Jo Manley said with hatred, it was all because of Song Yaoyao, the jinx. She transferred her bad luck to the two of you. She has always been like that. Ever since she was a child, the family suffered whenever she was around. Mom, Song Jingwan looked down and she slowly clenched her fists. Just before the car accident, a thought had flashed across her mind. Also, she had a dream. In her dream, she was the neglected child. It had been a long time since she had a dream like that. Why? Who let you come here? Get lost. You're not welcome here. At that moment, a fierce and high-pitched voice interrupted Song Jingwan's thoughts. She immediately lifted her head and happened to look directly into Song Yaoyao's eyes. They stared at each other quietly. The girl's glassy eyes pierced through all obstructions straight into her soul. Song Jingwan suddenly turned her head and looked away. I have something to ask Song Jingwan, Song Yaoyao said without any emotions. As Jo Manley looked at her delicate porcelain doll-like face, it felt particularly dark. Coldness spread from the soles of her feet and she shivered. Her dislike for Song Yaoyao increased. What do you want to ask? How dare you appear here when you're the cause of everything? Do you really think you can do anything just because Mr. Huo is protecting you? The cause of everything. Song Yaoyao tilted her head. Are you talking about Song Jingwan? Her long slender finger pointed at Song Jingwan. The smile on her face made one tremble. As her eyes met with Song Yaoyao's, Song Jingwan's gaze darted frantically and there was a sense of guilt. Initially, Song Yaoyao just said these words casually, who knew she'd actually receive a reaction. She licked her lips and a hostile aura emanated from her body. She had never been a good girl, not since her past life. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Slap. Song Yaoyao brushed away Jo Manley's finger which almost touched her face. Her gaze was calm and still. When I told you that I have something to ask Song Jingwan, it was a notification. I wasn't asking for approval. Also, she took a step forward. I hate it when people point at me. If it happens again, I will break your hand. Her voice was extremely sweet, but her calm tone made her sound like a haunted doll from a horror movie. Jo Manley laughed in anger. Are you threatening me? Men, throw her out. What did I hire you for? Can't you even block a person? The moment her voice fell, Song Yaoyao's patience had reached its limit. She dragged Jo Manley across the room and threw her out. As she closed the door, Song Yaoyao looked into Huo Ju's eyes. I'll have to trouble you. Huo Ju lowered his head with respect. Don't worry. After speaking, he stretched out his hand politely. Mrs. Song, please rest outside for a bit. Unlike Huo Chi who was lively and vibrant, this youth was cold down to the bone. Jo Manley was like a chicken being held by the neck. Her eyes widened and she pointed at the sealed room. What is she doing? What is she doing to my Jingwan? Mrs. Song, this is a society with laws and Miss Song is a civil person. As soon as Huoju finished speaking, a loud scream was heard coming from the room. Song Yao Yao, don't come near me. Mom, save me. Jingwan. Zhou Manli's eyelid twitched and she almost lost her mind. She wanted to rush into the room, but the men that Huoju brought with him quickly blocked her way. Huoju flicked the hem of his shirt and said casually, Mrs. Song, don't worry, your daughter's reaction is a little exaggerated. Song Jingwan was in the wrong, it had absolutely nothing to do with Song Yao Yao. Zhou Manli was furious and almost ground her teeth to powder. A civil person, was this something that a civilized person would do? Inside the hospital room, Song Jingwan rolled her eyes as she kicked her feet in bed. Her hand, which was still attached to a drip, was swollen like a bun due to her struggles. A bit of red blood backflowed into the drip bag. No, 2 lines of tears flowed out from the corners of Song Jingwan's eyes and disappeared into her hair. She opened her mouth as she tried to catch her breath. The girl who was holding onto her neck was beautiful, but her smile seemed to be frozen. What have you done? How dare you call me a jinx? Did I even see Song Wenchuan before the accident? He clearly avoided a calamity before, how did he get hurt in the end? Song Yao Yao suddenly let go and Song Jingwan collapsed on the floor with a bang. She held onto her neck and coughed furiously. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Song Yao Yao. I told you not to provoke me. Song Jingwan's throat was injured, so her voice was slightly raspy like a broken fan. Cough, I don't know what you're talking about, She could not possibly tell Song Yao Yao that it was because of a random thought. How could a disaster or an accident happen because of a simple thought? Before she finished with her pointless lies, Song Yao Yao latched onto her hair and sneered. As she tightened her grip, she tugged on her scalp and raised her head. Song Jingwan was too afraid to look her in the eyes, but she assumed that she would never kill her. Even if you kill me, my answer is the same. I really don't know. A fire burned in her eyes and it grew fiercer. How could Song Yao Yao treat her like that? If she didn't die today then things would never be over between them. Song Yao Yao pushed her back onto the bed and pulled out a wet tissue to wipe her hands. All of a sudden, she asked, do you know what condition Song Wenchuan is in? What? Song Jingwan was stunned by the sudden change in topic. Song Yao Yao glanced down, minding her own business. He has fractured limbs, broken ribs, and his internal organs suffered varying degrees of injury. He also had a serious head trauma and he was in the emergency operating theater for over 20 hours. How's that possible? Song Jingwan's mouth gaped open in surprise. Do you think that's all? Song Yao Yao's lips curved upwards as she stared at her. He's not free from danger yet, and he may lose his life if we're careless. Moreover, even if he overcomes this, he may never wake up again, or he may wake up and be paralyzed for life. Originally, you were supposed to die. Just before the accident occurred, he shielded you with his body. Impossible, Song Jingwan denied as she clenched her fists. A moment later, she noticed Song Yao Yao's gaze turn so cold that there was no trace of feelings left. I had no idea, besides, in such a short amount of time, how could Wenchuan? Even at this point, she was trying to make excuses and deny any involvement. After all, she didn't want to be responsible for another person's life. Song Yao Yao laughed coldly. She noticed the guilt and panic in Song Jingwan's eyes, but she did not see any remorse. Yes, Song Yao Yao lifted her hand gently and twisted casually. Painful cries echoed from the hospital room. Outside, Zhou Manli's leg grew weak as she scratched and clawed at the bodyguards. When it came to Song Jingwan, she was a good mother. Song Jingwan's arm drooped weakly. It was twisted and clearly broken. What? Song Yao Yao tilted her head as she gently placed her hand on Song Jingwan's ankle, ignoring her pitiful cries. It's a shame that this isn't even 1/10,000th of his pain. Song Jingwan almost fainted from the pain. Her eyes darkened as tears blurred up her vision. After Song Yao Yao vented her frustrations, she headed for the door. You felt unfairly treated, and you thought his love was biased. Now, he may never wake up. The entire Song family is yours. Don't worry, I won't fight with you for it. I hope you get what you want in the future. In this world, there was no such thing as a completely peaceful life, one's burdens simply got shouldered by someone else. Song Rui wasn't very capable, so it was obvious how much responsibility Song Wenchuan held. Now that he was in this state, Song Yao Yao's eyes curved and her steps became light. The Song family's nightmare had just started. The shares for Song Corporation had probably collapsed by then. Miss Song, it looks like your mood has improved quite a lot, Huoju said in a carefree manner as he saw Song Yao Yao walk out. I guess so. She wasn't the type of person to sit around and suffer. If she could vent her frustration, she would never endure it. The girl's voice was sweet and soft as it slowly grew more vibrant. But Huoju didn't think that Song Yao Yao was as easy to bully as she appeared. After she was free from restraint, Zhou Manli immediately rushed into the hospital room. When she saw Song Jingwan dripping in sweat, she almost collapsed. Song Yao Yao, what did you do to Jingwan? Don't worry, she won't die, Song Yao Yao grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Mrs. Song, this jinx will get going. Keep your lucky star close. If you don't pay attention, your luck may slip away. After speaking, she waved her hand without looking back and headed for the ICU. No visitors were allowed in Song Wenchuan's room. Song Yao Yao could only see him from behind a window. Song Wenchuan was wrapped up like a dumpling and he had various tubes coming from his body. The machines beeped coldly, making Song Yao Yao uncomfortable. She had heard this noise too often in her past life and the smell of disinfectant filled her entire body. Hey, I'll call you big brother, so hurry and wake up. Song Yaoyao leaned against the glass and watched for a while. Zhou Manli was still trying to comfort her poor daughter while Song Rui was probably drowning in work at the office. Only Song Wenchuan lay quietly in the ICU by himself. Miss Song, Huo Ju whispered. The master asked you to go home for dinner. Coming, Song Yaoyao responded as she waved at Song Wenchuan. I'll get going then. I'll see you again tomorrow. If you're tired, get some rest. But don't rest for too long. After speaking, she gently left the room without turning back. Not long after she left, the device that was monitoring Song Wenchuan suddenly made a long beep. Several nurses and doctors rushed into the ward to check. What happened? The patient, he just had a reaction. Time flew quickly. In the blink of an eye, November passed and December arrived. The weather grew cold, and many of the cities began to snow. Grandfather Shen's health was under control, and Song Yaoyao went from visiting once every 3 days to once a week. It seemed, she would get the man back to good health before the new year. Also, the vibe in the third class had completely changed. They weren't idiots. After all, they came from good backgrounds and their parents had good genetics. They couldn't really give birth to stupid kids. If they were willing to learn, they actually had the potential to be smarter than the other students. Thus, in just 1 month, they went from struggling to feeling quite relaxed. During this time, Song Jingwan did not attend school. Everyone ended up discovering that the 2 eldest children of the Songs had gotten into a car accident. Ultimately, the news did not get suppressed. So, whenever Song Yaoyao walked through the school, people pointed and talked behind her back. Someone had told everyone that she was a jinx, and some even said she had cursed Song Wenchuan and Song Jingwan, causing them to get into a car accident. So, Song Yaoyao often sensed that there were strange gazes directed at her. Song Yaoyao didn't care. However, Tang Xinru and the others couldn't let it pass. During this time, the third class, tough reputation spread to all the nearby schools. Anyone that was caught speaking badly about Song Yaoyao was taught a friendly lesson. Song Yaoyao told them that it wasn't good to hit people, that people would call it schoolyard bullying. So, following Anfiran's suggestion, everyone utilized a different method. It was discovered later that this method was much more painful than being hit. Studying the 5/3 textbook was something that they couldn't just suffer on their own, right? Anyone that got caught was forced to do practice papers. On top of that, they had to join the third class every morning for their daily jog. 10 laps every day, the third class had gotten used to it. But for the gossiping punks, they naturally vomited from exhaustion. However, this wasn't enough. The third class were a bunch of monsters. Their homework was even inspected every single day. If they didn't complete it, they would have to be careful not to get caught. Otherwise, they would be messed up to the point where their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. There were a few days left until Tang Xinru's filming was to be completed. This heiress kept a low profile and was very modest on set, willing to put in the hard yards. Everyone had some idea that her background wasn't average because she often wore expensive brand name clothes, but they had no idea how, not average, she was. At first, some people looked down on her, assuming that she had got into the cast through relations. But when they realized how modest she was, saw that she asked a lot of questions when she didn't understand something, and noticed she had a good temper, they began to become friends. Luo Xingguang was the only person who persistently provoked Song Yaoyao. Even after several beatings, he did not stop. The third class, motivated atmosphere attracted a lot of attention at Liang. In fact, some of the teachers requested that their students jog with the third class. Thus, the winter morning was covered by a light fog as the sky slowly lit up. The once useless rich kids had long crawled out of bed. The sound of footsteps echoed through the athletic field combined with young, vigorous shouts. Exams, here I come. I will rank number 1. Go, go, go. Good luck. Looking out on the field, there were a few unfamiliar faces following behind. Unlike the third class, they were in a completely disorderly manner. On the exterior track, 2 middle-aged men jogged slowly. Looking carefully, they turned out to be Kong Yuan and Principal Wang Mingjong. Oh, it's great to be young. Wang Mingjong grinned. It's never too late to work hard. I really can't wait to be pleasantly surprised by these kids. Oh, Kong Yuan raised an eyebrow. How do you know it will be pleasant and not horrifying? They are my students. They're definitely impressive, Wang Mingjong said proudly. The 2 men jogged along with the kids. By now, the students had done 2 laps, but they had yet to complete 1. However, they were in no hurry. When Kong Yuan first appeared at the school, everyone was excited, but now, they were used to seeing him. These 2 men had already been jogging with them for half a month. Kong Yuan laughed in frustration and did not respond to Wang Mingjong. He lifted his gaze, looked around, and spotted the dozen or so weaklings coughing and struggling behind. Don't slack off. Hurry and run. I still need to work. That was right. Director Kong learned from what he observed and forced the youngsters in his crew to join as well. The youngsters looked pale as they glanced at each other helplessly and continued to run with their weak legs. The longer they ran, the slower they went. All of a sudden, a slim figure flew past them and continued running. The youth remained low-key in his black athletic gear. Around his neck hung a set of headphones and his hair was in a mess. But this did not take away from his sparkling aura. Everyone quickly looked at him and locked their gazes. When he suddenly disappeared, they could only smile bitterly. Comparison is certainly infuriating. He was handsome, he had a lot of fans, and even his athleticism was good. Tang Xinru never imagined that she would be doing laps on the field. She had to admit that exercise brought about many benefits. Her immune system improved, and she didn't get tired as quickly. She turned her head and discovered that someone was following beside her. When did this happen? Luo, don't. Luo Xingguang rolled his eyes. Hey, do you want everyone to know that I'm here? Then, how dare you come here on your own? Aren't you afraid that your fans will eat you alive? Tang Xinru refuted without holding back. In the past, Tang Xinru viewed Luo Xingguang as a cold person, a superstar who she could never meet. But now, haha, a man who had been beaten by her precious Yao Yao multiple times, was not worthy of being her idol. Luo Xingguang licked his tongue and noticed the girl who was jogging beside Tang Xinru. The fog slowly faded, the horizon was a faint shade of blue, and the new sun was like an egg yolk. It wasn't that bright outside, but the girl seemed to have her own gentle glow that attracted attention wherever she went. Her jet black hair was tied into a ponytail, exposing her forehead. When the light hit, her skin looked slightly transparent. Everyone was sweating like rain, while she appeared relaxed. Her gaze no longer looked weak and delicate. Hey, Luo Xingguang spoke up. Little Tang's filming will end tomorrow. Director Kong is planning to treat everyone to a meal. Do you want to go together? After completing her last lap, Song Yaoyao did some stretches. When she heard this question, she turned her head. What does that have to do with me? Her eyes sparkled magnificently. Luo Xingguang choked and turned his head uncomfortably. Ahem. We see you wandering around on set all the time. Everyone knows that you're Director Kang's protege. Just wait, he's bound to invite you. Then, I'll just wait for Uncle Kong to say something, Song Yaoyao said indifferently. She stretched her leg, shook her arms, and waited for her muscles to relax. Just as she was about to lead the class back to their room to prepare for their exams, Director Kong approached. Yao Yao, little Tang's finishing off her scenes tomorrow. I was planning. Okay, Uncle Kong, I'll be there. We still have some studying to do, so I'll get going. Song Yaoyao waved her hand without looking back as she left with the third class. Hey, Kong Yuan helplessly rubbed his chin. The brat knew what I was talking about. He turned his head and looked at Luo Xingguang. Luo Xingguang shrugged his shoulders innocently and spread his palms. It has nothing to do with me. Kong Yuan watched as he walked away. As if I'd believe you. After self-studying, it was time for their exams. The first subject was maths. Wang Zongyan entered holding a question paper. He wasn't surprised when he saw Song Yaoyao sitting behind the teacher's desk. To be honest, the results of this exam weren't that important. As long as they behaved and didn't cause trouble, Wang Zongyan was already very grateful. Student Song, I'll leave the papers here. Since you're free, you can supervise. Like a lazy manager who shifted responsibility, he dropped the papers on the desk and left. Tang Xinru chewed on her pen and laughed. Is he this trusting of us? I bet he's just slacking off. Without saying anything, Song Yaoyao distributed all the papers. The class was no longer that discouraged by exams. As soon as they received their question papers, they immediately got ready to fill them in. The truth was, they also wanted to know how far they had progressed. But, all of a sudden, Enfiren stood up from his seat. On his good-looking face, there was a shy smile. From his backpack, he pulled out another stack of question papers and began to hand them out. Everyone, was he messing with them? They would be stupid if they were to fall for his innocent-looking face. If there was such a thing as a henchman, then he would definitely be one. His academics combined with Shen Xuan's fighting skills was actually quite a good match. Song Yaoyao crossed her legs and flipped through a book that Kong Yuan had lent her. She sensed the dead silence in the room, but she did not lift her gaze at all. Just casually fill out the paper from our teacher, but answer Enfiren's paper seriously. Hand them back to me in 60 minutes. One of the students didn't understand. Huh, why? Shen Xuan's long leg kicked the chair in front with a clang. He rubbed his head and sneered. You ask so many questions. Just do it. If you keep talking trash, I'll kill you. As soon as the school bully spoke up, everyone fell silent. In an instant, there were only the sounds of pens scribbling, erasers rubbing, and papers rustling. No one tried to cheat, and no one chatted. Every now and then, Wang Zongyan ran over to take a look.